Ghost in the City, Cyberpunk Gamer SI. By Sarah's. Night City, it's a place of endless wonders and horrors. Opportunities and dangers, but before Motoko Kusanagi can access any of them, she first has to build up enough strength to walk again. Learn the basics of living in a world that was just a game to her before. Good thing she found a shard hidden in her stuff that opens the door of opportunity. But like all opportunities in Night City, it usually ends up in a gunfight. Unfamiliar ceiling. I muttered, staring upwards as I slowly woke up. The faint beeping of a heartbeat monitor and my own absolute weakness told me that something serious had happened. I didn't go to hospitals, ever. I blinked. I could see the ceiling. I wasn't wearing my glasses. I hadn't seen anything this clearly more than a foot from my face without my glasses in a decade. Too many years staring at a computer screen would do that. What? I asked, my throat raw and dry, but instantly, I was even more on edge than before. That wasn't my voice. I jerked upward, gasping as I realized I could barely move. I exhaled, a shocked gasp escaping me. The heart rate monitor started beeping, as my heart rate skyrocketed. Moments later, a doctor wearing the strangest clothes I had ever seen entered my room, his face covered in a plastic face guard I couldn't see through. He quickly went to work on me. My gasped questions were ignored with clinical detachment. Until suddenly I felt myself passing out. The doctor. He had drugged me. I had learned a few things since I woke up from a coma. 1. I wasn't me. Or I was a me that wasn't me. It got complicated, so I stopped thinking about it. I'm a me that was me. Good enough. 2. This wasn't my Earth. My home. My people. The first time I had a doctor enter my room after I woke up for the second time, but his entire right arm was a twitching monstrous-looking limb full of needles and grabbers had me damn near jump out of bed from him. I definitely didn't cry though. Fuck you. 3. The thing that explained all of it. It was the year 2075. I wasn't in the United States. No, this was the free city of Night City. Something a doctor had explained gruffly after they all realized I had amnesia from my stint in a coma. Night City though? That was something I knew about. Cyberpunk. I knew all about Night City. That alone scared the shit out of me more than anything, because that meant I was in danger. My body was worse than atrophied. The doctors refused to explain what had actually happened to me, simply telling me that my family would explain when they arrived. That it wasn't their job. It made me feel even more helpless. Realizing that these doctors taking care of me, they literally didn't care about me. Didn't even pretend to. Thankfully my family arrived about 4 hours after I woke up for the second time. I had been laying in my cramped little room, fingers weakly picking at my neck where I had an actual USB-style port into the back of my head. It felt weird. But also kinda cool. My eyes were also crazy good. Perfect vision, and the ability to telescope a bit. I spent most of the few hours laying in bed unable to raise myself into a sitting position playing with my vision. Until the door suddenly burst open. The noise from the hallway suddenly reached in through the soundproofing. Although I realized the soundproofing was probably meant more to keep the noise from inside the rooms from the outside rather than the other way around. But a man entered the room, practically pushing past one of the doctors, cursing at him in Japanese that my mind instantly translated into English without a thought. Bastard! Get out of my face! Don't think I won't cut you down! He cursed as the doctor seemed to finally back off a bit. The man that entered, well, the older teenager. I could still see the youth on his face, as he was trying to grow a pretty crappy beard. But it was the outfit, the style. The fact he was wearing an Oni mask around his neck, obviously having taken it off as he entered, that twigged in my mind hard. Tiger claws? This guy was a ganger. A Japanese gang straight out of Akira. Hell, they even had the bikes. Emoto. He said, his voice going a little soft as he noticed me staring. I blinked, raising my hand up to point at my face. Me? He blinked in return, looking surprised. His hair, which glowed in different colors as if made of fire, kept catching my attention even as the boy turned to the doctor. The fact he had a damn sword on his hip probably the reason. The doctor quickly raised his hands. As I was trying to tell you before you entered, your sister seems to have short-term amnesia from the coma, or the circumstances that led her there. We didn't detect any brain damage from our scans, so she will likely recover. Damn it. He cursed in Japanese, which I instantly translated before he seemed to take his hand away from his katana as he sauntered over to my bed. Despite myself, I felt a hint of fear at his glaring face and even flinched a bit as he drew near, which caused him to slow his face, blanking out as I took in the lines of metal that coated his cheeks, making it look like he had a tiger's fangs on his cheeks. You You don't need to worry, Motoko. You are safe. I am sorry. He whispered as he took a seat and simply stared at me for a while as if expecting something. Motoko? I asked. That was a new one. Is that me? I couldn't help but add on. He stared at me in shock for a moment before reaching up and rubbing his face as he took a moment to try and recover from his surprise. Yeah. You are Kusanagi Motoko. My little sister. Don't fear Amuto. I made sure everything will be alright. Motoko Kusanagi? Like Ghost in the Shell? I reached up weakly to check my hair. Black. Not purple. Dang. That would have been kinda cool. I nodded a little to him. What else was I supposed to do? I guess this was my older brother? I mean, I didn't even know his name. What's your name? I asked a little weakly, mostly because I had a feeling it wasn't going to be taken well. It wasn't. The boy looked like I had just stabbed him for a moment. Junichiro. Kusanagi Junichiro. Your elder brother. Jun, I agreed instantly, which had him snort after I said it. Say Jun-ni, I'm your brother. Jun-ni then. I agreed easily. He frowned a little as I went quiet, just sort of looking him over. He was antsy, foot tapping a rhythm and his hands never not moving. He was wearing a neon green jacket, Asian dragons on the shoulders, every inch a Japanese biker gang member. Tattoos on his chest that I could see under his armored vest? Yep, he had those too. This guy was straight out of Akira. If he started screaming Tetsuo, I was out of here. I decided with a nod to myself, which seemed to attract his attention as he had just been staring as I looked him over. The people that took you are dead. They might have grabbed your cyberware, but that can be replaced. Has been replaced. Mostly. Just hang in there, Amuto. You will be out of the hospital soon. He told me firmly, as he stood. Seemingly unable to sit still anymore, he left the hospital room in a rush, and as the door closed behind him, I could just make out his raised voice talking to the doctor before it shut closed and cut me off from the outside again. How weird. This is home, he told me 3 days later, when apparently the insurance I was on had decided that now that I was no longer in a coma they weren't paying anymore. Welcome to Night City. He had picked me up in a weird car, and old Mahir Supran. I learned from the badge on the car. Basically a van. But the sort that was cheap as cheap could be. I borrowed it from a neighbor. Your wheelchair wouldn't fit on my bike. He informed me, sounding embarrassed at driving the thing, but he had helped me inside, put my new wheelchair into the back and drove me out of the hospital parking lot and into the city. The very crowded, smelly, and dangerous city. A city where anyone can die at any time, and no one would care. I shivered at the thought. But then he pulled me from my fears by pulling into a parking garage. Honestly, this part of the city was 80% trash and garbage piled up, and 20% neon signs. It felt super surreal as June pushed me over the sidewalks, glaring at anyone who dared take a second look at me as he pushed me down the street towards a building that looked like any other to me. This is home. Do you remember it? He asked again, prompting me from the moments of introspection I had been in. No. It looks like everything else. I told him. Looking over my shoulder, I could tell he was frowning. This has been our home for years, since Oka-san and Ota-san died. He tells me and I nod. I guess I would have had parents then. I returned to looking forward as he wheels me into the entranceway. As we entered, 2 older Asian men were playing some board game in the corner to my left. And the lobby was dimly lit and a little smoky. I wrinkled my nose a bit at the smell as well. What a dump. June brought us towards the elevator, which to my surprise did work, and he hit the button for the 5th floor. The door to the left of the elevator was ours. He wheeled me inside and I couldn't help but look around in interest. It was a small apartment, full of lots of Asian stuff. Posters for Asian music groups. Knick-knacks. A place to light incense directly in front of us as we entered. It was an odd mix of modern and future tech, I noticed. The whole place. The apartment, the city, it all felt like that. Home. He spoke, wheeling me around. The bedroom was on our right. A single large room with the weird bed emplacement that Night City seemed to like. Including, though, was a small closet-like room that was apparently my own bedroom. I blinked as I entered, as the entire room was full of tiger claw memorabilia. I really liked the tiger claws, huh? I asked him, earning a laugh from June. Of course. Our family has been part of the gang since Ota-san was your age. We have always been with them. You will join them too once you recover and get a little older. He assured me, trying to sound sure of himself. But I had caught the hesitation. I had heard the doctors. They hadn't bothered trying to hide my circumstances during the 3 days of quiet. Scavs. The sort of people that would be considered grave robbers in any other century. At least we would call them that, if they actually waited for someone to die first. They were kidnappers. People that took those with cyberware, or not off the street and scavenged the cyberware or organs. Even if the person was still alive. That is what happened to me. It was why my body was so fucked up after the coma. They hadn't bothered to be gentle when digging out the little cyberware I must have had. Even if apparently I had been rescued after. I still don't know how. I hadn't had the heart to bring it up with June. Every mention of my circumstances would leave him glaring and looking as if he was ready to commit. Well, a murder. Anyway, between the scavs, loss of cyberware and the coma, my body was fucked. Weak as a kitten. I couldn't even walk without assistance. Not that the hospital had seemed to care. Luckily June had gotten most of the basic stuff replaced. My eyes were working after all. I couldn't imagine waking up only to realize my tech eyes were literally just pieces of junk unable to work, since the scavs had pulled the processors right out of my head. Oh, here. June offered, putting a bag of stuff onto the table beside my small bed in my little closet bedroom. Your stuff, everything you had on you when you entered the hospital. I don't know. I don't know if it will help, but maybe something in there will jog your memory. Love you, Toko. He said, quietly pushing a kiss onto the top of my head as he seemed to once more get too antsy to stand around. He walked out of the room sort of stomping a bit. Poor kid. His little sister gets kidnapped, put into a coma and wakes up with amnesia. Rough. Well, I might as well. Maybe I can learn a bit about who I was. About Motoko. I pulled open the bag and winced. Yep. Tiger claw fangirl. Every piece of clothing had some Japanese biker gang icon, or sticker. Or something. A jacket that had a tiger on the back. How original. At least it looked warm. I went through the stuff. To my discomfort, the clothes were, well, not looking great. Like they had been worn as a girl was kidnapped and had scavs take her cyberware. The pair of socks inside the bag, for example, were basically brown. Even if they had originally been white. I grimaced as I decided to throw those away. I hoped it was just my blood, but I had a feeling it hadn't been stained by just my blood. A little grossed out, I decided to finish it up. Putting the socks to the side, I pulled out the jacket that was looking a little rough and set it on a desk. I don't think June was very rich, so I would probably have to deal with it regardless. Shoes. Pants, that were hard to look at considering how neon they were. Then I found actual stuff at the bottom. A small baggie of shards. The data transfer devices of the future, basically super USB drives. There were 2 of them, no idea what was on them. A few pieces of jewelry. A piercing that I realized was probably a nose stud after a few moments of looking at it. Did my nose have a hole in it? I would have to check later. Then at the bottom. A little case. This was a weird thing, because it didn't look like anything else she had. This case was smooth and unblemished. A single word across the top in Japanese. Gemma. Gamer. I repeated. In English after a moment. Opening the case, it had a shard inside. A lot of shards were kept in cases like this, well, nicer shards anyways. Considering I had nothing else to do, I popped the shard out of the soft foam, and with a bit of a shiver because it still made me wig out a bit. I pushed the shard into the slot on the side of my neck just behind my ear. Gamer system initializing. I blinked as I jerked awake. Hey, Motoko. You okay? June was there kneeling in front of me as I looked around. I was in the room in my wheelchair with the bag of stuff I had been looking through on my lap. His terrified face made me blink. I'm okay? I offered, simply rubbing my eyes a bit. Did I fall asleep? No, I didn't. The shard. I reached for the back of my head to push the shard out, but there was nothing there. My fingers felt empty ports. Don't scare me like that. If you get tired, get into bed. Or if you can't call me, I will help you. He nearly growled as he stood up and seemed to pace for a bit to calm down. Sorry. I told him firmly as I pushed the bag out of my arms. I didn't realize I had fallen asleep. Come on, I got dinner. You hungry? He asked as he finally stopped pacing and turned to me. Ah, sure. I nodded as he got behind my wheelchair and pushed me out of the room to the other side of the apartment, where a small kitchen nook was located. Right next to the bathroom, I noticed. Nice job, architect. Sure that doesn't cause problems. Especially since the bathroom didn't even have a door. I was wheeled out in front of the table and a burrito was placed in front of me. June grabbed his own and started eating. Right. Cyberpunk people don't really cook. It was all street and vendor food. I unwrapped the burrito, and after a few bites realized I must have a taste for it from before. Because part of me felt a little grossed out at the inside, another part just chowed it down without any discomfort. Oh well. When in Rome. After a quiet meal June cleaned up and threw the trash away before walking over to me. You remember the exercises the doctors gave you? He demanded and I nodded. It wasn't so much something they taught me as they threw a shard at me that had an exercise routine I should do to help regain some muscle so I could actually walk. Yeah. Well, get to it. Best to do it right after eating. I need to head out. I got some work I need to do. Don't hurt yourself. You have my number, right? He once more demanded and I nodded. It was sort of weird having a phone system in your eyes, but I did have June's number. Good. Call me if you need anything. And Miss Kagura next door knows she might need to help you out with stuff. You good? He asked and I gave him a thumbs up. I might be pretty weak, but I didn't feel like I just got out of a coma. Or maybe this is what it was like out of a coma and I had in my head TV coma patients. Who knows? I watched June hurry around the apartment grabbing his gear, putting everything on until he looked like the tiger claw that he was. Oni mask and katana on his hip included. He even grabbed a pistol out from his room and holstered it on a chest rig. Be safe. I told him, earning a startled look from him at my words before his smile melted into something soft. I will. Then all was quiet and I had a task ahead of me. A set of exercises to try and build up enough muscle in the hopes I would get out of this chair. I pushed myself back from the table and started raising up my right leg, grimacing at just how hard it was just to hold it out in front of me. My tiny stick-like leg might as well be nothing but bone. After that I let it down slowly and did it with my left. Over and over I raised them until my thighs were burning red hot. Finally I stopped, unable to do another, my legs literally shivering from the effort. 100 body XP gained. The message popped up before my eyes. An electronic message just like I would get when receiving a phone call. Easy to ignore but still there. I pushed it and it disappeared. Then nothing. What was that? I blinked as I couldn't help but have a niggling feeling. Stats? I asked. Nothing. Status? Same. Gamer? Still nothing. Irritated, I very awkwardly tried to access my own system. It was like trying to access a VR system with my eyes. If I flick my eyes in this way, a small sideboard of options will appear. Phone, text, scan, a list of different things, but I was looking for something else. Gamer. I muttered as I found it, deep down the list, and in fact it was almost not right. Where the other icons were a bright neon red color, this one was almost dark hidden at the bottom of the list, as if it was 3 or 4 options further down than the list went. I shivered. I was really hoping this wasn't a virus or something. I pushed it and a moment later I knew it wasn't a virus. The stat screen from Cyberpunk 2077 appeared in front of my eyes. Body. Reflexes. Cool. Technical ability. Intelligence. I muttered, reading the 5 main stats. This was crazy, but I felt a grin start to reach my face the first time I actually felt like I wasn't trapped in a city trying to murder me at every corner. I can use this, I said with complete confidence. Completely ignoring that all of my stats were either a 1, or even in the negatives like body. Yep. Ignoring that completely. 5 stats set up in a very familiar array. I breathed out, clicking on body. I had just earned some XP, so what did that actually mean? Unfortunately nothing happens. It simply seemed to shift under my attention before finally something popped up. No skills unlocked. Fuck. I grumbled. That meant I didn't just have the skill? Well, that was fine. I just needed to grind? But how much XP did it take to earn a level? I had no idea. With a sigh, I started pumping my arms up and down, exercising the weak jelly that I called muscle, seeing what it would take to turn that negative body stat into a positive. I was sweating, panting and tired, but I had got another message with an XP pop-up. 100 body XP gained. I sighed. Just that. With no mention of how far I would need to go. I ended up washing my face a bit out of the bathroom sink as I didn't want to try and take a shower. And after cleaning up I rolled into my bedroom and managed to fall into my bed. I sighed. I hadn't been able to sleep well for the last few days unless the doctors put me out with drugs. Being stuck in Night City had made me anxious. But the moment I rolled into bed and decided to sleep, I blinked awake. Wha? I sleepily grumbled, looking around and noticing that the sun that had been setting not long ago was now completely gone. I checked my room for a clock for a few moments before my brain caught up. Right, I have cyberware now. My eyes flicked and after 2 minutes of struggle I got the time to display. I had slept 8 hours. I also had a weird icon on my HUD. It had the same discoloration as the gamer tab in my program list. With a few moments of messing around I managed to push it and figure out what it said. Rested XP increased by 25%, 57:31 remaining. Huh. Right, that was a thing. I muttered before smiling. My body didn't ache. My legs didn't burn and my arms were perfectly fine other than still being jello. Hee hee hee. I giggled to myself as I weakly clambered back onto my wheelchair. Time to grind this shit. You okay? June asked as he finally came home mid-afternoon the next day. He looked sweaty and tired, but seeing me sitting in front of the TV doing little exercises seemed to make him happy as I threw him a thumbs up. I'm okay, just watching, whatever this is. I informed him. And I honestly was confused. Cyberpunk TV was fucking weird. He grimaced a little as he noticed whatever weird show I was watching must have been familiar to him. Try not to watch that garbage. He told me, flicking the channel with his cyberware seemingly overriding my control. Man, even in 2075 elder siblings stole the remote, huh? He ended up on a channel that was showing cartoons actually. Which satisfied me a little. I hadn't found this channel in my exploration of the channels earlier. I grimaced a bit as I started raising my legs again. They were mostly recovered from a previous round. Sure, over-exercising was bad. Normally. I had already done a few tests and it seemed my instant sleep really did fix any issues, including overdoing it. So I was forcing myself to exercise a lot. I couldn't do anything if I was stuck in a wheelchair. Glad you are exercising. I was worried I would have to force you into it. You aren't usually so quick to do what you are supposed to. June mentioned with a bit of a chuckle, but it died when he realized I wasn't following his script. Oh, am I usually bad at listening? I couldn't help but ask. Who was Motoko Kusanagi? What had she been like? It was honestly sort of interesting. It must have hit him then, that his little sister still didn't remember. Yeah, you're a brat. Never listening, always getting into trouble. Going out with chums who you shouldn't trust. Just be careful from now on. I don't want to. He stopped, not finishing his conversation. June was hot-headed, I realized, quick to explode. His voice had risen just as he talked as he grew a little heated. Okay. I'll be careful, June-ni. I tell him, trying to sound cute, which earned a chuckle from the older boy. You sound like that whenever you are lying. He tells me with a soft grin on his face. Of course it only made the fact he was grinning at me with such a gentle smile over an oni face he wore while probably out game banging. Oh June-ni. Do we have anything about tech? Or net running? There was a show about a netrunner and stuff and I wanted to learn about them. I asked, since I was still stuck in a chair. Net running could be a useful trick. Plus it was kinda cool. Like a cyber wizard. Oh geez, not this again. You gave up on net running last time, please don't try to do it again. It took months before you decided you weren't any good at it. He groaned into his palms. Huh. I guess Motoko had been a netrunner fan? So I have stuff about it. Where? I ignored his complaints to focus on the important bit. He sighed again. Fine. At least it will keep you busy. I'll go get your netrunner junk out from storage. Just don't burn out the radio this time. He told me firmly and I blinked. Yeah, that would have been a big mess up. Sure. I replied as I continued raising my legs up one at a time. It was getting easier to do. After dinner June disappeared outside for a while before coming in with a dusty cardboard box. Took me a while to dig this junk up. Don't ruin our radio. Or our fridge. Or anything. He told me firmly and I nodded as he settled the box into my room and I could look through it. It was child stuff. The sort of thing little kids might get to learn some basic skills. But that was fine for me. A stack of old shards that after slotting a few turned out to be beginner lessons on net running. To my surprise they weren't just some off-the-street vendor stuff. But something that the Tiger Claws had put together. And the reason I had a set? Natasha Kusanagi was the netrunner who created the training programs. Natasha Kusanagi? Probably my mother. Huh. Apparently June had been right. My family was in deep with the Tiger Claws and had been for at least a generation. Weird. Still it was interesting, and I listened to the recorded primer for a good while before I was pulled out of the recording by June trying to force me to eat. Breach protocol experience gained. Skill not unlocked, no XP gained. Breach protocol unlocked. 100 intelligence XP gained. I blinked at the alert as June dragged me to the table and pushed another burrito into my face. I ate it slowly as my eyes flickered and I went to my stats screen. Now when I hovered over intelligence a list appeared. Breach protocol. I had my first skill. I chewed slowly as I checked it over. Right now it seems to be inactive. Nothing was really there. But that was because I noticed after a moment. It was currently at level 0. I wondered what would happen when I leveled that up to 1? Hey Junni. Thanks for pulling the net running stuff out of storage. Natasha Kusanagi. Is that Mom? I asked and he seemed to jerk for a moment before nodding around his burrito. Yeah. I forgot Okasan made that net running guide. Damn. He muttered, grumbling a bit. So Mom. Okasan was a netrunner? Yeah. A good one too. It's how our parents met. Okasan was a target on a job, but Oto-san couldn't zero her. Ended up helping her hide out and get away. She joined the Tiger Claws a few years later. Huh. Oto-san was a cyberpunk? Yeah. He was good with a blade. June offered, looking over to where his own katana had been put up on a little stand near the incense holder. Or I guess from the way he was looking. That was Oto-san's sword as well. Geez. Anyway. Thanks again for finding it. It's interesting. That's not what you said last time. I believe you said it was too boring to finish. He retorted, which had me shrug. I wasn't the same as I was after all. Well, good, maybe it will keep you out of trouble. Just don't try anything without letting me know. You can run into some ICE and get brain fried if you play around. He demanded. Although I was pretty sure since I wasn't connecting anything to my brain that wasn't likely. I will. I offer with a nod. I was more looking for something to play with while I was stuck waiting for my own recovery. With that we settled in to watch some garbage TV and I continued to push my body well beyond what I should. Hey, Toko. What are you doing? Look at yourself. He grunted, having been engrossed in a show, as I continued my butterfly kicks for far longer than I should. My breath was coming out heavily, and I was definitely sweating like a pig. You shouldn't be pushing yourself that hard. Sorry. I offered tiredly before trying and failing to slide into my wheelchair. I really needed a good sleep. Idiot. He cursed at me in Japanese, which had me chuckle a little, which certainly didn't help. But he picked me up and put me in my wheelchair and wheeled me to my bed. Night, Junni. I muttered tiredly before deciding I wanted to sleep, and once again it was instant. My body shut down and I fell into a dreamless rest. The routine set in. Wake up, use the hour buff of extra experience to really hammer my physical training. Seeing those little alerts popping up felt super good. 125 body XP gained. I smiled as another one popped up. Especially since I finally figured out how to check the experience to the next level. It felt almost like it wasn't complete. The gamer system that I was using was weird, but on my first stat gain, when my body went from negative to a big fat 0, I finally saw the XP bar. It just took me looking at my stat menu in a weird way. Seriously, it was so frustrating. I needed to read an actual manual on these eyes. I had no idea how to get them to actually work. But it was pretty standard. 1000 XP from level 0 to level 1. I nodded, pleased to get that out of the way, especially since as I had reached out of the negative levels, I was finally able to stand, and actually walk. Surprise. I said to June as he got home late that night, startling the older boy as he saw me not sitting in my wheelchair but actually standing, resting on the edge between living room and bedroom. You're walking? He asked, sounding really quiet as he pulled down his Oni mask and threw it onto the couch before walking forward and pulling me into a tight hug. Yep. My legs are feeling stronger. I might have pushed myself a bit too much sometimes, but I'm definitely seeing some results. I say into his jacket, muffling my speech, but he still heard me. Good. That's really good. Maybe your memories will come back soon too. He said, he sounded like a teenager that was taking care of his kid sister with amnesia. Damn, June really did have it rough. I was gonna have to do something nice for him in exchange. After hugging the life out of me, he seemed to remember he was hugging his sister and pulled away, but slowly, to make sure I was standing and not wobbling. I wasn't, but it did take me a second to regain my feet. Ugh. I can't wait until my body is back to where it should be. We should celebrate. How about some noodles for dinner? He asked, looking excited. We can go down to Cherry Blossom Market and hit the noodle bar there. I'm not sure I'm up for a long walk, June. I cut him off. As much as I liked the idea of leaving the apartment, which I actually wasn't sure I liked at all now that I thought about it. But I was at the slow walking and movement stage. Not the walk down the block stage. Oh. He offered before frowning, glaring at himself. At least I hoped it wasn't at me. I'll go get some. Bring it home. You can rest and we will eat together. Just like before, he said, almost demanding of the world for that to happen, and I nodded happily. Noodles sound good. I told him, causing him to relax and then hurry back out of the apartment. Cherry Blossom Market. I remember it from the game. It was a little marketplace. There was that samurai super fan down there too. Was it close? So since dinner was coming to me, I settled in to listen to some more of my Netrunner's guide. It wasn't perfect. Obviously Mom had intended for there to be actual lessons on netrunning interspersed with the guide. But it was still useful, and I could see my experience going up. 100 breach protocol experience gained. I nodded, pleased. It was slower than leveling body. Probably because I wasn't actively doing anything, but it was still fascinating. If someone offered you a verbal and text primer on being able to access the net, being able to access nearly any device around you to control, wouldn't you want to learn it? Dinner. June called out as he came in carrying ramen in a to-go carrier and placed both bowls on the table as he settled in and made sure I could reach everything. I took one taste of it and actually smiled. Unlike the burritos, this actually tasted good. I dug in with relish and June seemed to relax as we both enjoyed our dinner together. T2. I grunted as I forced myself up. Push-ups were not easy, and my arms were still jello, but it was really good experience. 100 body XP gained. Turns out I was now strong enough to do basic exercises, and while lifting my arms and working my incredibly weak body did give me XP after a while of doing it, actual direct exercise was a whole other class. The first time I did an actual push-up I gained XP every rep. Of course I could only do one rep at a time at the start, but with the ability to go to sleep and wake up fully recovered. I was cheating while June was out of the house. Normally the amount of muscle pain I would be in would put me out of commission for days. If not more, considering how weak I still was. But with a nap I was back and ready to push myself again. Turns out I could actually adjust how much time I slept for as well. There was an actual 24-hour clock when I decided to sleep. I just hadn't seen it because I don't usually keep my eyes open when trying to sleep. Stupid weird gamer system. T3. I grunted, managing a third push-up, but it left me on my stomach gasping, my arms burning, and I realized they weren't going to be any help getting me back on my feet. Okay, I'm out. I whispered as I simply rested on the floor for a while. Until I realized just how gross the floor was. Damn, when was the last time we cleaned this place? I grunted, being able to look at the ground. I could see just how much dust and trash had been stuffed in the corners. Grumbling, I rose up, mostly without my arms since they were dead, and I wandered around the apartment, really taking it in. We were really poor, huh? I couldn't help but think. Most of the stuff was old, worn, or badly repaired. With that I realized I was looking at the metal slats that blocked the window and pushed the button to open them. Taking in the world outside the apartment for the first time since the drive home. The world was full of trash. But there, right outside the window, was a pretty sakura tree in full bloom. The pink petals not the only color I could see, but they were the only natural color, surrounded by faded graffiti or punks walking around in neon clothes. It sorta fit. This city. It wasn't a prison like a certain girl once thought. It was just overgrown. A neglected garden. Huh. I've been inside too long. I'm getting philosophical. I couldn't help but mutter to myself as I decided to refocus. Exercise like this might be pretty boring. Wearing out every part of myself until I couldn't go on, and then sleeping for a few hours until I was fully recovered to do it again, but there was something. Well, it was like playing a game. Grinding out some stats in a game, except this was more real. More important. So instead of drifting off in my head, I got back down on the floor and started trying to do a crunch. It didn't go over well, but the effort gave me some more XP. Body leveled up. I blinked, breaking my concentration on my failed attempts at squats to stare at the alert. I quickly threw the alert to the side and opened my stats. Body level 1. I'm actually human again. I muttered as I rose up. My body was burning and I was sweaty, but this time as I rose up, my body didn't wobble. I didn't feel weak other than normal exercise tiredness. I started walking around the small apartment and it didn't tire me out, or make me feel like I should stay close to the wall. I breathed in deeply and let it out. I felt normal. Well, I was hungry. I headed into my room and put on a few more clothes. A jacket over my light shirt I had been wearing while I exercised, a hat over my head. The hat looked like it was something I wore when I was younger. With a cute cat image on it, that had been covered in tiger claw stickers, but I put it on anyway. And then my shoes. Which were weird. Crazy neon boots. This fucking city. But with that I stepped out of the apartment for the first time since I entered it. The hallway was quiet other than old equipment struggling along. I decided to take the stairs to start. See if I could handle them, plus get some extra exercise. I opened the heavy gate with the code I had and started down. My body handled the strain easily enough, even if my legs were still aching from my previous exercise. But it felt nice to just go. Not be trapped inside anymore. 2 weeks. Not bad. I was partially thankful that June was sort of an idiot. He hadn't thought it was weird that I was already able to walk. Just thankful that I could. The doctors probably hadn't bothered to tell him it should have taken me months to be able to walk on my own again. I wasn't going to bring that up to him. Instead, I steadily walked down the stairs, enjoying the feeling of moving farther and farther away from where I had been stuck until I hit the bottom floor. What a trash pit. I scowled, noticing plenty of trash lying around. The whole bottom of the apartment complex was a mess. As I entered the lobby, I noticed the 2 old Asian men sitting in the corner. Since I was hungry, I walked over to the vending machine only to swiftly turn around as I realized what it was they were offering. Schwab grape sold grape-flavored fried ants. I shuddered at the very idea of that. So instead, I turned around and walked out into the street where a street vendor was cooking up some sort of meatballs on a stick right outside the door. Did I have any idea what they were? Nope. But they weren't ants. I spent a couple eddies on buying one as I looked around. People were walking back and forth all around, and for a moment I felt like this was real. These were actual people, not just NPCs in a video game. I couldn't help myself but keep moving. Even if I promised myself just a once around the block. I didn't want to be gone for too long. So I walked. The smell of the city was strong, but it was the people that I watched. Hobos sitting in filth and just dying. Punks, kids that were looking towards their future even if they had no idea what it would entail, stalked around. Some in the neon looks of tiger claws, a few of the other gangs wandered. I saw a Mox girl saunter down the street, a bag of clothes or something hanging from her elbow. She caught me watching and threw me a wink. I just smiled at her as I walked past. There were so many people. So much life, and so much death. I could hear shouts coming from alleyways, which I purposefully made sure to walk as far away from as I could. In the distance, over the sound of the vehicles rumbling around, I heard a gunshot, and then 2, and then 20. But it was far in the distance. And all the while people just lived, chattered either to each other or on a call. As I circled the block, I came across a little restaurant out on the side of the street. The setup was cooking more of the meatballs on a stick. Still hungry, I stopped and ordered a second helping. The taste was better at this place, I noticed to my pleasure. Passing the eddies over and thanking the cook, who looked quite pleased and gave me a very Japanese bow, which I returned. Then I continued on. I realized where I was as I turned the corner. I could see the little underground shopping area. It took me a few minutes of walking before I found the name on a sign to confirm. Cherry Blossom Market. Nice, I live right next to it. I muttered, looking down into the glass roof into the market. I decided to keep walking though. That would be an adventure for another day. Continuing on, I noticed the massive concrete structure that led up from the street, lots and lots of stairs. I walked around them for now, but I already had an idea forming in my head as I continued my walk around the block. I reached the front of my apartment complex, giving a nod to the vendor that I bought the food from as I stepped back inside. Time to get back to work. I stopped at the bottom of the steps. 5 floors. I reminded myself. As I started walking up the steps. 100 body experience gained. Ah, Jun-ni, welcome home. I called out as I continued to do my crunches. Ah, thanks. He muttered, having stopped to stare as I continued to do my exercise. You aren't overdoing it, right? He asked finally after a few moments, but I shook my head on my upward bend. Nope. Just making sure my muscles aren't all jello. I tell him as I lay back down to get ready for another. Body had leveled up again. Being able to do some basic running and be able to do more than just wave my limbs around had caused my XP to come in much faster, which did allow me to learn how leveling stats worked. Each stat needed 1000 XP per level, which multiplied by the level up. So to get to level 1 in a stat, I needed 1000 XP. To reach level 2 I needed 2000. Of course, as I learned, sometimes it was actually easier to level once you hit a point. Since I could do more than one push-up at a time, the amount of experience I was earning had gone up crazy fast. Which is when I learned that the more push-ups I did, the less experience I would get for each one. I guess as my body grew stronger, weaker exercises wouldn't help as much. But for now it still gave me XP, and I had switched to lots of different exercises to see. Crunches, push-ups, squats, jogging. Using the stairs in the apartment to go up and down. All of it gave XP. Hence why I was already at body 2, and working towards 3. Well, don't overdo it, he demanded with a growl before wandering into the apartment, losing his gear as he did, slowly going from a gangster to an irritable teenager. Oh, do I have a weapon? A knife or a gun or something? I asked as I continued exercising. What? Why do you want a weapon? He demanded. Did someone bother you? No. Hold on. I groaned, taking a moment to lay back and catch my breath. My core was absolute fire. I rolled onto my side and got up that way, knowing my stomach would be no good for a while. No, I went out on a walk earlier. You what? Motoko, you don't know anything. You can barely walk, and dash. And I can walk better actually. I told him as I stood up and walked around, showing him just how firm I was as I walked around the apartment. And I know I don't know a lot, which is why I need to learn. But from what I can see, it's dangerous out there, so I wanted to know if I had a weapon or something. Your katana was lost when? You don't currently. I'll get you something. A knife, and a gun at least. He tells me firmly as he turns his back and plops a pair of burritos onto the table. Come eat first. You must be hungry. We have to talk about your burrito obsession, Oni-san. I say plainly as I sigh and grab the burrito, causing Jun to look surprised as he looked at his own burrito in confusion. What's wrong with them? Nothing. Nothing at all. Jun was a teenager of his word. The next day he came home to me doing push-ups as I listened to the Netrunner guide, which had surprisingly given me some intelligence XP as well. So I was definitely doing something right there. Here, he said as he reached into his jacket and pulled out a pistol and a combat knife, laying them on the table. Oh, that was fast, Jun-ni. I told him. Thank you. I grinned as I went to check them over, but his hand firmly pushing them against the table kept me from touching. Do you even know how to use a gun? Mostly? I offered, which was the truth. I knew enough to at least not accidentally shoot myself or someone else. Although I didn't have a lot of practice firing them. Shooting hadn't been big on my hobbies in my last life. Then I'll walk you through some of it. I'm not going to have you kill yourself after everything, he ordered, settling down on the couch as he grabbed the gun and casually unloaded it, putting the magazine and bullet that had been in the chamber down on the table. Alright, first, this is a Unity handgun. 12-round standard magazine. Let me show you how to hold it, so you don't shoot yourself. Or lose control of it. He started firmly. After an hour of focused training from Jun, I felt my alert sound off. Handguns experience gained. Skill not unlocked, no XP gained. Handguns unlocked. I smiled as I felt myself growing more confident. Whatever I was doing was right. And a skill? Yeah, I liked that. I slept like usual that night, waking up the next morning feeling refreshed, and instantly got up to grab my pistol. My normal exercise right in the morning usually left me pretty wrecked to do anything else. So instead I was going to practice with my handgun to make sure the skill was raised up. I didn't want to die after all, and a handgun was only like barely above unarmed in this city. So as Jun continued to sleep, as I opened the windows in the living room, spotting the sakura tree, with a smile I began practicing drawing and falling into a stance with my pistol. Over and over, every few times it gave me an alert. 125 handguns experience gained. Over and over. Because drawing your weapon and getting on target was more important in real life than just accuracy. Although I would like both. Slowly I was even gaining reflex XP as well as I was training and moving very quickly, and not just exercising. At least I had found a way to raise that one as well. It was currently at 1. Just like most of my stats, other than body. I grumbled, 1 intelligence? I was smarter than that. Stupid gamer system. With a grin I got another alert. 100 handguns XP gained. Handgun skill level up. Instantly I felt it take effect. With a gasp I went from my own guessed draw of my handgun to a smooth shorty. I knew a better way to draw my handgun. Not guessed, knew. It wasn't like it had been downloaded into my head, it was more like I just knew, instinct, muscle memory. The whole thing. I could feel my grip shifting, becoming better. My stance adjusting naturally to better aim and control the gun. It felt great. I kept grinding. If this is what it was like at level 1 handguns, what would level 2 be like? Unfortunately no handguns alert came, only a few more for reflexes, until finally I stopped to check my stat screen. What happened? It had been way too long since I got something. Then I noticed it. Handguns was listed as max at level 1? With a bit of struggle I managed to focus on handguns, and that is when I noticed it. Good news. I would be able to raise my skill above level 1. Bad news, skills were limited by their governing stat. Without raising reflex which had handguns listed under it, I couldn't raise handguns anymore. Which was like the Cyberpunk game, now that I thought about it. Damn it. I cursed. I had really wanted to keep that feel-good gamer feel. But now I am stuck, unable to raise the skill anymore. Ugh. Nothing worse than being mid-grind only to have to stop. What is it? June asked, sounding tired as he stuck his head into the living room. Oh. Sorry June-ni, I was just. It's nothing. I was practicing my draw a bit. Just in case. I told him with a sigh as I realized I was already feeling pretty sweaty this morning just from that. Ugh. I hadn't even done my morning workout yet either. ALRION, GHT. Just don't blow a hole in the wall. It's unloaded. Just don't be a gonk. He reiterates and turns back around to his bed. I guess it was still pretty early for June. He was a teenage boy and it wasn't even noon yet. I sighed before settling the gun on the table beside its magazine. Then my hand twitched towards the knife. I would still have to practice with that too. If I needed to stab some. Gonk. Heh. Gonk. If I had to stab some gonk, I better know how to stab. So I grabbed the knife and started working into a rhythm of stabbing outward. It was awkward. I was really glad June had gone back to bed, because if he saw how awkward I was he might just take it away. But that didn't matter because minutes into the practice I got an alert. Blades experience gained. Skill not unlocked, no XP gained. Blades unlocked. With a grin I continued to practice. Rushing towards that high of gaining a skill up. I became a lot more practiced with the gun in just one skill up. How would that translate to my knife? 100 reflex XP gained. Another alert popped up reminding me that moving like this wasn't just increasing my blade's skill. I smiled. Even if it was awkward, even if it was weird, even if it was kinda boring, although I did turn the radio on quietly so I didn't wake June, just to have some background noise. Being able to see my own improvement made it impossible to stop. In the real world this would be the most boring thing I had ever done. Just jab and slash with a knife over and over again at thin air. The fact I was already tired from before meant my arms were aching. My breath was coming out in puffs, but just the idea that with a bit more work I could see the numbers go up. Numbers make Motoko brain go brrr. I grinned at the joke as I continued. I wouldn't stop until it was too much. Until I had to stop and go back to sleep and recover. Then I would start again. It honestly felt like I was in a tutorial space. That the outside world was barely impacting me for now. But I knew the truth. This wasn't a game. It wouldn't wait for me to get ready before kicking me in the head. So I had to train. And train hard. Whatever happened that caused me to get picked up by scavs, it wouldn't happen again. I could hear June wake up and come out of his room, but I ignored that because hot water over my shoulders was neas, and all I cared about at that moment. I hadn't managed to hit the next level of knife or reflex, but I would be good to go once I wake up after a shower. I had sweated like a pig, I didn't want to make a mess of my bed. Hey, you alive in there? June called out, and I groaned. I'm alive. Just enjoying the water on my muscles. I called out. It was kinda awkward how open the bathroom was. The only real privacy was a row of blinds that fell down from the bathroom door, not that there was a door. Which meant that pooping or showering left me feeling a little exposed. Good. Don't make me go in there and drag you out. I need a shower before I leave too. Right. I'm done. I grumbled, shutting off the flow as I grabbed a towel weakly with my tired arms. The only problem with my heavy skill grinding was that it left me feeling pretty worn out anytime I hadn't just woken up. But when I woke up I felt great and wanted to make my numbers go up. This was going to become an addiction, wasn't it? I couldn't help but ask myself as I sighed, drying off and wrapping the towel around me. Hey Junni? I asked as I walked past him. You're safe, right? When you leave. I mean, I won't have to worry about you just disappearing one day, right? I mean, what is it you do anyways? I asked as I stopped at the entranceway to the bedroom. My question obviously surprised the teen who scoffed. I work at a casino. I'm protection and sometimes help out at the bar. It's perfectly safe, no one is gonk enough to try and break in or rob us. We have a lot of guards. You don't have to worry about me, Amuto. He said as I automatically translated the Japanese. Well, your little sister is worried. You are all I have, June. I don't even know enough about life to survive without you. I inform him seriously. So be careful, okay? He is quiet for a moment before nodding to me. I'm respected even for a kid, 'cause I don't klep the merchandise at the casino, so they trust me and pay me well. I don't need to run around and klep stuff for some eddies. Don't worry, Amuto. I'll make sure I stay safe. I nod once firmly. Good. I kinda liked June even with all of his attitude and obvious hot-headedness. Like I said, he seemed to have a rough life, and he was taking care of his kid sister. I could respect that. No, I did respect that. Whatever happened with my gamer skills and stuff, I would remember June's efforts. With that, I got dressed into some clean clothes and crashed into bed. Blade's skill leveled up. I wasn't breathing too heavily when I finally got the alert that afternoon. After waking up, I went back to it. I hadn't quite reached reflex level 2. But it was getting close. But instantly I knew. I had been holding my knife like a gonk. I was more likely to lose my knife in a stab than actually shank someone. My grip shifted, my body adjusted, and this time when I made a stab it was fast and smooth. I grinned as I felt how much smoother I was. Yeah, that was cool. I rose back up, adjusted the grip on my knife as if I had been doing it for years and placed the knife on the table next to the handgun. There was just one more problem. I really need a sheath and a holster. I grumbled. The gun and knife had been handed over bare. How was I supposed to walk around with my weapons on me without any kind of holder? Stupid Onii-chan. I joked to myself, sounding like every anime little sister ever for a moment. I stopped for a moment, remembering that Cyberpunk Edge Runners was an anime. I guess that means I can make anime real. I whispered to the room before bursting into giggles at the stupidity of that meme. Oh man. I need to get out more. I'm breaking down at my own jokes. I told myself as I decided to check out the market. Maybe I could find somebody with something that I could use. Getting dressed in my outdoor clothes, once again I put the knife in my jacket pocket, although I winced at how it felt like it was going to cut something, before sliding my now loaded gun into the back of my pants. It might be a stupid place to put it, but it was probably the safest place for now. With that, I wandered down the stairs through the lobby and took a right, turning towards the Cherry Blossom Market. I still felt weak, but not because I was exactly. More because when I walked past a guy that was 8 feet tall and probably weighed in at a ton of chrome, it made me realize how easy it would be to get killed here. No wonder people are terrified of cyber psychos. Suddenly I am too. I shook it off and headed into the market, smiling at all the little stalls full of random junk. I didn't end up stopping to talk to anybody as I walked around, just enjoying the sights even if nothing I saw was what I was looking for. Eventually I came across a little shop with a woman that looked partially familiar. As I watched trying to piece it together, I noticed her turn and start working on a radio. Something twigged. I think she was part of a quest or something? Huh. How weird. To see a person where before I had seen a video game character. Can I help you? She finally asked, suddenly turning to look at me, and I realized I had been staring for a while. Sorry, no I was. I guess you looked familiar for a moment and I was trying to figure out why. It's nothing, you just remind me of someone else I met. Huh. Well, do you need work done? No. Not at the moment anyways. You wouldn't happen to have a gun or knife holster? I asked quietly after all I had gone through the whole shop and hadn't seen a damn thing. Not something I deal with. I just do repairs. If you want something like that, you would need to find a gun store. They would have what you need. She answered with a shrug. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Is there a gun store around here? My question must have been super weird because she actually looked up from her radio that she had turned to look me over. What's your deal? I can see you have some implants. Your eyes aren't natural at least. So what's the problem? Don't know what you mean? A bit slow, ain't ya? Check your map. You have the cyberware for it. Get outta here, girl. You're wiggling me out. I don't want to know if you are just an odd one or a cyber psycho waiting to happen. She said a bit brusquely. I blinked. Wow, that was pretty rude. Sure. I offer walking back home for now. My trip to the market was a bust, but at least I had some new info. That and something to see if I could figure it out. I didn't have a map in my list of options on my implants HUD. At least I didn't see one. Ugh, these stupid eye things. I had no idea how they worked. It was like moving my eyes wrong would close everything, or just spin the whole HUD, making it useless. I felt like one of those old people always complaining about losing their program when they just minimized the damn window. I really needed to get a primer on my cyberware. You think I would have by now, but it's not like the internet worked the same way here. I couldn't just connect to Google and ask. Plus June hadn't quite understood my questions either. It was so natural to use for people here, that he didn't understand my confusion. Stupid Onii-chan. I grumbled all the way home as I flopped onto the couch and started to once more pull up the HUD system. It was so weird. How was I supposed to know that flicking my eyes upwards very fast would alter the HUD's location? But flicking my eyes slowly would just scroll through the list. Seriously, I kept causing my HUD to flip going from the right side of my peripheral sight to my left. Whoever designed this equipment needed to be shot. No wait, calm down Motoko, that is how you go cyber psycho, but it would feel pretty good. Eventually the woman was right. I was able to find a map icon. It just wasn't on my HUD's drop down along the sides, it was an actual icon like a damn desktop icon. I hadn't seen it, because it was on the other side of my periphery whenever I was using the drop down. Thankfully it was lonely, the only other program installed from what I could see. I remember June saying they had reinstalled most of my cyberware while I was in the coma, so whatever extras old Motoko had installed must have been reset. I guess that was good. I would hate to find out if people stored porn on their optic systems. Shaking that thought out, I hit the map and had to blink as a 3D-style map was now the center of my attention. With a grin I started trying to move through it only to realize I couldn't use my hands on this either. Stupid design. I grumbled but slowly poked at it with my eyes until I got it moving around a bit. It reminded me of the map from the game, which basically meant it was useless. Any part of the interior city was too cluttered to get any use out of it, but it did have an icon system for the big things. I was able to search for Ripper docks in the area, and to my surprise, there were actually two. There was the one in Jig Jig Street which was that creepy asshole. But there was one just outside of Cherry Blossom Market too. I blinked. I had been pretty close to it on my walks. It was just across the street from the little food market I tended to get a snack from. I would check that out and see if I could get a cyberware primer. Then I did a search for gun stores. Unfortunately the nearest one was a few blocks away. Definitely in walking distance, but it would still be a trip. I would have to prepare. Turns out I could actually set waypoints like in the game. I mean I doubted they could ever work like in the games where the quests would auto-update and the like, but if I had an address I could set it up so my implant would give me directions. Basically just cyberware GPS. So after a bit of exercise I suited up again with my weapons ready and started walking to the gun store. I headed straight out from my apartment across the street. The first time I had done that in the city. I made extra sure I was checking each way even with the crosswalk telling me to walk. I didn't trust Night City residents not to run me over. Then I had a few blocks to walk almost a straight shot as I wandered down a sort of shopping district, lots of little shops on either side of the long street. I even saw a clothes shop on the other side of the road that I might want to take a look at. It had a very Asian feel to it. Might find something cool. At the very end of the street I crossed the way and found the gun shop. Sliding inside I hesitated a bit. This place was full of weaponry and the fact the owner was standing behind reinforced glass with a weapon that looked strong enough to shoot back through the glass at the ready made me a little nervous. But I wasn't here to cause trouble. Since he wasn't dealing with anyone I walked up. I'm looking for a holster for a unity, and a sheath for a knife. I told him after he gave me a nod acknowledging my presence. Got the knife on you? I nod gently pulling it out making sure it was a slow motion. Didn't want to get shot by automated turrets or whatever other security this guy had. Might have something that will fit. Gimme a sec. He called turning away to go wander around the back room he had, only to return again in about 30 seconds. 2 pieces of metal and cloth in his hands. Holster for a unity and a sheath. Should fit the knife. Let me check. He demanded waving at me to push the knife through the gap under the glass. I did so and he slipped it into the sheath adjusting the sheath for a moment or two before nodding and showing me how it fit snug. $50 eddies. I winced, that was a majority of the eddies that June had left me. I didn't end up spending much on food since June kept bringing home his gross burritos every night, but I did need this. It wasn't safe to keep the gun in my waistband, or the knife in my pocket. Alright. I agreed, sending him the money before he slipped both items back through the glass. I spent a moment getting everything situated. The gun holster was actually meant to go in the small of my back, which the shop owner told me after I was trying to figure out how to get the weird clip to attach to the side of my belt. It left the gun in easy reach behind me instead, which would take a little getting used to. My jacket was definitely not long enough to hide it. But I guess in this city that was a good thing? The knife went onto my left hip. That way I could draw my gun with my right hand, and my knife with my left. Satisfied I threw the owner a thumbs up which he simply gave me a nod at as I headed out. As I stepped out I noticed that I felt better. The whole city was now seemingly there in front of me, and here I was a lot more protected and now visibly armed. I wasn't just a civilian open to any gangbanger to mess with. I was dangerous in my own right. It made the city in front of me look different. Look. Well, curiosity had killed plenty of cats. I decided to head back towards home, but stop at the Ripper dock. I really needed to find out more about my cyberware. Stepping inside a Ripper dock was an odd experience. The shop had a little office at the front that felt like I just entered a dentist. Can I help you? The receptionist asked, looking me over. Yeah, I need some information, rather than a Ripper exactly. Do you have a primer or instructions on use for optical cyberware? The receptionist seemed to blink confused at my question. I'm not sure I understand. She offered and I sighed. Seriously, what is it with these people and not understanding? I don't know how to use everything on these. I offer, pointing to my eyes. I need some instructions, or a how-to. Or something. I mumbled, waving my hands a bit at how annoying this was. The receptionist took a moment before I could see her lips twitching a bit. When she spoke next, I could tell she is holding back laughter. We don't have anything like that. That is something that is handed out to children. She chuckled. Did you never get chipped as a kid? The receptionist asked, but I knew she wasn't really wondering. She was just being a bitch. Listen, if you don't have it, I'm outta here. Have a nice day. I snarked back at her, and was just about turned around when a gravely voice called out. A moment. I stilled because the woman that I was looking at had twigged me about where I was. I remember this shop. The old Asian lady that was the Ripper here looked like she got into a fight with a bear. Her face was a little scarred up. She was the lady that had a cyber psycho go off on her on the operating table. I remembered her little dialogue blurb in the game. Come on in, girl. I can help. She spoke, ignoring her receptionist, who looked like she realized she might have gone a bit overboard. Bitch. I entered into the doc's office, scoping out the many guns set up next to her chair. It's rare to see a girl as old as you not know how to use her cyberware. Yeah, well, I hesitated, but fuck it. Amnesia will do that to a person. Got picked up by some scavs apparently. They clept a bunch of my chrome. I was rescued but in a coma for a year. When I wake up, I don't remember anything. I mean, other than how to talk and stuff. Still getting used to my cyberware again. At least trying to. It keeps moving around on me. Ah, you were rechipped after the scavs? Yeah. You are still in user setup mode. She said, simply waving me over as she took a long drag on a cigarette she was holding in her chrome hand. Come sit. I'll show you how to get everything set up to your liking. Oh, thanks. I said, taking a seat, and a few moments later the woman was walking me through how to actually set up my HUD interface. Most people don't remember how to do this. They set it up as children with their first Ripper and never have to do it again. Can't tell you how many frustrated adults I've had to deal with after they had a complete reset of their Chrome, or lost their Chrome like you. She tells me as I am adjusting a few settings after finally finding the damn settings menu. What is this crap? I had to do a fucking Konami cheat code to get it to pop up. Look up, down, left, right in a circle, faster circle. Reverse that circle and then close and open your eyes. What a load of shit. Anyway. With that, the full HUD was revealed to me, covering my eyes and letting me adjust where everything was to my liking. It would also mean my stuff would stop moving around on accident with the wrong eye twitch. It would be locked, letting me more easily access everything. I had literally been stuck in set up your HUD mode, which is why stuff kept shifting constantly. Piece of shit. Finally done, I blinked my eyes, now able to see everything again, and after a moment able to access my HUD including my gamer options with almost startling ease. I literally sighed in relief, feeling my stress drop. Thanks, document. Sure. Come by when you want to get some more Chrome. I get the feeling I'll be seeing you again. She tells me with a nod before shooing me out. I hurry away, almost feeling like skipping as I ignore the receptionist and head out onto the street. I exhaled in relief. I actually felt like a person that belonged now. Time to grab some yummy street vendor food and go home. Oh wait. I was broke. Damn it. I pouted all the way home. 12, 13, 14. I grunted, doing push-ups. I was so close to body 3. Push-ups were hard. They hurt, and I struggled even past a few of them, but it wasn't like I had to worry about the pain after taking a nap, so there was a certain urge to just keep pushing in me. Home. June called out as the door opened once more, his favorite burritos in his hand. I really need to talk to him about diversifying his diet. Welcome home, June. I called out as I finished another push-up before flopping onto the floor with a grunt. I really needed to clean up the apartment a bit. It was gross down here. I grunted as I rolled up to my feet. Hey, what's that? He asked, suddenly pointing towards the holster I was wearing in the small of my back. I was trying to get used to wearing it, so I was going through most of the exercises while keeping it on. Holster. Went out to get it today. Wanted to be able to keep the gun on me while out in the city. You shouldn't be out there at all. It's dangerous. You still don't know anything. He practically growled at me. I can't stay inside forever, Jun-ni. I can't even stay cooped up for much longer. I tell him with a sigh. He growled, seemingly wanting to argue that I definitely could, but to my surprise he kept himself from snapping and instead flopped onto the couch with a groan as he stared up at the ceiling for a moment. You always gotta be difficult. You just got out of the hospital. Out of a coma. You don't even know anything. I know. But I won't learn by hiding in the apartment until the outside comes in and drags me out. I have to learn, do. I tell him, which he grunts out, sounding displeased. Yeah, maybe. He grumbles, but instead of arguing further he grabs his burrito. That holster can't have been cheap. 50 eddies, for the knife sheath and the holster. I tell him, and he chokes a bit on his burrito. 50? He sighed. Expensive. Probably worth that much, but we could have found something a lot cheaper. He chides me. Oh. Sorry. I mutter, realizing I probably had rushed ahead without actually bringing up the issue with June. I had just decided to take care of the problem myself. Gamer brain. I realized. I had thought of it like a quest almost. No, it's fine. Should have realized you would want something to hold them. Guess I was. He trails off, going from sounding annoyed to tired. Guess I was trying to keep you inside longer. My bad. I think we are all just a little bit afraid, Jun-ni. You are afraid for me. And I'm a bit afraid in general. So thanks. For worrying about me. I offer instead as I settle on the couch and decide to do something I hadn't really done yet. I initiated a hug. He relaxed and returned the hug for a minute before seeming to have enough and pushing me off as he thrust a burrito in my face. Eat. Ugh, hi. I groaned but devoured my burrito. Now that I had a holster and sheath, I needed to get used to drawing from them. It was different. The back holster wasn't something I had ever used before, but it was natural after a bit of practice, and I had to admit, the holster itself made the practice a lot more effective. That, and I was getting reflex XP a lot more consistently, as I kept practicing the draw. 100 reflex XP gained. I nodded, pleased. While I wasn't gaining handguns XP, at least I was getting something out of it. Finally, after practicing my draw for a lot longer than I wanted to, I got the alert. Reflex leveled up. I sighed in pleasure at the alert. Finally, I could train my handguns and blade skill again now. I stretched a bit. My right arm was getting a little tired, so I decided instead to switch to something else for a bit. I settled and started training squats. I would be ready for whenever something crazy happened. I wasn't just expecting it. I knew it would happen. June was in a gang. He would eventually run into trouble, and I was a cute young girl. Someone would make trouble for me eventually. When they did, they would get a knife in the kidneys and a bullet to the head. At least that was the plan. Gotta keep improving, gotta make sure I'm safe. Ringing. I stumbled during my squat, nearly falling on my ass as I looked around for a phone, only to realize the noise was coming from my head. Unknown number? I shrugged. Hitting accept. Hello? Moto. You really are alive. I ran into your cute brother today at a meeting and he let slip that you were awake. I can't believe he didn't tell anyone until now. And you didn't call me? Your best chum? Your sister. The girl's voice squealed into my ear and I quickly messed with the settings to lower the volume a bit. Oh. It wasn't my ear, but it still kinda hurt. Hello? It. Jun-chan wasn't kidding. You really do have amnesia. I can't believe that's an actual thing. She sounded shocked before her voice picked up. Forget that. I'm coming over. Jun-chan refused to let us see you in the hospital, but I have to see this. Bye-bye. The call ended. That is my best friend? I asked, a little disturbed. She seems way too high energy for me. I barely got a word in. I groaned as I stood back up. If someone was coming over, I should probably clean up a bit. I was sweaty from my exercise. I was just throwing a hidden burrito wrapper hidden in a dark corner into the trash when the door burst open. Seriously, did nobody knock? Motokayan. I was suddenly pulled into a hug by a shorter girl as she grappled onto me. Honestly, all I could see was neon green hair because she had an actual full-sized mohawk and it was basically bashing me in the face. It was full of so much hairspray, or whatever these people use to make their mohawks in the future. Um, hello? Really, what else was I supposed to say? I didn't know this crazy girl. Oh girl, wow, you are different. She said, pushing me away to look up at me. Her face was chrome and neon. I thought. Her cheeks were chrome, with neon etching on the chrome making her look like she had cat whiskers made of green neon. Was she trying to be a cat, or something else? Because mohawks don't really register cat to me. Wow, look at you. You look so standard. Has June not taken you out to get chipped, or at least a haircut? Your hair is so long. I blinked. My hair had been down to my shoulder blades when I woke up. The nurses had cut it, while I was in the coma, but more just chopping it down. I had mostly just been throwing it into a ponytail. Is that bad? Not for me. I like my hawk, but you usually keep it a lot shorter, girl. Did I? Geez. It's so weird. Here. This is what we used to run around looking like. She said, and her eyes shifted color before I got a text including a picture. I blinked because this was the first time I had seen a picture of myself from before. Motoko was a street gang wannabe for sure. I noticed instantly how different we looked. She had been a lot more chrome than I was. I hadn't thought I had lost that much to the scavs. Since I had been rescued, I thought I just had my standard eye system lost. But no, she used to have a lot of chrome on her face like this girl. Oh, what's your name? I asked. And that caused the girl's jaw to drop. Oh. She seemed a little hurt for a moment before shaking it off. I'm your bestie Hiromi. She offered, acting cute and throwing her fingers against her cheeks. I just nodded and swiftly added her number into my system. There, I added your number. I told her, which did earn me an actual smile. Good. Now come on, let's get out of here. Everyone will want to see you are still alive. Everyone? I asked as I resisted her suddenly tugging on my arm as she attempted to drag me out of the apartment. Unfortunately, it was obvious she was stronger than I was, and I was dragged out the door, barely given enough time to grab my shoes as she wasn't listening to my arguments. This girl was definitely a force of nature. Then she dragged me out the front of the apartment and I did everything I could to stop her. You have to be kidding. I argued instantly, but it was no use. What? Come on, you've ridden bitch on my bike plenty of times before. Get on. She argued as she finally let me go to hop onto a motorcycle. I knew this bike. It was a Yaiba Kusanagi. The coolest motorcycle in the game in my opinion, but of course she drove the goofy high-backed version that made a sleek killer bike look like something stupid. More importantly, I was 14 and Hiromi was definitely the same age. Also crazy. I didn't trust her to drive me anywhere. Not a chance. Is it close enough to walk? I could use the XEEE. I squealed as she hopped off the bike long enough to drag me the rest of the way and practically push me onto the bike before hopping on and starting the engine. Literally starting to peel out despite me only sitting side saddle. Hire my thigh. I screamed as she cackled, driving out onto the street and slowing at a light before turning to me. Better get situated, Toko, we are going. While the idea of jumping off and making a run for it ran through my head, the light was already changing and I quickly settled behind her, gripping her around the waist tightly so I wouldn't fall off as she started driving. I was wrong, she wasn't a crazy driver. She was a cyber psycho driver. I kept my eyes closed for most of the drive as she swung through traffic, driving in between people and cursing and flipping off anyone that honked or got in her way. This is how I die. Crying like a bitch on the back of a motorcycle. Of course it didn't happen, other than constantly forcing other cars and vehicles to swerve to avoid hitting her. We made it to wherever she was taking me. I shivered as we drove down deeper into the city. Kabuki? I muttered, noticing the signs after I decided to be brave enough to open my eyes. Yeah. We are going to Ho-Oh. It's a tiger claw hangout. I guess you forgot all about it, huh? Well, it's great. Everyone will be glad to see you. I just blinked. Ho-Oh. Why was that name familiar? Other than the obvious Pokemon reference. Hiromi slowed, pulling down a small street and then slowing to drive around a pair of barricades that blocked off a small side street. She slipped right through them and then drove through to a small open area full of tiger claw-style cars and bikes. And a club. I was twigging pretty hard. I had definitely been here before in the game. I just couldn't remember why. Come on. Hiromi called as she already slipped off the bike and was urging me to follow. I took a deep breath and slipped off the bike. I wasn't feeling very confident right now. I didn't like this at all. I didn't know any of these people, but some might know me. Worse? I didn't exactly fit in. Sure, I had on my tiger claw jacket, but the rest of me was more normal. I didn't have neon or tattoos or anything that would show I was meant to be here. Plus I didn't really like bars. I followed after Hiromi, who burst into the bar. I'm back, hack. And guess what bad bitch is back among us? Back from the dead. I grimaced. I was pretty sure I never died. I stepped in and interest in me was pretty light. Hiromi of course was chattering away like everyone was cheering and happy to see both of us. But I realized the truth. We were 14. Most of the people in the bar were a lot older, fully tiger clawed out, and had no interest in a bunch of noisy kids. I gave an apologetic bow to those that were glaring before hurrying over to Hiromi. Maybe less shouting. I urged her as I tangled my arm with hers, pulling her away from a brewing argument with an older guy that was complaining at her for yelling so loud. She scoffed at him, threw him a finger but let me pull her away, and then instantly turned it on me, tugging me towards a corner where I noticed younger teens were hanging out. They were all dressed up like gangers, but I could only see them as wannabes. I realized that is probably what they were. Future chaff for the gang. If any of the real tiger claws needed something done, they could go grab a kid and have them do it. Huh. Made sense, I guess. Yo yo yo. Look who's back. Hiromi called out here instead and actually got some interest as I was tugged toward the back table. Hey wait, is that Motoko? Wait, you're right. The teens called out in surprise at my appearance. Thought you got flatlined? No, just a coma. I told them as Hiromi pushed me into a seat. She also got amnesia like on the TV. Can't remember anything. She didn't even know me. Seriously? That's hilarious. So you don't know who I am? A boy asked, wearing a jacket with tiger stripes and a set of clunky, almost ill-fitting sunglasses. I'm sorry, I don't know. I guess some of us were friends? It's nice to meet you all, again? I answered. Amnesia made it a little confusing. Pfft. This is great. Hey, you really don't remember? You owe me $20 eddies, you know? Fuck off, Malcolm. She doesn't owe you shit. Another spoke up, punching the boy in the shoulder, earning a yelp from him. She doesn't remember shit, huh? That's rough. The boy offered. He seemed the best dressed of the group. Everything seemed to actually fit him, unlike most of the others. I'm Ichi, short for Ichinos. We've run together since we were kids. Bit wild you don't remember. Anyway, Malcolm is cool, just don't listen to anything he says. Ever. Fuck you, chum. You already know Hiromi, our crazy bitch. You know it. Hiromi called out as she grabbed a drink from the table and downed it, uncaring at the yelp from Malcolm as it had been his drink. And that is Dash. I can introduce myself, Ichi. Omida, we never met. I joined this crew about 3 months ago. He offered. The boy was larger, but not from muscle. He was just a bit fatter than most of the others. He also had a net wreath on his head. And a case that I recognized as a net deck. Mostly because I had seen one while channel surfing. The massive thing was old, massive and banged up, but it was a Netrunner kit. Nice to meet you. I offered simply, which he returned with a nod. Nice to see you all too? Heh. Look at this Ichi. Our hellion Motoko is all demure and sweet now. Hiromi mock cried as she pulled me into a side hug. Next thing you know, she is going to start talking about becoming a corpo and working in an office. That earned a chuckle from everyone, but I shook my head. Probably not. I don't think I would fit into an office well. I've heard about how cutthroat the politics are in those places. Huh. Only got a few memories left, but still remembers how fucked up corpos are. At least you got some sense. Hiromi tells me with a laugh. Everyone settled in then and started swapping some stories about me from before. Apparently Motoko really was a hellion, the kind of girl that was fully on board with committing any crime to get her way and fully on board the Tiger Claws. I had actually been the one to drag Hiromi into the Tiger Claws orbit. Before, she had been a girl that kept her head down. Go figure. Learning a bit about me was nice. Even if I refused the drinks. Instead, just grabbing some weird carbonated drink from the vending machines in the back of the club. I snorted into my drink in the middle of Malcolm talking about him klepping a Rayfield Caliban with a tech jack he had klepped from a techie he had done a job for, only to have to bail on the car and run for his life from a kill team of Arasaka ninjas come to kill him. No one around the table believed him for an instant, and I had to assure Hiromi I realized he was lying, as well as she had started looking at me worriedly once he started the story. That is a new face. A voice called out from behind me, and instantly I saw Ichi stand from his seat and offer a bow. Shobo-sama. This is Motoko, an old face actually. She just got out of the hospital. He offered, and I turned. The man was wearing a white suit and a purple bow tie. I didn't recognize him though. So I relaxed. Nice to meet you. I offered with a small bow of my own from where I sat. Humph? I don't recall, Ichi. I have some work for you. Come along. He demanded and turned to walk away, Ichi urgently slipping out from behind Malcolm to hurry after learning Hiromi grumbling. I know it's important to help out Shobo-sama and all, but it always annoys me that he only wants to use Ichi. We can all work, you know? She offered before sighing and leaning back. Alright, I guess we should head out. I better take Motoko home before Jun-chan comes and kills me. Hell no. I tell her instantly, pushing at her face as she moved to stand up. You are drunk. You've been drinking for the last 3 hours. What? I drive better drunk. Somehow I don't believe you. Keys. I demand from her holding out my hand. What? I'm not giving you my shard key. I drive just fine drunk you gonk. Pfft. Hiromi started laughing at me as I rolled my eyes. You aren't driving until you sober up. I tell her firmly. Not letting you kill yourself in an accident. I said firmly no give whatsoever. Something about what I said though made her start smiling. Fine. You can just drive then. She offered with a grin as she pushed into my personal space. You haven't had anything to drink so you are good to drive aren't you? I don't know if I even know how. I informed her calmly, earning a wide smile from Hiromi. Perfect. No time like the present to learn. Come on Motoko. Time to learn to drive. She offered with a drunk grin. I don't feel comfortable with this. I told her as she dragged me out of my chair and towards the front. So driving a motorcycle was kinda. I mean it wasn't that complicated. Mostly thanks to Hiromi practically jumping off the bike wanting to throw hands with anyone that looked at her funny. But I got the hang of it after a few minutes of driving real slow around the block that club was on. More interesting than that. I got a new skill. Driving experience gained. Skill not unlocked, no XP gained. Driving unlocked. The thing was driving wasn't a skill in the game. At all. Which had thrown me off a little. I had been going along with the understanding that my system was Cyberpunk 2077. But if driving existed and to my pleasure it existed under the reflex stat, then what other skills could I try and pick up? Testing would be required. I pulled into the parking garage for the apartment parking the bike with a sigh. Not too bad. You drive like an old granny. Hiromi offered behind me as she laughed and hopped off the bike. You drive like a drunk. Even when you aren't drunk. Which is why I drive better drunk. No one drives better drunk you gonk. I sigh and then have to quickly grab her and pull her away as she made a move to get back on the bike. Whoa whoa whoa. What are you doing? Going home? Not a chance. I hissed. You are drunk and you aren't driving around on a motorcycle. Come on you can crash at my place. A sleepover? We haven't done that in ages. How cute. I threw her an annoyed look as I walked out of the parking garage and across the street to the apartment. We rode the elevator up with Hiromi chattering away about nothing in my ear. June thankfully was home when I got there. Thought Hiromi would be the one to drag you out. Make sure you call when you are going to be gone so long next time. He ordered instantly as I walked in which I threw him a thumbs up. That was fair. Hiromi is going to crash here tonight. She got drunk and I won't let her drive home. June gave me a weird look. But she drives better drunk. No one drives better drunk. I hissed at him even as Hiromi hooped at June agreeing with her. So she is going to claim the couch dash. Nah, we can share your bed. Hiromi countered, already sauntering past me throwing June a wink. Unless Jun-chan wants to share instead. Nope. He replied instantly shutting her down much to my relief, and to Hiromi's now displeasure as she pouted. Fine. She huffed heading into my bedroom. Sorry Jun-ni. No, it's fine. I'm used to her being around. It feels normal. Did you have fun? Fun? Not exactly, it was nice to meet new people and former friends I guess. But the club wasn't really my thing. He blinked at that. Really? Yeah, alcohol kinda smells bad, and the cigarettes everyone was smoking made the club a little smoky. The music was okay. But that's about it. Huh. Another change I guess. Good. He offered with a nod before I followed after Hiromi who to my surprise was already half naked. Do you want to borrow some clothes? I offered only for her to laugh at me. Just climb in chum. We haven't had a sleepover in forever. I sighed. Doing just that after taking off my jacket and shoes. Sliding in I could smell the alcohol on her breath as she muttered sleepily to me. Eventually she did pass out, and once she was snoozing on my shoulder drooling lightly did I choose to sleep and the timer for how long popped up. The next morning I woke up just like I had been since the hospital feeling great and ready to start my day. Hiromi was not. She grumbled and groaned when I prodded her, so I just covered her in a blanket and left the room to start my morning exercise. After a quick breakfast of hallway vendor burrito. Gross. I got to it. Using the 25% XP sleep buff to my advantage as I ran through my gun draw. Now that reflex had finally leveled up, I needed to get handguns and blades up there to match. An hour later, Hiromi came practically crawling out of my bed with tangled mohawk and tired eyes to see me staring out the window, constantly drawing my gun from my back holster. Damn. She muttered a bit, blinking before walking over and grabbing a drink out of the fridge. At least it wasn't alcoholic. What are you doing? Exercise. I chirped back at her happily as I continued my work. I was definitely getting better at this, but the XP was starting to come in really slowly. There was only so much XP I could grind from drawing my gun and never getting a chance to shoot it. Might have to talk to Jun about that. He did say to bug him about stuff I needed instead of running off and doing it myself. Looks boring. It can be. I offer as I finally decide to switch from gun to blade. Holstering the gun for the last time, I took a moment to stretch out before my left hand went to do the same thing with my knife, drawing to stab. Thankfully I could train blades a lot easier since I didn't have to worry about shooting holes in the wall with it, letting me keep the XP grind coming. I was almost at level 2 blades. You are better with a gun than you were before. You were kinda hopeless, but you are worse with a knife. Hiromi eventually commented as she watched me practice for a minute. Really? I was good with knives? No, but you were good with a katana. You taught me some things after all. She mentioned, which surprised me. I didn't know Hiromi used a katana. She didn't look like she was armed at all, really. I don't carry it around. I'm not part of the tiger claws yet. Some of the men don't like it when people walk around with their weapons. I only use it when I want to show off. Cool. I might have to get one. Oh, right. You don't have your katana anymore. She muttered, looking sad as she thought about it. Was it special? I asked as I continued to work through my stabs. I don't really remember it. It was your mom's. You carried it with you everywhere, used to piss off the gangster claws, but you are generational, so they always had to leave you alone about it. Oh. I guess the scavs took it then. Yeah. Probably hawked it at a drop-off too. Fuckers. I shrug. I'll either find it again, or I won't. Do you have a picture of it, or was it special in any way? No. Sorry. It was a pretty standard Arasaka katana. I doubt you will ever see it again. Or even know it from any other. Damn it. Hiromi cursed, sounding pretty upset about it. Don't stress, chum. I don't even remember it to miss it. I'm just glad I'm alive. The katana is just a katana. Yeah, I guess. She offered. You are the most boring amnesiac I ever met. She said, sounding amused. I'm just exercising. I got out of a coma a few weeks ago, remember? My muscles were all jello. And a knife? The city can be dangerous. I mean, I was kidnapped apparently. I want to be able to protect myself. I'll switch to push-ups and other stuff soon. I told her as I continued drawing and stabbing. I wanted that sweet level up. I grunted as I continued on, my arms tiring, but I was gonna push for the grind. 100 blades XP gained. Blades skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I slowed to a stop. My hand on my knife had grown confident. I knew for a fact I could do all sorts of things with it now. My control and confidence in my knife work had gone up. But what was a perk? Like in the game with the perk tree? I hadn't seen anything like that. I quickly pulled up the stat screen. And my reflex stat was blinking. I clicked it, and then blades was blinking. Clicking that, I saw that I had an option. There was a little icon that revealed a list of perks I could choose from. All had something to do with blades. I read through a few of them. Concealed blade. Letting me better hide a knife on my body to bypass some scrutiny. Parry. To better deflect incoming blades, which I noticed had a grayed out perk below it, and then another one below that. I followed the tree until it came to the end. Bullet deflection. Cool. But I kept reading for now, wanting to know what other options there were. Lots of them looked interesting, but a lot of them were very niche. What I did notice was a perk that actually had some use outside of me fighting with a blade. Ambidextrous, use either hand as competently as the dominant hand. This was a perk that would buff anything, and could be pretty useful since I was training for a knife in my offhand. I decided. Accepting that perk, and a moment later my left hand felt like a wave of cold ran down it, and then as if it was waking up from falling asleep my brain seemed to read the limb as different. I blinked away the stat screen, and with a bit of a knife trick that I felt pretty confident with, I swapped the knife to my main hand and drew my gun with my offhand. It was just as quick as the main hand, even if the holster slowed me down a bit as it was designed for right-hand draw. I shifted using my left hand to aim and adjust, and it all came naturally to me. What are you doing now? Hiromi asked as she lay on the couch, her chin in her hand. I'm ambidextrous. I tell her, sounding a little surprised about it. What? No, you're not. You're a righty. Hiromi says confidently. Maybe I was. But I'm not anymore. I told her, showing how firm I was as I continued playing around with aiming the pistol and knife in concert. Huh. I guess the scavs messed up your brain. I guess that's a good thing? Yeah, it's cool. I tell her, smiling as I once more swapped knife and gun with a showy toss of the knife to switch hands before sheathing and holstering them. You look bored. You done? Not really, but I can take a break. You're my guest right now. Pfft. We are chums. I'm not your guest. But all right. Come on, I want to get some chow. Okay. After a brunch where we sat people watching as we ate, Hiromi finally said she had to get home so her parents wouldn't kill her. We shared a hug and I waved as she drove down the street. I winced. She was still a terrible driver. I went back inside and got back to grinding. Body was close to level 3. If I remember right, that was the starter score for V in the game. If I could reach 3, I would be at a baseline that I knew was fairly competent. Unfortunately, the morning workout didn't push me into level 3 just yet, and I took a break to take a shower and head back outside for a while. I figured doing some aerobic exercise would be a good change, so I decided to start jogging around the block. The massive concrete stairway that led to the level above was used as part of the path. Jogging up the steps to the midpoint before going down on the other side, spit back out on the same side of the block. It was hard, my legs ended up burning, but it was great exercise. Plus, as I jogged, I got another skill. Athletics experience gained. Skill not unlocked, no XP gained. Athletics unlocked. I smiled. That would be super useful. Especially if I ever had to run away. It was also under the body tree. So that was nice. I kept it up. Jogging around the block once before I was too tired to do any more. But I knew I would go take a nap and probably do it again right after. Of course, as I was heading in, I heard a word that stopped me dead. Scavs again. I shifted. That was a word I had been hypersensitive to. Kidnap and try to murder, steal my body once, shame on you. Do it twice, shame on me. I stopped, but the two working class guys were just grumbling. Hey, excuse me? I asked, deciding to interrupt. I walked over to where they were both eating from a vendor. Both guys gave me a suspicious look as I approached. What do you want, kid? If you think we are easy marks, get lost. No, nothing like that. I heard you say scavs. I had a run-in with them a while back, so I trailed off while wiggling my hand. They aren't set up around here or anything, are they? I honestly couldn't help the hint of fear that entered my voice as I spoke. The two men kept a look on me for a moment before the one that said scav to start finally spoke. Not around here, thankfully. I came across a nest while on a job fixing some apartment lights. Over in H2. You are plenty far away from those bastards, girl. H2. Mega building H2. I repeated to myself, nodding. What floor were they on? Both men looked at each other. Listen, kid, I don't want to be responsible for you going off and trying something stupid. Those fuckers are dangerous. I know some tiger claws. Might be worth it to them to hit them scavs, that's all. Not a fan of them. At all. I said, and the guy hesitated a bit before shrugging. Floor 24. A whole side of the building is blocked off by them. They had hooked into the power supply, which is why the lights were failing. But that's all I know. Don't be stupid. Thanks. Really? Thank you. I offer them a bow and turn and start jogging off. H2. Floor 24. The gun in the small of my back felt heavy. Hey Junni. I call out as my brother gets home late that night. Oddly, he usually stays out most of the night. Imoto. He greets me back, checking me over and seeming pleased with the sight. Hey Junni. Is there a place I can go to practice shooting this? I asked, nodding towards my back as I continued to do push-ups on the floor. My question startling June for a moment as he thinks. We can go shooting, yes. We will go tomorrow. Together. I looked up in surprise at his words. Don't you have work? I can take a day off. And since I will be going to shoot, I can tell my boss that I am taking the day for training. He offered with a smile. Looking pleased with himself about his plan. Nova. Thanks Junni. It is what I am here for, he assures me before heading into the room to relax. He really wasn't though. I wanted to say that he didn't have to be completely responsible for me. But I was still like a child, even if I wasn't actually amnesiac. Even if I still knew things, this wasn't my earth. This was Night City. The rules here were different. I mean, I was still working on prices for stuff to make sure I didn't overpay again. I turned back to my push-ups, just a few more, and I should get body 3. Just a few more. The next morning June slept in like normal, and I continued to work out. I went for a jog, to get more athletics XP, with the 25% buff, enjoying the way the numbers kept going up. And finally I got the alert. Body leveled up. I hooped mid-jog as I cheered and danced around. I did it. At body 3, my body was now the equivalent of a bare minimum V. Hell yeah. I wiped the sweat from my brow and took a moment to look over the edge of the street into Cherry Blossom Market. It was pretty with all the trees. I would have to get some actual exercise equipment soon. Or maybe a gym membership. I wonder if the Tiger Claws have some gym that I can go to. Or use. Even if I am super hesitant to be any more connected to a gang than I already was. I kinda hated the gangs. I sighed and turned around. Time to get home. Maybe June would be up? June was awake and eating his breakfast burrito as I wandered in, which I couldn't help but roll my eyes at. Just because the vending machine was right outside our door. June. Morning, June. Morning. He mumbled, still waking up. Good, it gave me time to slip into a shower. After June was ready to go, we wandered out onto the street and then into the parking garage before he walked up to a motorcycle. Another modded Kusanagi, I noted, although it was absolutely covered in stickers and Tiger Claw signs. Come on. He ordered, hopping on, and I sighed. The stupid high back on these always looked dumb. Why mess with the Kusanagi? It was based on Akira's bike. It was already perfect. Sure. I grumbled as I settled in behind June and we were off. Fortunately, he was a better driver than Hiromi. Unfortunately, that wasn't saying much. I kept track of where we were going, but we were heading towards Little China. We stopped at a little gated building deep inside the city and there were plenty of Tiger Claw bikes already waiting. Come on, Toko, don't fall behind. Yep. I agreed, seeing plenty of men and women all wearing Tiger Claw tattoos, and none of them looked gentle. It was as we were walking into the little walled compound that I realized where we were. It was the Tiger Claw dojo. I remember the mission. You had to save a guy in the basement, but the interior was all swords and equipment. Nice. Unfortunately, we didn't walk into the dojo. Instead, walking to the side and entered into what I would have thought was an apartment building of some sort, but we kept going, through dark trash-filled hallways, until June stopped at a certain apartment. Inside the apartment, it was set up like a reception area. The Tiger Claws milling around all looked up at our entrance but relaxed when June headed to the woman sitting behind a set of bulletproof glass. I need an alley and ammunition, he said, and the receptionist took a moment, her eyes glowing before she nodded. Welcome, Mr. Kusanagi. Alley 12 is open for you. You know the rules about ammunition, she said simply, and June nodded, leading me through another door that led to some stairs heading down. Then we entered a shooting range. All of it set up for the Tiger Claws, as every person inside besides me was a member. Underground secret shooting range? Cool. June led me through, but I was definitely getting some looks as he led me to our stall, which already had 2 boxes of ammunition sitting on the floor, and after June checked them he went back to an alcove along the wall and grabbed a different box. Load up, he shouted over the sounds of gunfire, and I nodded. I guess hearing protection wasn't really a concern in the future. I only had the single magazine for my Unity, which was already loaded, but June pulled out his own Unity, I noticed, and dropped a quartet of extra magazines onto the table. June quickly split 2 from the number and pushed them to me as I smiled at him. And then he just started firing. I watched for a minute as he emptied his magazine, hitting pretty often, although his aim wasn't super great. Well, get to it, he called out, and I realized I had just been watching when I should be shooting. Grinning, I closed my eyes for a moment, putting my Unity back into my holster. Then I opened my eyes, whipped a hand behind me, grabbed my Unity and drew it just like I had been training. 3 rounds went downrange, which instantly got me an alert. 100 handguns XP gained. Which was awesome. That had been an instant XP boost. I continued doing the same thing. Standing straight and putting my handgun into my holster before quick drawing it and sending a few rounds downrange. Pleased that with the new complexity of actually aiming and firing, I was getting more reflex XP too. June, though, was just firing downrange mechanically. He was definitely more accurate than I was, but I think when it really came down to it, my muscle memory would be more useful than his rigid quick shots. June, don't forget to practice your draw fire as well, I called out over the din while I was switching to a new magazine, and he seemed to take what I said for a moment before rolling his eyes. But he did practice it a few times and his accuracy sharply declined. Well, that is what happens when you actually have to draw a gun and fire it in a hurry. Still, I was very happy, because XP was rolling in, and very soon I got another alert. Handgun skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I barely managed to keep myself from cheering. Another perk point. I guess I got one whenever I leveled a skill to 2. I took a moment while reloading my magazines to check the options. I was right. All of the perks this time had something to do with handguns. Most of them were pretty expected. Fast reload. Quick draw. That sort of thing, but there were a bunch more. The options were pretty huge, although 99% of them were grayed out needing higher stats, a prerequisite perk, some even needing perks from other perk trees. Handgun design needed a perk from crafting skill tree, for example. While it was all neat, I picked quick draw. I was already training it, and honestly, in a gunfight, getting your gun out and shooting faster than the other guy is a big thing. The moment I took it, I felt that same feeling, as if I simply knew how to do what I had been doing better. This time, when I finished reloading the magazine and slotted it into the pistol, when I slipped the gun back into its holster, I knew exactly how to do it. No more guessing or just practicing ineffectually. No, this time, when I opened my eyes, my hand and body simply moved without conscious thought. Habit ingrained through the system. And 3 rounds shot off in just a second, all 3 hitting my target within just a heartbeat. June didn't notice, but that was okay. Because as I got an alert for reflex XP, I smiled and simply did it again and again. My accuracy wasn't perfect, but the fact I was drawing my gun and firing so fast was its own reward. A junkie or scav trying to take me for some cyberware would find a gun pressed against their throat in a heartbeat. I smiled at the idea. Kid. A voice called out from behind us, and June and I both turned, seeing an older man grizzled and graying in his 5 o'clock shadow. Yes, we both asked at the same time, but the guy was looking to June. Who's the girl? The old man demanded as June looked from me to him. Little sister. June called out loud enough to be heard over the gunshots, and the man looked pleased. Girl. You know how to fire anything else? He asked, and I shrugged. I mean, handguns should go for anything that is a handgun, but I didn't know what this guy was talking about. A second. He demanded, turned and wandered out to a back room that I hadn't noticed. When he came back out a few moments later, he was carrying a submachine gun. You ever shot one of these? He demanded, and I shook my head. Go on then. He ordered, handing it over along with a few magazines, which he handed to June after a moment. I shrugged. Took a look over the gun, finding the safety. I aimed it down the alley, flipped the safety and pulled the trigger. A few seconds later I adjusted myself, because for a submachine gun it kicked like a mule, and fired again. Huh. I heard him grunt from behind me, sounding unimpressed. As he noticed, my grouping was terrible. Assault experience gained. Skill not unlocked, no XP gained. Assault unlocked. I nodded. Assault was the tree for rifles and submachine guns. Not sure why it wasn't split, but whatever. I still had more in the mag, and so I continued to feel the gun out, aiming small groupings, single shot and a few bursts, grabbing the mags from June as I went. This was another skill after all, and another skill under reflex. So slowly, between the consistent alerts about the assault skill, reflex was getting buffed up. It was certainly a lot faster than body had. I ignored the man. Not sure what his game was, but I was going to milk this for all it is worth. I finished the 3rd magazine, and I felt how close I was. I turned and grabbed the ammo box, swiftly filling up a magazine and funnily getting a bit of reflex XP from how fast I was doing it. Then I grabbed the submachine gun, reloaded and fired again. Assault skill level up. I blinked. That was what I was waiting for. Yeah, that was the good shit. I stopped shifting my body, holding myself differently to adjust for the kickback. Cradling the stock against a different part of my shoulder and holding the trigger differently on my finger. This time my rounds zipped out, and while I still wasn't where I wanted to be, I was hitting consistently, and my grouping was much tighter. I finished up the magazine, pleased I was able to get another XP alert, before I stopped. Thanks, that was fun. I told him, and the old man was looking between me and the electronic targets with an interested look in his eye. You never shot something like that before? He demanded, but it wasn't a question. Not really. No, I only shot my pistol for the first time here. I tell him. He huffed a laugh. You have a killer's draw with that pistol. I've never seen a kid with a draw like that before. He turned to June. Bring her around more often. She has talent. He says, taking the submachine gun and the magazines back after and heading back into the room he had disappeared into. What was that? June asked after a moment and I shrugged. I honestly didn't know either. I guess he noticed how fast my quick draw was? I shrugged. It didn't matter. We still had more ammo in the boxes and I wanted to make sure I milked every experience point I could out of this. I settled back in to quick draw my pistol and this time June actually noticed just how fast it was. How are you doing that? He demanded of me, looking shocked at the sight. Oh, you have to sorta do this? I offered, slowing my draw to show the motion. I ended up spending the next hour helping June with his quick draw, walking him through on how to improve his own. The perk had given me a pretty comprehensive knowledge of what to do to improve at it. Sure, I didn't get to practice anymore, which sucked, but June got a lot quicker with his, and so I figured that was a fair trade. I needed to make sure June stayed alive in Night City too after all. Afterwards June drove us both home, although he was quiet all the way out of the gun range and back home. We pulled up inside and after I washed my hands off from the gunpowder smell I noticed he was still being quiet. You okay, June? You never used guns before. You were hopeless at them. He said eventually from where he was sitting back on the couch fully splayed out. How did you know how to quick draw like that? Don't know? Made sense, I guess. I've been practicing for a while. It's only been what, a week since I gave you the gun? I shrugged. I don't remember, days blur together when you exercise for a few hours before going to sleep to recover. Is that bad? I asked, and he seemed to actually think about that for a moment. No. It makes you safer. You are a different person. It made me realize that the Motoko that I knew. She doesn't exist anymore. I have to learn about this Motoko. I flinched back at that. I knew I would be different from street kid Motoko, but yikes, that was pretty harsh. I'm sorry. You didn't do anything. Don't be sorry, Toko, you survived. That is all I ever wanted. He said, rising up from his slouch to pull me into a hug. Finding you like that was the scariest moment in my life. I nodded and hugged him back, but my mind was just focused on what he just said. June had been the one to rescue me from the scavs? What had really happened that day? I knew from the games most people weren't rescued from scavs. Most people were just chopped up and killed. Bright and early the next day I went out for a run, athletics boy. I grinned as I jogged up and down the concrete stairs around the block. While I still wasn't great, I could jog for a lot more than I could have before. Meaning my athletics XP kept dinging in. Athletics skill level up. I smiled as I hit level 1 with athletics. It did seem to take longer than some of the other skills, but then again I wasn't really doing anything crazy, just jogging around a block and up and down some stairs. I continued, but it was on the last quarter of the route when it happened. A gunshot rang out practically on top of me and I dropped to the ground, rolling into the sheltered entrance to a shop that was unfortunately closed. I wanted to curse, but making noise was asking for attention. I kept myself low, handgun in my hand, as I waited for something to happen. Slowly I heard more shouting and aggressive calls from the alleyway. The damn alleyway that I had to walk past to get home. I couldn't even turn around because the alleyway had another exit on the north side of the block that I would have to walk past. I waited for a while, slowly peeking out from the edge of the shop to see if something would happen. Just shouting for a while, and then it quieted down. Slowly I crept out. Which was stupid. I knew it was stupid, but I did it anyways. I slowly crept out to the edge of the alley and peeked over for just a second, before doing it more slowly. Nothing. I breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever was happening, it was happening deeper in the alley. I felt my hands sweat. Do I go help? From the noise, someone had been shot. No. I'm not a hero, and I'm not a cop. And I had nothing to really protect myself with. Who knows how many people there were? So instead I decided to sneak past the alley and get home. If I made it back to the apartment I would be safe and this craziness would be on the outside. But just as I started to slide out from along the edge of the alley I saw it, someone walking around the corner. I dropped hiding behind some trash and the edge of the alley and just prayed it was enough. Through the slats of an old pallet that I was hiding behind I noticed that the woman checking the alley had a fucking machine gun held at her waist. I swallowed and kept motionless, pretending to not be there as she checked the alleyway before turning and heading back in. A fucking machine gun. Once she was gone I rose slowly and snuck my way across the alleyway entrance before hurriedly but as quietly as I could getting back to the apartment. As I finally felt the door shut behind me, safe behind the apartment door and the security gate, I feel like I could breathe again. I exhaled and shook, setting my pistol on the living room table and just sitting down for a while with my head on my knees. Turns out I got something besides nightmares that thankfully I couldn't experience anymore out of the situation. I hadn't noticed because I was freaking out, but I got a new skill. Ninjutsu experience gained. Skill not unlocked, no XP gained. Ninjutsu unlocked. Honestly, I wish I had thought about training stealth before this. It was powerful. A truly powerful skill. And something I was going to have to figure out a way to level because I liked the idea of not being seen by gonks wanting to kill me. There was a problem though. Okay, I can level ninjutsu through stealth training. But how do I level cool? I mean, cool? What kind of stat was fucking cool? I grumbled about it as I rested on the couch feeling a little wrung out after everything. I guess. Well, I could level reflex by training the sub-skills, so I guess for now I would just train stealth and hope I would figure out a good way to level cool later. I shrugged. It was as good a plan as any. I mean, the only other skill tree that I knew was under cool. In the game it was called Cold Blood. Which? I could guess how I leveled that one. Murder. I guess Cyberpunk and this gamer system was trying to tell me murder was cool. Right. I shrugged and decided to take the matter into my own hands. Stealth, huh? Well, I had level 1 cool. So I might as well get stealth up to level 1. It could save my life in the future. So I headed outside and started sneaking around. Doing my best not to be seen, to slip close to people that were talking so I could listen in, and basically doing anything I could think of to raise my stealth skill. So what if I creeped a couple of people out? They weren't important. As I snuck around the block and market, I did manage to get a few alerts for cool when I successfully snuck up on people without them noticing, but as hours passed ninjutsu leveled faster. Ninjutsu skill level up. It popped in and I shivered as I went from a child trying to sneak around to, well, a child trying to sneak around, but I was quieter about it. Yay me. Ringing. I jerked as I had been heading home when a call came in. Hiromi. Hiromi? I responded. Motoko. I've been waiting forever and ever. Where are you? I came to pick you up to have some fun. She instantly yelled out full force, causing me to wince. How it caused a similar pain to being too loud despite there not actually being any sound. Ugh, stupid future tech. I'm on my way back now. I was out. Exercising. I offered, lying through my teeth. No way was I going to admit to faux sneaking around people. That would be weird. Ugh, hurry. Everyone is why-eating. She whined and I broke out into a jog. Alright, I'm almost at the front. I said as I turned the corner from beside Cherry Blossom Market and hurried down the block towards home. I could see Hiromi's Kusanagi revving and waiting at the entrance, causing people to avoid her bike that was sitting on the side of the sidewalk. Really, Hiromi? At least don't rev your bike if you are on the sidewalk. People are freaking out. I hurry over and she gives me a once-over. I guess it'll do. You really need some new threads, chum. She offers before hiking a thumb behind her. Now get on. Alright. I repeated as I hopped on and clutched her tight as she peeled out from the sidewalk. That mark was never going away. And we raced down the street in a blur. Too fast. I squealed as she seemed to be in an actual hurry this time. Ha, was my only answer. Nice of you to finally make it, Hiromi. Ichi called out as we pulled into a small parking lot. The rest of the gang was already there. Malcolm smoking a cigarette while Omida was already messing with his suitcase-sized cyber deck. What's going on? I asked, realizing that they were all armed, and even Hiromi had an actual katana sheathed behind her back. We are running a gig, Hiromi offered with a smile. And I instantly frowned at her. Hiromi. Relax, Motoko. It's not a gig. We are going to make some eddies though, and Hiromi wanted you cut in. You are still one of us, even if you don't remember, so I accepted. Sorry for the short notice. He offered with a smile. What are we doing? Snatch and grab. We got this gonk who is definitely not but sorta a wannabe Valentino. He has been trying to push some drugs up here in Kabuki. Ichi replied. Kabuki is Tiger Claw territory. Obviously. Hiromi added for my benefit, which I nodded, already knowing. So we are going to club his ride. Hopefully his product is inside, and we deliver it back to the club. Shobo-sama will take care of the rest. That sounds dangerous. Is he alone, or does he have guards? I asked. This is child's play stuff, Motoko. We clubbed so many cars when we were younger. Hiromi offered with a giggle and a side hug that didn't at all reassure me. Not an Alvarado, which is why I am here. Omida said, cutting off Hiromi. It's got a security system. I'll break in, but I'll need some serious time. You guys will try and clep the security shard. Right. So I don't think we will be able to get the shard easy. Not on this guy, so we are the distraction. Our job is to keep our Gonzalez busy. So we try it stealth first, but if we don't break the security fast enough, we distract the guy and keep him from bothering Omida. This sounds really dangerous. I muttered and got a shoulder push from Hiromi. Don't be a scaredy cat. This is so stupid. I muttered, but I was in. This was Night City. Crime wasn't just something that happened, it was a fact of life, and I couldn't pull a David Martinez. I wasn't in Arasaka Academy or something like that. If I wanted money I would have to earn it. Somehow. Alright, here is the plan. Right now Gonzalez is wandering the dock area selling. We keep an eye on him. As long as we don't act stupid he won't even notice. We are supposed to be here after all. This gives Omida time to set up and hopefully clip the ride. If Gonzalez starts heading back to the car we distract him, either as buyers, or if that doesn't work we can cause a little bit of trouble. Hiromi. I say when that happens, not you. Don't jump the gun again. Hey come on Ichi. You know me? Hence the warning. He growled. Alright Motoko, I know you are fresh, but really should be a super easy job to get you back into it. Just follow my orders. Malcolm, you are up first to buy time if we need to. Ugh. I don't want to talk to this asshole. Just do it, he'll make sure he sees that you don't like him if you want. You don't actually have to buy anything, just keep him busy. Just don't escalate into a fight. We want to avoid a gunfight. Good idea. I agreed, earning some snickers from the others. Alright, break. He ordered, and before I could take a step Hiromi had me by the arm. Come on. She urged me on and forced me to follow her down the concrete pathway. The ocean was right there, but right on the beach was a ton of broken down shanty towns. I remembered this area from the game. It was full of tiger claw people and it was pretty rough. Which was weird. Why was there a Valentino wannabe pusher hanging out trying to sell drugs here? That was suicidal. Stop freaking, come on, it'll be fun. We get to sit and watch a fat Tino guy try to sell drugs to a bunch of kids. Entertainment for everyone, she said as she laughed, and I just shrugged. Honestly, I was just nervous. I didn't like this. Eventually Hiromi set me on the concrete coastal breaker and we just sat and overlooked the entire shanty town. Every once in a while we could see the target. Ichi had sent a picture of the man to everyone, and while he and Malcolm were hanging out closer to the guy, Hiromi and I were on overwatch. Good luck Omida. I muttered, earning a snort from Hiromi. He can do it. Not his first hotwire. But it is the first time he tried to take that car, right? Hiromi groaned at my words. Ugh, stop being such a downer. We are making eddies here. Be happy. I don't think I'm ready for this yet, Hiromi. I still have so much to learn, and it would have been nice if you asked first. PSSHT. You obviously just need to get back into the saddle. Why do you think I let you drive my bike? You picked it up again quick. You're just too hesitant now. Gotta get you used to doing again. I really don't think that's right, but I know you are trying to help. Just help a little less maybe. I said with a sigh as I patted her on the thigh. She just rolled her eyes at me and nudged my shoulder with hers. Target seems to be moving out of the slums. Malcolm. You are up. Distract. Omida, time? Longer if you keep bothering me. The other boy replied before shutting down the call. Yikes. Not going well. Alright Malcolm, remember, try not to get him so pissed he pulls a gun. Girls, get closer in case we need you. Ichi offered before he too went quiet. Come on. Hiromi offered, sounding serious for the first time since I met her. She stood and rushed down into the shanty town, cutting across a few rooftops before dropping down. Damn it, what happened to this being easy? I growled as I followed after Hiromi. Gently I released the catch on my holster and sheath. Might need a quick draw. I almost lost sight of Hiromi as she was pretty quick across the roofs and I took a little longer. I didn't want to fall and break my stupid neck. But I caught up with her as she had stopped, peeking around a corner with her katana in her hand. I fell back on every bit of ninjutsu I had learned so far and did the same. Since I was taller than her I was able to peek out over her head. Malcolm was doing a good job, I thought. He was actually waving an eddy shard around in one hand while arguing with Gonzalez? The man wasn't really fat. Hiromi was just being mean. But he was definitely someone that I would have pegged as a Valentino if not for Ichi's description. He had a lot of tattoos. The bad part was the two guards flanking him. Realizing that nothing serious was happening yet, I peeled back and straightened up, looking casual as I crossed the street to Hiromi's shock as if I was just out for a stroll. I even looked over and rolled my eyes at the obvious drug deal as I crossed the little path and entered into a shanty house. Disappearing from their sight. I kneeled down once I was out of sight and began circling around, to get closer. I wanted to get eyes on his guards. The two guys that I would have pegged for scavs. They were the sort of guys that were only considered muscle because they could shoot a gun. They were actually smaller than Gonzalez himself, but they were each carrying an SMG and they looked like they knew how to use it. And Malcolm was making himself a target. Fuck you, Vado. Malcolm cussed, purposefully using a Spanish word. I asked if you had some shit, but you keep trying to change the fucking subject. You have asked for 3 different drugs now. If you aren't buying, then get out of my face. Or my friends will make you. Gonzalez growled, and the much taller man was glaring balefully over a pair of gold-rimmed sunglasses that were pulled down to his nose. Man, what fuck pusher comes here to sell drugs and doesn't fucking sell? What are you, some corpo plant or some shit? Come here to spy? I could see his words were really riling up the man, and he wasn't hitting the point where his distraction was closer to a fight. I was trying to figure out what to do when an element of chaos was thrown in. Mal, God, you piece of shit. There you are. Where is my fucking glitter? I sent you out to get one thing, you useless fuck. Hiromi called out, sauntering into view, naked blade in her hand, but she was pointing it at Malcolm. Malcolm had a look of shock on his face before he figured it out. Ah, come on babe, I'm working on it. See right here, this nice-looking pusher has your glitter, don't you? Whatever your name is. Malcolm added. I don't sell glitter. Also back up. Or my friends will act. He ordered, stepping back a bit from Hiromi, who seemed to ignore the guy. The fuck, Mal? You really been trying to get my high from a guy that don't even push? Fuck off. She growled, nearly cutting Malcolm as she seemed to swing the blade in annoyance at the boy. Whoa. Watch it, you bitch. Fuck. Malcolm yelled, no longer acting, as he checked his arm just to make sure he wasn't cut. Bitch. Fuck you. You piece of shit. I'll cut your balls off. She screamed. I honestly wasn't sure she was acting anymore either. Like I said. Chaos. Gonzalez though seemed to be done with the sideshow. He jerked his head. And to my shock, before anything could be done, one of the guards came up and slammed Hiromi on the back of the head. The entire area went silent. Let's go. Take care of your very annoying girl, boy. Gonzalez offered without a backwards glance, but his men were still pointing at Malcolm with their guns, keeping him from doing more than glaring and cradling Hiromi. They started moving. But I wasn't able to see anything but Hiromi. My friend. Ichi. They are moving. Malcolm's voice called over our channel. I'm gonna have to look after Hiromi. I see it. Focus on Hiromi, make sure she is okay. Omida. Gimme an update. Nothing. The security on this is too fucking tight. I need more time here. I think we need to abort this time, Ichi. This isn't working. Malcolm called, for once being a voice of reason. All I could see was the red dripping from Hiromi's head. Fuck that. Ichi said, and that was it. Fuck. Fucking hotheads. All of them. I growled, tearing my eyes away from Hiromi. There was nothing I could do for her right this minute, but Ichi sounded like he was going to do something stupid. I hurried after, sneaking through the shanty town to keep Gonzalez and his people in sight. I had no idea where Ichi was, but I was really scared he was going to do something stupid. Just as the shanty town started to end, I saw him. Ichi was up ahead, sitting on the concrete railing with his pistol in his hand resting in his lap. Full tiger claw regalia on display. The sight slow-led Gonzalez as well. You aren't in your territory, Tino, Ichi said strongly, tapping his pistol against his knee a bit. An explanation is needed. He was even playing up the Japanese accent, but I wasn't focused on that. I was watching Gonzalez's men. I don't need to do shit, kid. You aren't even a tiger. I don't see a real tat or symbol on you. Get lost, brat. Before my friends here flatline you. I realized Ichi was running out of time. He was trying to bluff, but Gonzalez wasn't looking to play along. His 2 guards were both raising their guns. Fuck. I growled, slowly crept out from the shanty, using every ounce of stealth I had learned so far to creep closer. Since they were all focused on Ichi and the noise of the city, they didn't hear my feet gently tap against the concrete. Even if, to my ears, it sounded like an explosion with every step. Every breath sounded like a hurricane. What the fuck was I doing? What the fuck was I going to do? I got closer, close enough that his guards were an arm's length of me, and I was standing at his back. People were just fucking blind here in Night City, weren't they? Fuck it. My eyes instantly were drawn to the pistol at Gonzalez's hip. A stupid, overly chromed out handgun. The sort of thing that is so ostentatious just thinking about using it makes you want to puke. So I clept it. Quick draw was a perk, not a skill. It allowed me to draw and fire a weapon faster than nearly anyone, and would only get faster if my reflex skill improved. So I stepped forward even as Ichi's eyes widened, with my heart hammering. I quick-drawed Gonzalez's own gun, and my own. Ambidextrous came into play before anyone realized what had happened. And I started putting bullets into the two guards. Both arms outstretched, the guard on my right close enough I was practically punching the gun into his stomach as I started firing. It was chaos. And noise, and movement. It just happened. Shooting, the two guards flinching back, Gonzalez freaking out reaching for his gun that didn't exist in his holster anymore. My left arm ached from the stupid chromed-out mega revolver Gonzalez had. But the two guards were utterly surprised. Their aim was off as they both pulled the trigger. Bullets flew, and I kept my guns on target as best as I was able, pulling the trigger over and over until finally the noise stopped. Ichi was there, his gun in Gonzalez's face, and the two guards? They were dying. I watched them a bit stunned as the one closest to me gargled and gasped on his own blood, his hand reaching and fumbling for his lost gun. The other one? Well, it might be a stupid chromed-out ugly revolver, but it was still a big fucking revolver. He was dead already. I stood there, realizing that the irritation over my eye was blood. That I was coated in it. The guard closest to me had bled all over me. With a sigh, I pulled the revolver to my chest and popped my Unity's mag, grabbing the spare one that I had slipped into my holster for the gun, and did the frustrating dance of trying to keep four things in my hands at once as I replaced it with a new mag. I slipped the ugly revolver into the front of my pants after. It was empty anyways. And then I walked over to the guard that was still burbling, and put a bullet in his head. The noise caused Ichi and Gonzalez to flinch back as they both looked at me. I honestly had nothing to say. I was so blank? Cold? No. Cool. I was cool. What? I asked simply, as I bent down and grabbed the SMG, holstering my pistol as I did so and started checking the guy over for loot. I felt so weird. I almost felt like humming. Was that weird? It was weird. I decided and didn't hum as I looted pockets for extra mags, and slipped the guy's Eddie shard out of his port, pocketing that for myself. Then even as both guys were staring at me with a certain horror and shock, I moved to the next. 2 SMGs. Nice. I wouldn't have to borrow one from the grizzled tiger claw guy at the range next time. I could just bring my own. Oh, I too meant I could give one to June. That will be safer for him, I bet. Hey, you okay? Ichi asked, breaking the quiet of the beach. Yeah? Fuck these guys. They hit my friend. I tell him simply. Yep. That made sense. They hurt Hiromi. So I could kill them. Or should kill them. Not sure. I'll think about it. Then I moved on, glad that the SMGs had a little shoulder strap, so I slipped one over my shoulder and readied the second one. We flatlined this guy too? I asked calmly, seeing the surprise and horror of the situation turn to real fear. Hey, wait a minute. We can talk about this. We weren't supposed to flatline them. They were going to flatline you. I tell him simply with a look, which had him flinch a little. I was sure it was because I pointed out he was about to be killed and not because I was covered in blood. Definitely. Right. He uttered slowly as if he was dealing with a wild animal. Rude. You. I pointed at the idiot that caused all of this. What? You got ammo for this disgrace of a gun? I demand, pointing towards the revolver. He blinked before nodding slowly, starting to reach for a pocket, which I raised the gun at him for. I'll check. I tell him firmly, as I walk up and start patting him down while Ichi keeps him at gunpoint. Finding a pocket full of ammo was nice, but they were all etched. Fucking wannabe. I muttered as I looked at the shell casings, all having ornate crucifixes carved into them. I pocketed them anyway. Also found a few shards that looked like eddies, so I snatched those and passed them to Ichi after. He is disarmed. I confirmed, as I didn't find any other weapons on him. Great. Just great. Let me think, he demanded. And I nodded as Ichi seemed to breathe a bit. This had definitely gone off the fucking rails. I could see Ichi make a call as his eyes glowed, so I instead focused on Gonzalez, which seemed to freak him out a bit as once more I had my shiny new SMG pointed at the fucker. I could see him sweat. And honestly, my aim was getting a bit jittery. Alright, Ichi said aloud, finishing his call. Sorry, Gonzalez. Nothing personal. Ichi offered, setting down a sentence on the man. His eyes widened, and Gonzalez moved. Realizing he was about to be flatlined, the big wannabe Tino leapt to try and attack Ichi. Probably hoping to get his gun. A shot rang out. Motoko? Huh? I asked, looking to Ichi. Gonzalez's corpse cooling at my feet. Barrel smoking. What just happened? Thanks. I didn't expect him to try and jump me. You okay? Okay? I asked, confused. He blinked, his eyes lighting up as he made a call. I looked down at Gonzalez. Well, he won't be needing this anymore. I thought, reaching down and snagging all the shards in his ports, including his car access shard. I started walking back to Malcolm, only to find Hiromi grumbling as she stumbled along, held up by Malcolm. Fine. Let me see those fuckers, I'll shove my sword up their ass. She called out, sounding a little off as Malcolm hurried her along. Yeah, come on Hiromi, let's get you out of here, you need to see a doc. Malcolm grunted, keeping her moving. Malcolm! Ichi called out, hurrying to help, and with that they were dragging a grumbling Hiromi along. Her short height meant her feet weren't even touching the ground as they carried her. Holy shit. Malcolm whispered as he caught sight of me. Wah? Wah! Motoko! You're hurt. Who did it? I'll kill him. Hiromi nearly screamed, struggling a bit in the two boys' grip. I reached out and put a hand against her cheek, stilling her. Not my blood. I'm fine. Come on Hiromi, you are hurt. Let's get out of here. I told her calmly, which took the wind out of her sails. Despite the fact I could see her eyes not quite focusing right, she quieted. Wow. She muttered, and then the next thing I knew we were standing by the car. Omida still cursing as Ichi asked him if he had gotten in yet. Fuck no. This shit security is top notch. Bullshit fucking car. Here. I told him, simply holding out the shard I had taken from Gonzalez. Fuck. He grumbled, taking the shard from me and slotting it, and a moment later the car unlocked. Not a word. He demanded from Ichi, but the boy didn't look like he wanted to say anything. Hiromi was quickly grumbling, arguing and struggling as the boys tried to pull her inside. I'm not leaving my bike here. It'll get klept. I'll drive it. Stop holding me down, you gonk brain dash. I reached in and pushed a finger against Hiromi's port, finding the right one. I poked her. Give me the keys, I'll drive it. I told her, and while everyone was giving me wide-eyed looks, Hiromi did as I said. A moment later it was slotted in my neck. I dumped the SMGs on the floor of the Alvardo, and took the stupid revolver and put it inside as well, and walked over to Hiromi's bike. Honestly, I still hated the stupid swoopy back seat. But I clambered on and started it up, looking at the boys that were still staring at me before they noticed my attention, and hurriedly got the more compliant Hiromi in order. Omida drove out of the parking lot, me following behind him. I felt jittery, but all I had to do was follow the taillights in front of me. Easy, easy, easy. Next thing I knew, I stopped. We weren't at the club. No, instead I noticed it was a ripper dock. Ichi hauled an annoyed Hiromi inside, but I stayed out with the car and the bike. I was feeling floaty. Also pretty cool. Well, I would probably be cooler without all the blood on my face. Eventually Ichi came back out, and he said something about staying here, or following, and I just shrugged. We drove off again, with me tailing. This time we stopped at the club, although we went in through a garage beside it, hiding the car we had stolen from sight. Inside I finally slipped off the Kusanagi. Honestly, if not for the stupid alteration to it. Well, I wanted one. I really wanted to do a power slide in one. Like so bad. My attention wavered, and I noticed that Ichi was there suddenly beside me, gently touching my shoulder. What's up, Ichi? I asked, confused as he startled before relaxing. Hey Motoko, why don't we go inside? We can get you cleaned up a bit, okay? Sure. I guess. I answered, and he seemed to want to guide me inside despite me being perfectly fine. Weirdo. But I was led into the back of the club where a tiger claw woman was waiting. She was looking a little irritated, until she caught sight of me, and her eyes, which were glowing gold, and actually slitted. Okay, that is kinda cool. Widened as she saw me. Yeah, I'll take care of it. You go. She demanded, and then she walked up to me and wrapped an arm over my shoulder. Let's get you washed up. Can't have you looking bad after a gig. Yeah? Yeah. I agreed that was true. I let her guide me into a bathroom, and she was washing me down with a towel in the sink. Poor towel. It had been white, but it was now brown and red. Gonna have to toss that after probably. I doubted it was really washable. But eventually the towel stopped leaving the water, it was washed with red, and the woman nodded. You did a good job. Kept your chum safe. Don't worry about this. Everyone gets a little off at first. Just remember you saved your chum. That's what matters. she says simply after putting both hands on my shoulders. Then she nods and gently tugs me along, guiding me back out the bathroom. I still felt floaty, but my eye wasn't irritated with blood anymore. That was nice. She settled me into the same spot that I had first met the gang. It must be an official young tiger claw table or something. Ichi and Omida were already there. Malcolm was missing though. Hey guys. I offered simply as I settled onto the table. What does she want to drink? The tiger claw woman asked, but as the boys started talking I interrupted. Something fizzy and sweet, but no alcohol. The taste makes me sick. Usually I get a real drink for first-timers. But alright. She agreed and disappeared. She is nice. I told the boys, who both nodded slowly at me. Hiromi is going to be okay? Yeah, the doc said it was just a concussion. We will pick her up after. Cool. Cool. I'm pretty cool. Did you see how I killed them both? I even took that gonk's own gun. Ugh, that gun is the worst. Malcolm, you look like the kinda guy that would chrome out his gun, but please never do that. It makes you look like a joke. Really, he even had the bullets etched. Look at these. I said, pulling out one of the rounds from my pocket. What kind of cunt etches his rounds? A foolish one. Soon to lose them, I believe. A voice interrupted my word vomit as I blinked and looked up. Oh, it was the boss guy. Something Sama. Shobo-sama, Ichi said, standing and offering a bow. I just blinked and nodded. Well, he did lose it, so I guess that fits. I offered, simply getting a chuckle. The mission didn't go as planned. He spoke to Ichi, sounding not quite happy. No sir. The security on the car was better than expected, and he started heading back almost as soon as we got there. We had to make time, but he assaulted one of my squad, thankfully non-lethally, and then, well, I tried to confront him. He was going to flatline me. So Motoko stepped in. I see. He nodded, looking towards me with a nod. A lucky chum to have on hand, it seems. Well, the gig is completed even if I am not entirely satisfied. I had wanted the man stranded, not dead. But plans change. The eddies. He offered, and I could see Ichi flinch a bit before nodding in seeming thanks. Let's have your next job go a little smoother. Although if you bring along this one again, perhaps I can think of some other jobs for you to do. He offered, looking to me. I didn't know what to say or do. Did I nod? I nodded. He seemed pleased. Oh, good, right answer then? Man, this was so easy. Just nod and that was the right answer. EAC. Suddenly I blinked at the taste of something sweet on my tongue. I looked down. Oh, that is kinda nice. I said, looking at the can of some weird soda that I had just taken a drink of. When did that get there? Back with us? The tiger woman asked from beside me. I blinked. Was I somewhere else? Only for a while. Nothing to worry about, boys, this isn't abnormal. The woman said, looking from me to Ichi and Malcolm, who both looked a little pale. Weird. I informed them as I took another drink of the soda. The carbonation was nice. Motoko. I jerked at the voice, looking up. Junni? The boy looked frazzled as he pulled me up into a hug, holding me tight as he crushed me into his chest. This was nice, but June was hugging a bit too tight. Too tight. I grumbled at him, which had him go way too loose. Silly June, we have to grind your hugging skill if this is what I get. You are okay, no injuries? He demanded, looking me over. I'm fine. I didn't even get touched. I mean, I was the one who shot them. I tell him, informing him I had been the murderer in the circumstances. What's wrong with her? He demanded, turning to the boys. I just told him I was fine though. She has been like that since. Ichi spoke up, sounding quiet. She is fine, boy. The tiger woman said, walking up behind June, another soda in her hand. Here girl, drink this. Oh, thank you. I tell her, popping the tab and taking a drink. Nice. This one tasted different. Just give her time. The woman said, which was weird. I don't think I need time. Time is just time. Weird. Sure girl. She replied, quickly. Ah, that's good, she understood. June swiftly was glaring at everything but me. Ah, he was doing that stress-angry thing. June was such a hothead. June is such a hothead. I poke his brow where his skin crinkled when he got mad. I'm not angry. He growls, obviously angry, not quite snapping at me. I just nodded at him, a white lie to agree with him. I reached for my drink and accidentally knocked it over. Purple soda spread across the table. Only it was red. Wow. Red. Red. Like the blood that had been spreading across the concrete when I murdered 2 men. I puked. Right on June's shoes. A few days later I started my morning exercise. The last few days haven't been fun. I had killed 3 people. Yikes. I had been hiding in my room over the last few days. Only really seeing Hiromi as she had come to pick up her bike's shard. She had been irritable, the blow to her head thankfully hadn't done anything permanent, but it still hurt according to her. She had hung out with me on the couch for a few hours before bailing to pick up her bike. Ichi and Malcolm had both sent me a text to ask how I was. Nothing from Omida, but that was fine, he didn't strike me as the chatty type. But yeah, I had killed 3 people. And not only was I given a certain amount of respect by the Tiger Claws as the story spread, I also gained a benefit in my system from it. People were XP bags. That was probably a bad way to phrase it. Turns out that I had an actual level system for myself as well. I hadn't noticed because I had never gained a single XP towards leveling until then. Now I had. With 3 murders. 500 XP gained. 500 XP gained. 750 XP gained. I had leveled out of it. Level up achieved. 1 stat point gained. 1 skill point gained. I had points I could just put into one of my stats, and skills apparently. So for the small price of cold-blooded, or cold blood murder, I had things I could upgrade. That, and I had also gained another skill under the cool stat. Which might explain a little why I had been so floaty when it was all over. Cold blood 1. I had gained it for murdering 3 people. This could be a problem. I might have fallen into a grinding addiction there. And that could really lead to some fucked up shit if I wasn't careful. I really liked grinding after all. Numbers make Motoko brain go brrr. I grunted as I continued my push-up routine. I still hadn't used the points. It felt wrong. Like a drug. Tempting and addicting, but dangerous. I sighed. I had been way too far into my own head since that day. What a mess. At least I got loot out of it. 2 SMGs and a revolver. Well, I refused to keep that stupid crap, so I sold that off for a nice chunk of eddies. I had actual money now. Especially after Ichi had given me my cut. That on top of the shards I had clept from Gonzalez and his boys, I had a nice little nest egg. It wasn't by a car level, but I had enough that I could go clothes shopping or something. I had not gone clothes shopping. I hadn't left the apartment since then, in fact. Hadn't even gone out on a jog. The outside was the outside, and dangerous and full of murder. The inside was quiet and safe. And not full of murder. See simple. Motoko. June called out a few hours later as he slipped out of the room, a bit of bedhead still causing his swoopy hairstyle to stand on end. Get dressed. We are going to get some noodles for lunch. He told me and then walked past me to go to the bathroom as if he hadn't just told me to go outside. I can't go outside. Murder is out there. Jae-jun-ni. How about you go get some noodles to go? Won't it be nice to eat inside? Yeah, like last time. Much better idea. I called out, following after him a bit and pacing in the kitchen. A moment later the sink was running as June was cleaning himself up. After that he stepped out of the bathroom looking more put together. No. You refuse to leave the apartment on your own. He says gruffly, but he was obviously fighting back against his instinct to simply snap at me. Instead he walks up and puts his hands on my arms. June? You are a strong person, Motoko. Don't let your fear control you. I don't know if forcing you is the right thing, but it's the only thing I can think of. So let's go. He tells me bluntly, and as he turns towards the door to collect his shoes. I sort of panicked. How do I react to that? But eventually Jun-ni sort of came over and guided me to my shoes where I put them on, and then despite dragging my feet Jun-ni pushed me over the apartment's doorway. I was on the outside. With all the murder. I swallowed a little, but Jun-ni's arm was over my shoulder as he guided me to the elevator, and then we were on the bottom floor. And I was walked out onto the street. It was loud, and alive, and people were all over, and there was a street vendor right there that wasn't selling those fucking burritos Jun-ni loved so much. I swear a few days of nothing but June brought burritos. Okay, let's get some noodles. I grumbled right along, my tummy rumbling, and June I could see was smiling as we walked to Cherry Blossom Market and settled into the noodle shop. And damn if that ramen wasn't some pretty great shit. It wasn't the best I ever had, but it was pretty damn good. I guess the outside had murder. And ramen. This would need some further examination. I decided as I slurped my noodles. Hey, I heard you finally went outside again. Hiromi called as she walked into the apartment without knocking, startling the fuck out of me as I squeaked and fell from my crunches on the floor. Hiromi, ever heard of knocking? I grumble. Nope. You feeling better? She asked as she instantly joined me on the floor sitting cross-legged. I guess? I said, laying back on the floor. I guess. I wasn't really expecting to flatline 3 gonks. Neither was I. Okay, you are feeling good enough to talk about, so I'm gonna fucking gush a bit. Holy shit, Motoko. You were awesome before and everything, but Ichi told me exactly what happened and it was so prem. She cried out, throwing her arms up in the air. That was total edge runner shit. It was. Luck. Really? I don't even know how close they came to shooting me back, but I think it was pretty close. I was just freaking out so bad I didn't really notice at the time. I told her. They had both opened fire. I was just lucky that plugging them a few times had thrown off their aim. PSSHT, that's not the point. That was so cool. No, listen, I can see you startin' to frown, so let me just say. Thanks. You got them back for tryin' to flatline me. So even if you are different and everything. Thanks, chum. She says and actually lays down beside me a bit to throw an arm over me in a hug. You're welcome. Them hitting you really freaked me out. Yeah, I know. You flatlined 3 guys. Hiromi laughed. Aw man, I'm so mad I missed it. Ichi's storytelling is the worst. She laughs and I chuckle along with her as she starts complaining. I felt a bit of the anxiety dissipate. I guess. I would probably do it again. To get revenge for hitting Hiromi. For trying to kill Ichi. I guess I would murder again. I would have to think about that later. Right now Hiromi wanted to complain about how long it took to get her bike back after everything. She had to take the train, and she wasn't happy. Oh. Also my parents. They want to thank you for what you did. They weren't happy that I got hurt, but you know I had to explain everything. So they want to see you again. Okay? Hiromi winced, looking a little guilty. Right, you don't remember. Listen, my parents are. They are corpos. Like high up in Arasaka. You don't remember, but they didn't really approve of you before all this. Since you sorta dragged me into the tiger claws. Last time you met them it didn't go well, and they are total gonks. But they made me promise to invite you over. I looked over at Hiromi in surprise. She didn't look like a rich kid. Well, other than the motorcycle. And the constantly changing expensive outfits. Even if they were gangster looking. Oh, I guess she was probably a rich kid, huh? Okay. I'll come if you want. Well, I guess I do. My parents know you are different and stuff now, so I kinda want to see how they handle the new you. I'll come then. Great. Come on. Let's get you cleaned up and dressed. She jumped to her feet and pulled me up as I let her drag me to my room to sort out my clothes to pick what to wear. I vetoed everything she chose and picked a more simple style with as little tiger claw insignia as possible. Although I still put my fucking gun on my back. Even if it made my hand shake to touch it. We drove over the bridge to the other half of Japantown and Hiromi pulled into a secure underground garage leading me up to an elevator that she had to give an access code to open. The area is a little messy, but this building is used by a lot of corpo families. They keep it secure or whatever. She told me with a shrug as the elevator hummed along. It's nice. I told her, because it was. The elevator was clean and didn't smell like mine did. It's horrible. She muttered, but I bumped her shoulder this time and that perked her up a little. The door opened to a nice hallway with 2 apartments on each side of the floor. Hiromi grumbled as she walked up and the door slid open, leading into a high-end apartment. It wasn't quite at the point of having multiple floors, but it was a pretty big apartment for a small family. This is home. She told me and I nodded, noticing the coat rack by the door. I pulled off my tiger claw coat and hung it up only to turn and see Hiromi giving me a look. What? You are such a gonk. She told me with a grin. I just shrugged and took off my shoes like she did. It was a Japanese-style entranceway. I followed her deeper into the apartment, noticing that everything was spotlessly clean except I noticed areas Hiromi had obviously spent time in. A mess of what looked like Hiromi's breakfast lay out still on the living room table where she had eaten, probably watching TV since there was a floor-to-ceiling TV set there. Oh? You actually brought your friend. Hiromi. A woman's voice spoke from behind me and I turned to see a well-dressed corpo woman step out of what had to be an office with how it was set up. Honestly, considering Hiromi's normal looks, they didn't really look much alike. Course I did. Motoko is my chum. I could see Hiromi's mother's face twitch at the word. I guess she wasn't a fan of slang. Good to know. It's nice to meet you. Or re-meet you, I guess. I offered a small bow as I said that. What I had said or how maybe startled the woman because she refocused on me with an odd look. You said your friend had amnesia, but I don't think I really believed it. It's gonk, right? She is totally different, but still Motoko. Hiromi chuckled, throwing an arm over my shoulder. Is that so? The woman asked, looking me over top to bottom. While I still don't approve of Hiromi's choice in friends, nor where it took her, especially now since she got hurt, I can at least approve of her friends defending her. I heard you killed the men that harmed her? Yes, something like that. I muttered, but the woman simply nodded. Good. Someone that will kill to protect my daughter is someone I can approve of, at least mildly. She uttered with an almost thoughtless casualness. Right, I forgot. Corpo people are fucking insane assholes. Why did I agree to come here? Hiromi, take your friend to your room, dinner will be here soon, your father isn't going to make it. She said simply before turning around and re-entering her office without a further look. Wow. Tell me about it. Hiromi grumbled. Come on, I guess I do want to show you my room, just not because my mom said I had to. She grumbled, her obvious rebellion fighting against already wanting to do just that. So I followed her into her room and looked around, a smile twitching at my lips. It's very you. Oh, shut up. She grumbled at me as I took in every inch of her room, covered in Japanese decorations and tiger claw paraphernalia. I think you have more tiger claw stuff than I do. I mentioned, which ended with Hiromi throwing a pillow at me to shut me up. I caught it and noticed it was embroidered with a tiger, which I showed her and quirked an eyebrow. Her face was getting pretty red, so I stopped teasing. It's nice. I told her with a smile as I started poking around a bit. It's expensive. Not nice. I hate it, but I have to spend my parents' money on something. She admitted as she fell back onto her bed. I'm kinda surprised. Old Motoko used to give me so much shit for being a rich girl. But you don't seem to care. I don't. It's not your fault for being rich, any more than it's mine for being poor. At least I don't think it's my fault. I hope not anyway. Pfft, nah, you did a good job doing street kid stuff to bring in extra eddies. Between you and June working with the claws, you both were pretty comfortable. She tells me and I shrug. I doubt she knew the whole story, but I hoped it was accurate. I hoped my whole issue hadn't put a huge strain on June. Damn it. Come on, I want to trash you on some games. Okay. I smiled as she revealed she had some future tech game system. Dinner was very, very awkward. Where do you go to school now, Motoko? Hiromi's mother asked as we all sat around a kitchen table and ate some delivery meal that was pretty fancy. I haven't gone to school since I got out of the hospital. So I'm not sure? Honestly, I just finished my physical therapy to get myself moving again a week or so ago, so I'm still recovering. Humph. Well, at least you have an excuse for not going to school. Unlike my Hiromi. Arasaka Academy is for losers. Hiromi muttered, and although I could tell her mother heard her, she didn't bring it up. Awkward. Hiromi's mother was so straight-laced, and yet she had this weird sense of disconnect. Like murder, arson and jaywalking were so normal and expected, it wasn't seen as a crime, but just how the world works. Well, you saved my daughter from her own youthful exuberances, the woman said as the dinner was finishing up. Despite dragging her into this life before, I can admit to some ease of my worry that she apparently made a connection to someone that will assist her when she needs it. She will need someone like you when she joins Arasaka. And a moment later, $5,000 in eddies was transmitted to my account. I blinked. Hiromi looked confused, and her mother simply finished popping in the last of her weird stir-fry dish. Before nodding, Hiromi, ensure your friend is sent on her way. Have a good night. She offered as she rose and left the room. Your mom just gave me $5,000. I told Hiromi once the woman was gone. Ugh, that bitch. Hiromi growled before shaking it off. Whatever, enjoy it. We can go shopping or something. She always does this, tries to buy off my friends. That's kinda fucked up. I say with a shrug. Whatever, I guess. Parents can be massive gonks. I tell her, earning a smile before she stands up. Come on, we can finally get out of here. Sure. We ended up driving around the city for a while. Hiromi showing me a few spots that we had hung out or done stuff before the scavs. It was nice. I sat on the couch, staring at my guns. June had said we were going to the gun range again today. Apparently he had gotten a message from grizzled gun range guy. I didn't know. I stared at my pistol. No problem. I pick up the pistol. My hands start shaking. Fuck. I put it down with a sigh. I was still having some issues from cold-blooded murder. Who would have thunk? I glared at the gun. It wasn't its fault. It was mine. I had chosen to act. To do. To protect and for revenge. I had acted, and now I had to live with the consequences. I reached out again, grabbed the gun and held it, ignoring how my hand shook. How I felt. Fear. This world isn't safe. I reminded myself. Human life is seen as worth less than nothing to a lot of people. To the big corporations. I took a deep breath. I had to get over this. I needed to get over this. I had to be able to defend myself. No leeway. I had to. So I took a breath and held the pistol. Let the feel of it in my hand flow through me. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. I muttered the start to an old quote. A good one though. I quoted it as much as I could remember. Letting the fear flow through me, filling myself with acceptance. Only I will remain. What? June asked, startling me as I yelped and opened my eyes. Nothing, just talking to myself. I'm trying to get over the shakes. June frowned, noticing my hand still a little shaky as I held the gun. I could see a trail of emotions run over his face, but it was obvious he didn't know what to say. It's not like he could just tell me not to pick up a gun again. This wasn't that sort of city, and we weren't rich enough for that. Come on. Let's go. He eventually landed on, and I nodded, holstering the pistol and following him out of the apartment. One step at a time. To my surprise, June had actually brought along the SMGs I had collected. Held them in a backpack, and so when we entered the range he actually guided me into the back room with grizzled gun range guy and popped them onto the table. Picked these up on a job. Any issues with them? He asked in the small soundproof workroom I had been guided into. The same man was sitting behind a little workbench desk with a disassembled assault rifle on the table in front of him. Saratoga? Not bad guns. No smart system or anything. I'll clean them up and take a look. Put them over there, he ordered, and June did just that. And then we headed out to the range. We had a lane again, and then, well, I had to shoot. I didn't put it off. I just grabbed my gun and started. I quick-drawed like normal and aimed, and the trigger just wouldn't pull. I sighed. This was so stupid. I took a deep breath, let it out and aimed, and this time the trigger went off. But I flinched. Badly. Stupidly. My bullet didn't even hit the target. Hands were shaking too much. June started firing and I jerked for a moment before relaxing. I was being so stupid. Cool. Motoko. Be cool. I took a deep breath and released it. Grabbing the gun, and despite the shakes, I fired a few rounds. A few hit the target, but it was more luck than anything. Damn. I ran a magazine through the gun, reloaded, and shot another, but I wasn't even getting XP for this. My handgun skill was already maxed until I leveled reflex again. And I certainly wasn't doing a good enough job here to earn any XP that way. I sighed as I pulled out my second spent mag and started filling it back up. I would just have to push through it. Third magazine was better. Not really, but I technically hit more, so there you go. Girl. I didn't quite jump, but I certainly jerked, glad the magazine was empty. Grizzled guy was there, with one of the SMGs. No, the Saratoga SMG, held in a hand. Come with me. He demanded, turning, expecting me to follow. I looked at June, who shrugged but also holstered his pistol to follow after. Back inside the workshop room, the man had put the gun back down. The Saratogas are fine. Make sure you clean them after use. He reminded us before turning to look at me. You killed. That was blunt. I nodded slowly. He nods. You're struggling with it. I guess. I offered, not sure how to respond. Everyone struggles at first. Would you do it again? Same circumstances? He asked, and I had to nod at that. I would. I would absolutely shoot both of those fuckers again. And Gonzalez too, even if he had just been trying to fight for his life. All right. He said simply, before pulling out a shard from a box on his desk. Take this. I find it tends to help. He offers me the shard and I slot it in. The Solo's manual? Blackhand knows what he is talking about. Check out chapter 4. The old man offers simply before handing June the first Saratoga. Take it out there and put some rounds through it. He orders us both and shoos us out of the workshop. We both turn to each other and shrug a little. I head out to the alley, and decide fuck it, why not? As I take the Saratoga from June and start grinding assault. Ignoring how my hands shake, I glanced through the book. Chapter 4. It was literally about deciding on why you kill. Not just killing for money or respect, but the actual reason you will be willing to take a human life. Despite myself, I was pretty engaged. Assault skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I blinked away the manual. I was on chapter 5 now, reading through about setting up gigs, what you should expect, and what you should run away from. I took a deep breath and took a moment to look through the assault perks. Just like handguns, most of them were about using a rifle or SMG better. Fast reload. Bullet counting. which I considered because that would be useful for handguns as well, to always know how many bullets you had in a mag. But that was also something that some cyberware could take of. But in the end there was only one choice that I kept coming back to. Gun nut. It didn't sound like much, but reading the description, pick up any gun and know its quirks and difficulties, sounded pretty good. Weapons in Night City could be very common, to monsters of modded parts and pieces. Knowing instantly when I pick up a gun how to safe, or unsafe, and fire it could save my life. So I picked it, shivering a bit as the knowledge just was there. I grabbed the Saratoga and knew that it was a solid weapon, although it did have an overheating problem. If someone fired more than 100 rounds through it, the upper receiver could warp, and cause a small jam, but that it could be cleared with a quick re-racking. I blinked. Neat. June and I practiced for a while longer before heading home. My hands were still shaking a bit by the end. But not as much. Grizzled gun range guy had been right. Morgan's manual had helped. It made me consider what would push me to kill. No more like it had made me start making some rules. And with rules came control. I wasn't just some crazy cyber psycho, killing anyone around them. I was a solo. A merc. I killed when I had to, and yeah, it came with some advantages. It did for everyone too. A street kid murdering some gonk and stealing his eddies probably felt pretty good too. I just also had to worry about the XP addiction. So I had rules. I didn't go out and just murder people for funsies. No. If I killed someone it would be for a reason. Because I took a job to do it. Because they were threatening me or mine. Or because they were evil vile fucking scavs. Scavs were always on the list. So that night after June had left for his tiger claw stuff, I stared at the pistol on the table. A pistol I had killed 2 men with, a pistol that I had used to save the life of a friend. I picked it up, popped the mag, cleared the chamber, spun it on my finger because fuck you I could, and then aimed it out the window. Bang. My hand slowly stopped shaking. I could do this. I could live in this city. I started running again the next day, and almost instantly got a level up. Athletics skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I slowed for a moment but decided to keep jogging as I pulled up the stat screen to check through the perks. Most of them were what I expected. Runner's high. To let me zone out and keep running to push myself pretty hard for long distance running. Parkour. Which was obvious. High jump. Interesting. Increase the height of my hops. Unlike my other skills, athletics didn't have any direct combat stuff I noticed. It was all things that would just be useful or to enhance my ability to move. I picked parkour. Always pick parkour. In a city like Night City? Easy pick. The moment I did I started noticing things. Paths through the city opened up to me as if I had run them all. If I jumped onto that cart, I could hit that overhang and climb onto those window bars, which would put me on the roof of that building. That sort of thing. It was fun to imagine even if I didn't do any of it for now. Just finished up my jog, yet since I wasn't that tired, I decided to do a second lap which by the time I was done had worn me out quite a bit. I would do a quick shower since I had already eaten some lunch at the vendors around the block. But then? More crunches. Yay. I think I was starting to become one of those weirdos who go to the gym. Wait, I actually did need to go to a gym and I had money. Oh right, I had a map in my head. After cleanup I decided I was going to find a gym nearby. So I did a search using my cyberware map system. A few options came up, although I noticed most of them were tiny places with obvious tiger claw symbols on their front. I didn't want that. I wanted a big impersonal gym so people wouldn't notice me or talk to me. I wasn't a loner. I was just worried about improving too fast. So I found a corporate gym, a big glass and metal thing with shiny equipment, and in the pictures everyone is fake smiling. Obviously a place completely devoid of any soul. Perfect. Only thing is that it was a bit too far to walk. I would actually need to take a train. Pisting myself up, to wash away the slight nervous feeling I had. I hated the feeling of getting on the wrong train or something, but with my map guide I was easily able to figure out the right train and get on. It was a peaceful trip, but I remained on guard, making sure to keep a close eye on those around me so no one could steal my Eddie shard. Lucy might or might not be in the city at the moment, but I wasn't about to risk it. In the end I made it to my destination without issue. A big honking building. Chrome Ring Gym. Huh. I muttered the name as I walked under it. Entering inside I looked around, and just as I hoped there were tons of high-end machines that would increase weight and as such would let me push myself further than just some push-ups would. Inside a receptionist with a fake smile greeted me, and after I ignored most of her sales pitch, I paid for a monthly subscription that wasn't overly expensive before getting an access shard, and I entered into the gym. Unfortunately, before I could take more than 2 steps in, I was greeted by a massive guy in a suit. "Weapons must go in the locker," he ordered, pointing towards a set of armored lockers next to him. "Oh right, I was packing." I nodded and headed over, placing my Unity and my knife into the locker and taking the shard. With that, he stepped aside and I walked in. So many activities. Considering I would have to walk home after, I decided to focus on my arms. I really didn't want to have to stumble home with dead legs. With that decision made, I settled in to pump some iron off a machine, and nearly instantly I could see my alerts come flooding in. 100 body XP gained. 100 body XP gained. 100 body XP gained. I smiled even as I grunted, pushing further and further. Sure, my arms felt like noodles and hurt like hell on my way home. But I gained nearly another level in body in that one session. With that initial hurdle out of the way, I started exploring a bit more of the city, taking the train out to places that I wanted to see or visit. I may have walked past V's apartment in Mega Building H10 just to see it. Although it wasn't actually their apartment yet. Wherever they were, they didn't move into this apartment until after the start of the game. Either way, it made me feel like I was actually part of the world and not just hiding away in my apartment. I just wasn't at a point where I felt I could do anything. It's sorta weird that with the gamer system I sort of expect to be able to make changes to the world, even if I know that is still unlikely. There was so much corruption and evil. I would have to see if I could actually cut out even a little of that evil. Mostly scavs. Fuck scavs. Hey. I sighed. Hey Hiromi. I grunted, my arms hurt, and I was walking down the street heading home from the train. Hiromi pulled up beside me. On the sidewalk, of course, because what does she care about laws, gently driving next to me. "What's got you so down?" she asked, leaning over the handlebars of her bike. I turned to look at her, pouted a bit and flopped my arm at her. "Exercise hurts." I hit body 4. But not without absolutely shredding myself to get there. Now all I wanted to do was go home and sleep. "Huh, still doing that exercise thing, huh?" she asked, looking over at me as she gently walked her bike along with me. "Yes. It's important," I informed her, but she just made a noise of fake agreement. "Well, anyways, I was just driving by and noticed you. There is a party at the club if you want to come." "Pass. I want to go to sleep, arms hurt." "Hee alright. Hey listen, tomorrow Ichi is hinting we might have another gig." "Whoa, don't give me that look. Way more low-key, okay? Apparently the boss wants some eyes on somebody, so we will be those eyes." Ichi asked if you could come. Okay. I'll come. What's the pay like?" "Terrible. Especially split so much, but it will keep us from being bored with more people. So she offered, waving both of her hands, which made me reflexively try to reach out to grab her bike's handlebars only for my arm to flop around. She didn't have any trouble though before she took control of her bike again. "Want a ride home?" I sighed. It was only another block. "Okay." I grumbled weakly, climbing onto her stupid swoop-backed bike. She cackled and floored it a bit once I was on, making me grab her only to moan in pain at moving my arms. "Bitch." I grunted quietly at the feeling of my burning muscles. "Sorry, chum." She giggled. She didn't sound sorry. She dropped me off at the front of the apartment and was about to head out when she called out. "Hey, you should think about getting your hair done. It's getting messy," she said before driving off, making me blink. I mean, it was getting a little long, but messy? Was my hair messy? I weakly reached up to mess with my bangs. They were a little rough. I hadn't exactly gotten a haircut after spending time in a coma. I guess I would have to check the map again. Ichinos. Another job, another chance to prove he had what it takes. To move out of being just another kid on the street into being someone important. He may lead a small group, but it wasn't like a gang, more like herding cats. Sometimes he would take a job only to have none of the group able or willing to help. He had learned his lesson with that. If it didn't involve something preem, Malcolm and Omida would just bail, and Hiromi was only around half the time. He often had to incentivize them to show up, especially if it was a boring job like this one. So he had to stake out a guy. Keep an eye on him for Shobo-sama, so he of course invited his team. Most refused, until he offered to bring some beers from the club and make it a small party. That got the attention of his herd of irritable cats. He sighed even if the pay was gonna be shit, and his portion was mostly already gone thanks to the beers. With his group there would be less risk. No one liked to be staked out after all, and he would have extra eyes to keep an eye out. That had been the plan anyways. Before the old saying of plans never surviving first contact with an enemy, now he had to deal with a drunk Malcolm. Omida getting so annoyed with drunk Malcolm, he had to put a stop to 3 fights already. His own horrible boredom sitting here on a stairway watching the front of a bar for a guy who was probably having a good time inside. Hiromi, who hadn't even shown up yet. With the only explanation he had gotten was that she was picking up Motoko. Motoko. That was something he wasn't sure how to feel about. On one hand, in a single moment she had proven herself to be someone reliable. Even if it had screwed up the job. No, the job had already been screwed up. But that definitely ended it. She had saved him. Covered his back in ways that he honestly didn't trust the rest of the crew to do. Even if she kinda scared him. All the street kids joked, or lied about how many gonks they had flatlined, but it was a rare kid to actually have any deaths at their hands, especially ones that were definitely not an accident. His own first kill had been an accident. He had been running from a bad gang fight when some homeless gonk had grabbed him. He had fired without thinking. Pure adrenaline and reaction. But Motoko? That isn't how her first kill went at all. The sound of a Kuzunagi's engine caused his head to tilt up as Hiromi's bike finally pulled up onto the sidewalk below them. Motoko behind her. He blinked because that was not a girl out for the town or a wannabe ganger like Hiromi. Motoko? She had come to a casual stake-out gig dressed ready for war. An SMG slung in her arms, a pistol on her belt, and her big-ass knife on her hip. She walked up the steps onto the walkway they were all waiting on with their cooler of beers and gave them all that look that she always had in her eyes, as if she was searching for weakness. Or maybe that was just Ichi's imagination after that night. She nodded to him. "We are here. Let the party start." Hiromi cried out, personality so different from her chum. Motoko though wasn't here to party. She refused a beer and simply switched to checking around like she was ready for an ambush. He pointed out the bar to her. The target's car was out front of a bar that they were parked across the street from. "I like your hair," Ichi said after a moment, unable to figure out what else to say to her once Motoko settled in. She blinked before giving him a tight smile. "Thanks. I based it off someone I really look up to," she answered before turning her face back towards the bar. It was cut, short in the back showing off the very nape of her neck, but longer in the front with long bangs. "I still don't know why you went with purple though. There are better colors." Hiromi grumbled beside him, pointing at her own riot of hair color. "I don't think neon green works for me," she replied simply, but she smiled at Hiromi. "Your loss. Details of the gig?" Motoko asked him suddenly. Hiromi was sparse on details. "A guy owes the boss some money. He took a loan and is past due on his payment. The boss already had a talk with him, but the worry is that he will try to rob it instead of getting the money together. So we are watching him. If he starts running, we track him long enough for the boss's men to take care of it." With that, Ichi sent over the image of the guy that the boss had given him along with the picture of his car. "Any other exits?" "What?" he asked, looking to the girl. "Does the bar have a back door?" "Yeah, probably," he said before realizing what she was getting at. "Shit, you think he slipped out the back?" "Probably not. Depends on how scared he is?" she asked before shrugging. "Did he have any guards?" "No. He isn't like Gonzalez." "Good," she offered simply before standing back up from where she was resting. "I'll go keep an eye on the back of the bar. Call me if anything changes?" "Yeah, sounds good," he answered simply because Motoko was already moving. She hadn't asked if that is what she should do. She just did it. He wasn't sure if he appreciated it and wished the rest of the team would be as helpful, or just wanted her to look to him for leading this gig. He sighed. He would just take what he could get. Honestly, he was kinda glad the way too serious girl was standing next to him anymore. She was making him look bad. It was so awkward. Was the SMG too much? It was probably too much. I had done my best to keep my face flat when I walked up to everyone because I was too embarrassed to admit that I brought the SMG mostly for comfort. No one else had any heavy equipment. Stupid Motoko. I had quickly found an easy excuse to run away so I could be alone and not under everyone's eyes. Of course now I was creeping at the entrance of an alleyway holding some serious firepower, getting stared at by everyone that noticed me. Luckily the alleyway was empty, and so I was able to just hang out inside the alley in the dark and stare at the back door. Ugh, and right after I got my hair cut too. I was sporting a Motoko Kasangi haircut. I figured why not? I was already using the name. The Major was a badass cyborg in a cyberpunk world. So I could too. Well, you know. If I could get over how embarrassing it was to bring a fucking machine gun to a stakeout. Ringing. Moshi mosh. Asterisk Hiromi. What's up, asterisk. Asterisk nothing, just boring up here. The boys are all getting drunk other than Ichi, but he is super mega focused now that you rubbed his face in the fact he wasn't doing a perfect job, asterisk. I didn't. Asterisk, I know I'm teasing. So how is the alley, asterisk. Asterisk dark, smelly. But quiet I guess. Could be worse, asterisk. Asterisk boring. You should come back up and we can see how drunk we can get Malcolm, asterisk. Asterisk we are on a job, Hiromi. We really shouldn't be drinking at all. Plus I need to watch the back door, asterisk. Asterisk ugh, you are so boring. Seriously, you are no fun at all. Wait, oh, our guy just came out the front door, asterisk. On my way, I finished the call as I hurried out of the alley, towards the entrance to the bar. I slowed as I came around the corner, seeing the target drunkenly slide into his car. I winced at just how obviously drunk the guy was as he slipped into his car. I didn't even bother hiding myself after that. Just sighing as I crossed the street as the man failed to get his car in gear. The others were already on their bikes, or in his van like Omida. Thankfully Malcolm was in the passenger seat. I slipped onto the back of Hiromi's bike without a word as I gave Ichi a nod, which he returned after a stilted moment. Let's go, he said, and started off following the drunk driver. I was ready to do something just for that. Drunk driving was really bad, but in the end, the job was easy. We followed him to what Ichi confirmed was the guy's apartment after he nearly crashed into everything on the way there. He crawled out of his badly parked car and went into his apartment complex. Alright, that's the gig, Ichi said then as we all pulled up together on the side of the street. We just needed to make sure he didn't flee town tonight, and considering how drunk he is, I don't think that's happening. I already spoke with the boss and the gig is done. Good job everyone, he says as he passes over. Frankly, pocket change probably wouldn't even cover gas for everyone, but I shrugged. I understood. We were the lowest on the totem pole. Had to work our way up. I was glad that Hiromi was driving me home after because she couldn't see my face. I couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. There was a part of me that was hoping, wanting, to get some more XP tonight. To kill. The knife thunked into the board with a solid sound and I smiled. I was getting pretty accurate. What are you doing, Imuto? Jun asked, sticking his head out from the bedroom looking pretty exhausted. Oh, I'm sorry, Jun-ni. I got this piece of wood and I figured it would be a good target practice with my knife. I wanted to learn how to throw it just in case, and it's actually pretty easy. I didn't realize it was making so much noise. I grimaced. I hadn't meant to wake up Jun. The piece of plywood I had found on my morning jog had given me the idea and well, it worked. I already gained 2 reflex XP alerts from this. Jun blinked sleepily before looking over and noticing the combat knife he had got me sticking out of the wood. Just don't hit the walls, he muttered before turning around and slipping back into his bed. Okay. Sleep well, Jun-ni. I call out softly before turning back to the board. I was so close. I threw it again. It was interesting because ninjutsu had actually given me some knowledge on how to throw it. But it was giving me reflex XP, not cool. Man, this system was so weird. But it was great, because I only needed a little more. Another thunk as I aimed and tossed the knife spinning and hitting wood. Reflex leveled up. I covered my mouth so I wouldn't shout and cheer, but I did a little dance as I celebrated. Reflex 3. That meant I had so many skills to grind out again. Plus I could feel how different I felt. Reflex, just like body, was making changes. Where body changed, my physical fitness reflex changed so much else. My balance, sense of distance, and how deft my hands were. It was awesome. Especially since Reflex 3 was the bare minimum in my opinion. I stretched, feeling my body shift. Hitting body 4 had made changes as well. I had actual muscles. I wasn't quite at super athletic level, but going from wheelchair bound to this in such a short time would have been impossible. I brushed my hair back a bit and grinned. It had been a sudden urge to dye it purple, but I think it worked. Now I just needed to update my wardrobe, but I had promised Hiromi I would go with her to buy new clothes, so I was just waiting for her to show up so we could do that. She hadn't responded to my message, but that wasn't anything new. She was quiet for long periods and then would send me 10 texts about how her days had gone. I wasn't going to the gym today since I was hoping to run into Hiromi, so I had instead done some light jogging when I woke up and ran across the board. I was honestly almost tempted to flip the TV on and spend a half hour watching the absolutely zany stuff they broadcast, but it was so full of ads on every show I couldn't do it. Instead, since I had nothing else to do, I decided to go back to something I hadn't touched in a while. Net running. I had Breach Protocol unlocked, but hadn't done any further testing on it once I learned I could exercise my way out of the wheelchair. But it was quiet right now, so I went into my room and pulled out the box. The teaching shard was slotted and I pulled out the cyber deck to start messing with following the instructions that my mother gave me. A few hours of work and I had something to show for myself. 100 Breach Protocol XP gained. 100 Intelligence XP gained. I nodded. I guess I was getting somewhere. I was eating a stick of mystery meat as I walked around the block when I finally got a call back from Hiromi. Yes. Let's finally get you some preem threads. I know a place that has dash. I already know the shop I want to go to. Sorry. Ugh. You aren't going to let me put any tiger claw stuff on you, are you? You aren't trying to get out of the gang entirely, are you? I still love my brother and support him, but I don't really like gangs, Hiromi. Pfft. Well, welcome to the club. No one does, but I like the gangs that will kill me a lot less than the one that will accept me. She tells me bluntly. But whatever, fine. I'll come pick you up. Cool. Thanks Hiromi, I really appreciate it. I've been kinda waffling on buying anything new. Good. I have to be there to okay your stuff, otherwise you will pick something wrong. Thanks. I said dryly, rolling my eyes a bit. But well. It's fine. She was trying to help. We ended up driving up the road a ways into the shopping district of Japantown. To start, but it was a bust. There wasn't anything I ended up liking. At least nothing that I wanted for what I was really shopping for. A job outfit. I already had plenty of casual clothes even if not everything fit me, but I would still need something on the job. The outfit I had worn on our first job was basically rags at this point. The blood had stained it. And well, if I was going to be a merc, I wanted to look professional. I wasn't exactly a fan of street kid flair. What did they call it? Neo-militarism? Yeah, I kinda liked that. Anyway, we drove around. I did relent and allow Hiromi to go to her clothing store, which was a hidden little tiger claw place that sold their paraphernalia. I didn't end up buying anything that Hiromi recommended, but to my pleasure there was a nice pair of fingerless gloves without any tiger claw stuff on them that I ended up picking up. Much to Hiromi's annoyance. After that we drove around the city, stopping in city center at a nice store. I found the perfect jacket. It was a tough material, probably some form of synth leather. But it was a half jacket, stopping just below my chest. But it had long sleeves and a nice collar, which meant it would be perfect for keeping me warm, but not get in the way of my gun. I bought a dark-colored jacket, and found to my pleasure that the sleeves even rolled up and could be strapped down, meaning if I was too hot, I didn't have to swelter. I did so immediately, sort of glad I wouldn't have to wear the jacket covered in tiger claw symbols anymore. Although I could tell considering how it was designed it was probably expected to put some symbol on the back of it. I just had no intention to do that. It was a cute jacket already. I didn't need anything to make it look better. Unfortunately, that was a big chunk of money. Even with Gonzalez's stupid chromed-out piece of crap. It was still just a revolver in Night City. And I was trying not to spend too much of the $5,000 that Hiromi's mother had forced on me. Anyway, grumbling Hiromi drove us back to our part of the city. Complaining that I only bought 2 things and neither of them were actual clothing. I just shrugged, happy with my cute jacket. Things slowed down for a bit. I spent a week mostly doing my own thing. Grinding body in the gym lets me hit body 5. And I was definitely starting to notice some real changes. 6-pack, here I come. Almost. They were getting close though. And athletics had hit 4, as I was doing a ton of running back and forth from the gym and just in general. I couldn't have Hiromi always driving me around. I was doing a light jog in the gym finishing up my workout when I heard a noise that drew me away. I paused the machine, stepped off, wiped my face down with the towels the gym offered and walked out of the main exercise room where I had spent basically all my time into one of the side rooms. Rooms that I hadn't bothered to look into since everything I wanted was in the main room. The side room, to my surprise, had, well, I wouldn't call them sandbags, they were more tech than that, but it was the same thing. The noise I had heard was a man with gorilla arms slamming his fists into the machine. As I watched I couldn't help but think it was pretty cool. It was basically a stationary block with 4 limbs reaching out of it, with round pads on the end of each limb. I watched the machine as it kept altering the pads, shifting where they were as the man continued to pummel them down. A rapid staccato as the machine constantly adjusts for the hits. I was the dumbest. I hadn't even thought about hand-to-hand. I didn't really do the boxing ring missions in the game. I just skipped those missions because I thought they were a little silly. But this was the real world. Knowing how to throw a punch or better yet, block one. My arms were still good. Today I had mostly been doing aerobic exercise, so I found an open machine. After a few minutes of fiddling with the machine, I found its settings and started it on the lightest setting. The four limbs moved around a bit before I noticed that they actually had little lights. Oh, I get it. I was supposed to hit the green pads, and not the red ones that were blocking my fists. Interesting. How cute. And kinda fun. I threw a few weak punches getting a feel for it. At this setting it wasn't hard. On the fifth hit, I got an alert. Street brawling experience gained. Skill not unlocked, no XP gained. Street brawling unlocked. Another body skill? Yes please. I tucked in, didn't matter if I was already near the end of my exercise regiment. I was gonna spend a few hours hitting this machine until it gave me my levels. The snapping pop of my fist hitting the pad over and over, joining the much louder, harder and faster hits with the man. But I didn't care about that. I was enjoying myself. Sweating and learning, and as the alerts came in, I felt that need rising up. Come to mama. Give me that sweet sweet level up. Finally, after who knows how long I had been punching the stupid machine, I got the last alert I needed. Street brawler skill level up. Level 1. And boy was that a lot of info. I might already be exhausted, but it wasn't that bad. I had been pushing my body pretty hard for weeks. I had already hit level 5 body. A half hour of punching a bag definitely had worn me out, but I was still there. And now? Now I knew how to really throw a punch. Or at least I was certainly a lot better. I adjusted the machine for the first time, increasing the difficulty. Now it would actually try to block me. I threw myself into it for a few minutes. Just getting a feel for my new knowledge. The higher skill ceiling of the machine meant I even got an alert. 100 Street Brawler XP gained. Before I gave it up. Sweating like crazy, I wiped my head down and went to hit the shower. The Gorilla Arms guy was still going though. What crazy stamina. Hey June. Is everything good with rent and stuff? I mean, I've been kinda lazy. Do I need to do more? I asked June one morning that we both had time to share breakfast. June had been heading out every day for the casino. We hadn't even hit the range in the last 2 weeks. It's fine? Why? Do you need something? He asked, looking up from his breakfast burrito that I had refused to eat with him, instead heading down to the street and grabbing something else. I just want to make sure you aren't overworking yourself because of me. I couldn't help but admit. Ah. He answered as he nodded slowly, looking like he was going to say something, but then nothing came out of his mouth as he took a bite of his burrito. Ah? He snorted, finished chewing and swallowing. I've been busy at the casino. The boss has entrusted me with a bigger position as I haven't skimmed anything off the top or caused trouble. I've been away more because I am trusted more, not because I am overworking. My work at the casino is surprisingly boring. He tells me, and I stopped chewing on my own breakfast, a mystery meat stick, as I had taken a liking to them. I just really didn't want to know what the meat was. Oh, you didn't tell me you got a promotion, I said, suddenly happy. It's not a promotion. We aren't a corpo. I am simply trusted with more duties, and so it takes more time. Are you getting paid more? He shrugs and sort of waves his hand back and forth. Somewhat. I think that still counts. But good. I just don't want to be a burden. I've been working hard to improve to be able to do stuff. So if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to rely on me. Just like I rely on you. I tell him, pointing the wooden stick at him that still had my last meatball. I'm proud of you, he finally says, and I couldn't help but explode into a blush. Wadash. I know you don't know them, but our parents would be proud of you as well. He said, looking me over. You have changed much, but they would have liked this you. I was a little choked up, so I just ate my last meatball and rushed out the room. But just before I ran out, I managed to say a quiet thank you. Ringing. I jerked awake. I had been taking a nap after my morning exercise since I didn't have anything else planned for the day, and I wanted to stop feeling sore. Hello, I asked before I even checked who was calling. Motoko. It's Ichi, we need an extra hand at the club. Some maelstrom shot up the place. The boss wants as many guns down here just in case they come back. Probably be nothing, but the pay is good. Yuan, asterisk. Wait, I ordered, blinking my eyes as I stood up and stretched a bit, my mind trying to get started. I hadn't woken up suddenly since the hospital, this was actually the first time I woke up actually drowsy. Just guard duty, I asked after a few moments to get my bearings. Yeah, just extra bodies in case maelstroms show up starting trouble. Asterisk alright. Yeah, I'm in. Is Hiromi or the others coming? Asterisk. Asterisk not this time. She isn't picking up, and Omida and Malcolm. Not their sort of gig. Need a ride? Asterisk. Asterisk yeah. Yeah, that would help. Asterisk. Okay, I'll be there in 5? I'll meet you outside. The call ended and I sighed, standing up and rushing to the bathroom to make sure my hair wasn't sticking up before I suited up. My pants and shirt were a little rough as they were kinda old, but that was fine, I wasn't doing clean work anyways. Plus my new jacket on top at least gave me a cool look as I loaded up. Unity. Knife. Saratoga. I was kit out. I walked downstairs, just taking the stairs as it would help wake me up. I ended up passing an older lady that lives in one of the apartments in the complex who instantly made tons of room for me on the stairway. Excuse me, I said softly in an apology for her fear as I continued on past and out onto the street. I was given plenty of looks and attention carrying my SMG, but that's just how it was, I guess. Ichi pulled up on his Kusanagi not long after. I climbed on without a word and we were off. Thanks for coming along, he said as we stopped at a light. None of the others. Malcolm has a gun, but he isn't the biggest on jumping into a fight, and Omida just told me to call if we need net running. And Hiromi would have just brought her katana. And she won't pick up. But yeah. Hopefully it will just be a slow night. Hopefully. I answered. Although a part of me didn't want it to be slow. We eventually pulled up in front of the club, and we weren't alone. Ichi obviously knew what to do as we didn't park the bike up front like we would have any other time. Instead, we drove down the street around the corner to a set of little garages that opened and we dropped off the wheels. Safe and sound. The club was trashed. The front glass had been shattered and there were bullet holes in the exterior. That wasn't going to be good for business. Worse? As we entered, I could see blood still being mopped up by what I recognized as the bartender and a waitress. The rest of the bar was filled with men and women wearing tiger claw gear. The amount of narrowed looks I received for not wearing anything was telling. But I wasn't really bothered. Ichi led me to a man I didn't recognize and they had a brisk talk in Japanese that even with Motoko language memories didn't let me keep up. But afterwards Ichi nodded. Come on Motoko, we are going to be over here. Sure. I followed him over to a table that gave us a look out the broken window. I frowned though. It also meant we were sort of in range for anyone deciding to shoot through it again. We settled in anyways. I kept my mouth shut as it was obvious this was where we were meant to be regardless. Then we waited. Slowly the bar was cleaned up, most of the tiger claws weren't helping, but I noticed a few that did, and ended up joining them after 10 minutes of sitting there doing nothing. It was better than nothing. I got a few chuckles from the claws, and a few odd looks from the workers, but whatever. I do what I want. An hour passed. Then 2. Then 3. The sun was setting, and then set completely. But still nothing. I ate out of the vending machines in the back, and mostly just spent my time reading the Solos manual. Or listening to the Netrunner shard. I couldn't do any practice, but it was still information, and better than literally staring at paint dry. Why did Maelstrom attack the club anyways? I asked Ichi, who was as bored as I was. No idea. Do they need a reason? Everyone does stuff for a reason. Even Maelstrom. Cyber psychos? Act out because of their psychosis. Was it retaliation? Or an attempt to warn us off because they wanted to move into the area? Or did someone in the club piss off someone off and it was a targeted hit? I don't think anyone would call this much damage targeted, kid. One of the older tigers spoke up and I shook my head. Well, obviously their aim sucks. I snarked back, earning a chuckle from the bored crowd. Retaliation. A voice cut through the din. Shobo-sama. Ichi called out as usual, standing and bowing. Ichi, Ann. Kusanagi. Wasn't it? Motoko Kusanagi. I confirm and he nods. I only remember because of the last name. Ironic name. Yeah, it sometimes causes me some trouble. I told the well-dressed man who was laughing at my last name matching everyone in the room's motorcycle. To answer your question. This was retaliation. A Maelstrom group moved into North Kabuki. Into a warehouse we are still using. We evicted them 2 days ago. The Tiger Claws have expected retaliation. I am just the unlucky winner of this game. Thank you for telling me. It's nothing. But now that you know, does that change anything about the situation? He asks pointedly. How many Maelstrom died in the warehouse attack? 12. I believe. Why? Because I don't think shooting up the front of a club is anywhere equal to 12 lives. I don't think they are done. I answer simply. It made sense to me, but of course I could always be wrong. Maelstrom were a weird group. Correct. Hence why we called in our brothers and sisters for guard duty. Shobo said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. And because of that, let's make sure our attention doesn't waver. I don't want any further damage done to the club. If they come back we will ambush them this time. He orders over the crowd, turning to the tiger claws, all of whom nodded in agreement with the man. And that was that. We settled in, Ichi showing a greater focus on staring out the window, but I knew it wouldn't last long. There wasn't anything to see. But another few hours passed. Nothing. I was actually getting ready to put my parkour to good use and go jump around on the rooftops to get a higher look because I was that bored when every tiger claw in the room suddenly jerked. Their eyes all glowed with an incoming call, and instantly I could see surprise and then anger on their faces. Very quickly the room emptied itself as they all rushed out of the club, curses and yells in Japanese that I couldn't make out filling the air. Any idea? I asked Ichi, who shook his head. He hadn't gotten a call. It seems your assistance will no longer be necessary, Shobo said as he came out from the back room. Unlike the other tiger claws, he didn't seem angry. He was in fact looking pleased with himself. Sir? The Maelstrom attacked one of our casinos. The threat of them coming back here is over. We were a distraction. He looked to me. It seems your instincts were correct. But I wasn't paying attention to that. What casino? Shobo asked, not sounding thrilled with my tone, but I didn't care. What casino was hit? My brother works at a Tiger Claw casino. Longshore. He said a little coldly. Fuck. No. The last time I chatted with June he congratulated me on my maturity. That had better not be a fucking death flag. I have to go. I said simply, standing but stalling out. I didn't have a ride. I'll drive. Ichi offered instantly, and I nodded, incredibly grateful in that moment. I shook my head. Wait. Don't rush it. Rushing into a problem, even an important one, will just lead to screw-ups. Something I read from the Solo's manual. Wait. Let me call. I tried calling June, only for nothing to happen. No pickup. Fuck it. Let's go. I urged, and Ichi and I both raced out of the club, ignoring Shobo as we did. As Ichi and I raced through the streets, we weren't the only ones. We would meet other bikers racing towards Longshore. Some would gather with us, forming our own little armada. Others would race off on their own, but all of them were going in the same direction. Longwood, near Chater Hill. The secret Tiger Claw casino, hidden in an old drainage tunnel maintenance area. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I still was having trouble telling. By the time we got there, whatever attack was over. A few Maelstrom vehicles were left on the road, some full of bullet holes, some burning. And a horde of tiger claws were idling around. A sea of bike gangers, all looking for a fight. Just in case, I called June again. Nothing. Fuck. Over there. I pointed to a location where it looked like was the stairs down into the storm drain, and Ichi nodded, but was soon forced to a crawl as other bikers were parked or moving everywhere. I leapt off. June could be hurt. I slipped through the sea of bikes, using a bit of parkour to leap over the bikes that were in the way, much to the irritation of their owners, as I was cursed all through my run. I didn't care. No way, kid. A tiger claw rumbled as he grabbed my shoulder as I made for the stairs. He shut up, because half a second after he grabbed me he found my pistol pressing up against the bottom of his chin. Fast draw. Move your hand or lose it. My brother works in the casino, and I don't know if he is alive or not. I tell the much larger man, bluntly nudging him up with my gun. Unfortunately, a moment later a blade was hovering over my neck from behind. Don't even think about it. A woman's voice said sternly. Put it away, girl. You won't be the first gonk. I flatlined while acting tough. I turned a bit, ignoring the small cut that it earned me to glare at the tiger claw woman who was glaring down at me with sharp eyes. I held her gaze for a bit, before pulling the gun away from the man's chin, earning a small sigh of relief. My brother. I tell her, never having taken my eyes from her. Fine. We will find out. Name? She demanded, finally withdrawing her blade as I holstered my pistol. June Kusanagi. I'll check. She said, her eyes going gold after a moment as she made a call. The whole situation made my already frayed nerves worse. I was super tempted to use my parkour and just leap down. I could hit that pip and the grate wouldn't be hard to slip down without getting banged up. Geez girl, easy with the shooter. The burly man said a moment later, rubbing his neck. Never gets easier having a gun against the jugular. I hesitated, I didn't care, but at the same time. Sorry. I'm a little on edge. Ha. So are we. Just got done fighting some Borgs. Yeah. Sorry. I offered a bit more sincerely. Your brother is inside. Your call isn't going through because the Borgs set up a jammer. We are still looking for it. Oh. I muttered and felt my legs buckle a bit as I fell to the concrete. June was okay. Wow, easy there. The big guy said a moment later as he helped me stand back up and walked me over to a bench that, while full of bullet holes, was still usable, and helped me sit. Sorry. Ha. Fierce as a tiger at first, and now as gentle as a kitten. I like this one, Mari. The big guy called back to the woman. I don't. She's crazy. Crazy ones are the worst to deal with. That's true. You ain't crazy though, are you, kitten? He asked with a chuckle. Don't know. I might be. I admitted frankly. My rather constant thoughts about going out to murder people for personal benefit might just count. Motoko. Ichi yelled out as he ran up, he must have found a place to park. My brother is okay. I tell him and he sighs in relief at that as well. That's good. Phew. Mutters, trying to catch his breath. You should run more, Ichi. I told him. The dash here from his bike hadn't even gotten my heart rate up, but it looked like it had worn Ichi down. Ugh. Don't tell me that. He grumbled as he walked over, giving a bow to the big man before joining me on the bench. So what's the plan now? Don't know. I guess. Check on June. The Maelstrom guys. There aren't any more around, are there? I asked the big man who was standing not far from us. Nah, they all either flatlined or took off once reinforcements showed up. Nothing to worry about. I wasn't worried. I was just wondering if I should start hunting some. I admit, before leaning back to stare up into the sky. No stars. It was the first time I realized it. Night City had so much light pollution the sky was just dark. Well, that's good then. We beat the Maelstrom guys back. And we won, right? Ichi asked, but the older guy didn't respond. No, kid. This wasn't a victory. We got stung, bad. Customers in the casino died. Protecting customers is our responsibility. This looks bad. This is going to hurt us for a long time. Damn. I muttered. That was bad. If people thought they would get in the middle of a gang war, they wouldn't come to the casino. Or the bars. Or the clubs. It would hit the tiger claws badly, which could make them lash out. Jammer down. The woman. Mari said suddenly, and I jerked up and sent a call to June at the same moment. A few seconds later the call actually went through. Motoko, are you hurt? Not at all, you? I demanded instead. Just winged. He said, but there was something in his voice. June didn't sound good. June? A friend was flatlined in the attack. He said after a long pause. I'm taking care of their body now. Can you get home on your own? Of course. Don't worry about me. If there is anything you need, June and tell me. Just. Time to take care of this. Goodbye, Amuto. The line died. I had a bad feeling. As I had learned. June was a hothead. I had a feeling that sadness in him would very soon be turned to anger. What the hell was I going to do? I could fight a little. But I wasn't covered in chrome like Maelstrom. I wasn't a high enough level. I barely had skills equivalent to a starting merc. I just knew that June would do something stupid. He had said he got winged. He was shot. Fuck. Was it wrong? I was kinda glad. It would slow him down. Keep him from doing something stupid right away. I shook myself. The spiral of thoughts forced out. Deep breath. Exhale. Okay. June was hurt, but he would be okay. The fight was over. June had lost someone. He would be in pain. What can I do? I don't know. I just don't know. It was a long time before I finally saw June. I decided to wait until he came out. Ichi eventually heading home when I told him I would take the train to get home if I needed to. So I waited. As the army of tiger claws all left. Even the two guards at the top of the stairs eventually headed off. Leaving just me. June came out hours later. In a small procession of tiger claw people, all of them looking a little roughed up but alive. His shoulder was in a sling. To my relief, there was someone that looked like a Ripper Doc in tiger claw colors. He had already been checked out. Thank God. June! I must have shocked him with my appearance as I hurried over, causing a stir in some of the people, but at my appearance they relaxed when June headed over and pulled me into a hug. I was careful not to put any pressure on his arm. What are you doing out here? You should be at home. And leave my idiot brother alone? Never. I tell him simply as we finally part a bit. How are you getting home? I can drive if you need me. I'm not heading home tonight, Motoko. I'm getting a ride to a place to take care of some things. He said, evasive, but I didn't like that response. Yet I didn't confront him, simply waiting for something. Here, he offered, pulling a shard out of his neck port after a moment's jostling of having to switch to the other arm. What is it? My bike's access key. Take it and drive home. I don't want you taking the train this late. Just don't crash. I won't. But June, don't. Don't cut me out. Let me know what's going on. If I don't hear from you tomorrow, I'm going to assume you are doing something stupid and hunt you down. I tell him firmly. I looked behind him and winced as the procession of wounded wasn't alone. A second procession was coming out, and it was people carrying the dead. Quite a few dead. I will talk to you tomorrow, Amuto. I'm tired. Right. Get some rest. I order as I urge June to follow his friends. I was led to a parking garage across the street, and while June slipped into a nice car that was soon racing off, I jumped onto June's stupid swoop-back Kusanagi. It started with a rumble and I was soon pulling out onto the streets. As I drove home, I was getting little alerts for driving XP. I guess I hadn't bothered to try and level it since I drove Hiromi home. What the hell was I going to do about June? Driving skill level up. I sighed, ignoring the alert. My mind too full of worry to pay any attention to it. Even if my driving smoothed out. I wasn't exactly a motorcycle driver in my last life, so suddenly I understood when to shift, and how to do it without causing any jerking. I simply drove for a while. June texted the next afternoon. I had literally spent the morning cleaning because I couldn't stop my anxiety. All those dust bunnies and old burrito wrappers were gone. June was going to be gone for a while as he recovered and took care of his chum's death. That was all he said. Fucking stupid idiot June. I couldn't stay in the apartment anymore, and I certainly couldn't do nothing. So I headed out, hopped on June's bike and drove to the gym. It felt nice to be able to drive, but it still wasn't what I wanted. I ended up in the punching machine section, and decided to just hammer the stupid thing until I felt better. I started getting alerts slowly as I set the machine pretty high level. More often than not my hits were blocked, but I kept at it. I just wanted to move. Street Brawler skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I ignored it though. I didn't want to stop and look at the system, instead I just took in the increased knowledge and hit the machine. Over and over I kept at it, hammering the pads with all my frustration and irritation. Eventually I had to stop, out of breath and feeling a bit empty. Stupid June, stupid Maelstrom. Stupid Motoko. I wasn't strong enough. Even with all my work so far, I was still so weak. I was really grateful that no one talked to me, as I reset the machine and headed for the showers. After that I walked out to June's bike still feeling tired and empty. What was I supposed to do? My hand twitched for my gun. No. Bad Motoko. Murder is a bad option. But the siren call of the idea was pretty strong. I couldn't help June now. But if I gained a few levels? A few points to be able to put into stats, a few skill points? I would be able to help. To act. No. I shook that away. I wasn't ready, and I wasn't going to rely on murder to get to where I needed. I wouldn't. Right? I slipped onto June's bike and decided I would drive for a while. I had enough eddies to fill it up if I needed. So I just drove. Going through the city slowly to just stop feeling. Driving skill level up. 1 perk point gained. Damn it. Can I shut this thing off? I am trying to be depressed. That night laying on the couch without the will to do anything but stare at the ceiling with the radio playing quietly, I opened my stat menu and checked out my new perks. I started with Street Brawler. Looking through plenty of options that didn't interest me. Most of them were only useful for just fist fighting. If I was ever in a fist fight, I had screwed up. Bad. I would rather focus on more synergistic perks. So I kept scrolling. Unfortunately, like athletics, Street Brawler was pretty focused. All the perks were about fighting in some way better. So I started browsing through the grayed out perks, the ones that needed prereqs. Maybe I could find something there. I did. Gun Fu. I blinked. You would think that would be under handguns, but since it applied to all guns, it was in Street Brawler. I looked it over. Sighing in relief that it wasn't flashy Gun Fu, but actually useful stuff. Gun Fu. Use martial arts and firearms as a coherent whole, ensuring your bullets will hit their mark. I needed 2 other perks for it though. Grappling. Your hands and body lock your enemy into place. Improvised weapon. Sometimes in a brawl anything you can grab needs to be used. Know the best way to fight with day-to-day items. So I would need 3 perks in Street Brawler to get it. So far I only knew I got a perk at level 2. So I would just have to see where I ended up. I took grappling for now. That could be useful, I guess. Instantly I knew how to do joint locks, or arm bars, and all sorts of other things. Interesting. Then I went over to driving, and while some of the perks were interesting, there was one that popped out instantly that I wanted. Drive-by. Shooting from a vehicle is an instinctual act, leaving you capable of shooting and driving at the same time without issue. That could be useful. I remember there were a few car chases in the game. I might not have a Jackie Wells to drive for me when it happens. Best if I know how to do both. I closed my eyes after. Just for a few moments, and then I felt that need. The burning desire, to be doing something. So I sat up from the couch, unwilling to spend the night just feeling sorry for myself. Instead I grabbed the box of Netrunner stuff. The Netrunning guide slotted in. There wasn't much point in trying to exercise here at home. I wasn't getting much XP from it, so I might as well do something productive. I looked over at the radio that was playing some quiet music. My eyes shifted as I scanned, and with a twitch of my mind I started breaching the system. 100 breach protocol XP gained. 100 intelligence XP gained. I was starting to get kinda pissed. June wasn't responding to me. I spent the morning at the gym hammering out another level of Street Brawler on the punch machine. Thankfully the increased difficulty settings let me keep the XP consistent. But I would send him a text asking him how he was. Nothing. I tried calling. Didn't pick up. Sent another text much more concerned. Nothing. The worst part? I didn't know enough about June, about his friends, to even start hunting him down. So I literally couldn't go find my stupid brother who was doing something stupid. So I was forced to putter around, not able to make any decisions on what I should do. I was literally screaming into a pillow in frustration when I was interrupted. Ringing. I looked at it in hope, but it wasn't June. "Hey Hiromi," I answered with a sigh. She had popped back into contact the day before without much of an explanation, but I had at least told her about my June troubles. Hey. How's things? June still missing? Yeah. No word. Complete communication blackout. I answered. Damn chum. Any way to find him? No. I don't really know who his friends are or anything. Damn it, I should have tried to learn more about what June does outside the apartment. I don't even know if he has friends. Nah, it's not like that. You told me June was busy. He probably wouldn't have answered much anyways. Hiromi said, actually trying to be comforting. Yeah. I guess. I grumbled, rolling over so I was staring at the ceiling again. It'll be okay, Motoko. June is a reliable guy, yeah. He is also a hothead, and Maelstrom killed his chum. The line was quiet for a while, just the two of us sitting on the phone together. I don't know what to say, Motoko, Hiromi whispered, sounding a little lost. I don't either, Hiromi. I don't either. I needed something to occupy myself with. Something to do. That urge for quick power was knocking on the back of my mind again. And it was so tempting. Go kill some scavs. Level up. Gain the power to do something. Rushing in before I was ready is how I would die. I knew that. So instead I pulled up my stat page. What skill should I focus on for a while? Something to take my mind off things. I browsed through, nothing jumping out at me, until I remembered who I was on the call with. Hey Hiromi. You are pretty good with a sword, right? Yeah? I go to a dojo and stuff. Want to meet up and practice? I could use some sword work. Wait, really? Okay. Sure. Why don't you come on over? We have an exercise room at my place we can use, and my parents are both at work. Perfect. On my way. I jumped up. Something to do. Something to take my mind off my helplessness. So you hold the sword like? Well, like that. Hiromi tells me as I grab the Bakken and face her. Come on. I tell her, my blade's knowledge already giving me the basics. Huh. Not bad. Alright. Hiromi chirped as she grinned at me, her mohawk pointing towards me just like her own Bakken. And I rushed her to see what she would do. Casually she blocked, knocking my sword aside and striking forward. I barely managed to avoid it by leaping back, but now she was on me, and I struggled to get the blocks in place of her strikes. Unlike her, I wasn't able to knock her sword aside. Forced to keep using my strength to stop her blows. Not bad, she chirped, but then she shifted and she moved even faster and a thrust slipped through my blocks, hitting my stomach. Oof. I grunted as I fell to the floor and looked up at the smiling girl. Sorry. Didn't mean to hit you so hard, she said, but I could tell her blood was up. Hiromi was a bit of a hothead with her blade too, huh? It's fine, and it was. 100 blades XP gained. Again. I demanded as I rose, and she smiled happily as we went at it again. Hiromi hadn't been kidding. She was definitely trained, and to my surprise she must be pretty consistent with her training. Because she was good. Yet even as the XP alerts kept coming in, even as she kept winning, the difference between the two of us became apparent. Tired? I asked as she was left panting after our third bout, resting on her Bakken as she sweated and gasped for air. No fair. How are you still not tired? I exercise every day. Disgusting. She muttered before waving me off and taking an actual seat. Okay, I'm done. Need a break, she said, and I chuckled as I put the Bakken away and sat beside her. Thanks. For helping to distract me. I tell her as I flash her a happy smile. Not for very long if you are talking about it again, she said bluntly. Kinda hard not to. I think June is going to attack Maelstrom. Yeah, Himori added quietly. But the Tigers will probably be planning an attack, so he might be taking part in that. I hope so. Hiromi threw an arm over my shoulder and we hung out for a minute before I sighed and decided I had to do something. Just keep doing something. Want to show me what I was doing wrong? I asked her, wiggling the Bakken. Sure. She spent the next 20 minutes showing me some moves and how she kept knocking my sword away. 100 blades XP gained. June ni, sorry. Been busy. I'm fine. Everything alright? You need anything? I jerked awake when the text message came through from June. I had been sort of dozing on the couch, unable to really sleep because I just didn't want time to disappear through my fingers. I instantly tried to call him, but that was bounced just like all my attempts had been. So I sent him a message. I'm fine. Don't be stupid. You can't just stop responding to me for days. I thought you were dead. Where are you? June ni, with the claws. I'm all patched up. Had to take care of some stuff. Won't be home for a while. You got enough eddies? No. You don't get to disappear. Details June. Or I will start jumping every tiger claw I can find to start tracking you down. June ni, sorry Motoko. I can't. Security reasons. I had to talk them into even letting me do this. I'm fine. I'll message you again as soon as I can. I kept messaging him after, but no response came. Damn it. I cursed, smashing my pillow. I got up, getting dressed as I headed out into the city on foot. I had to move. To do something. So I ran. I parkoured up buildings, I hid in dark shadow corners as people talked. I just did something. Anything to keep my brain from thinking. Just moved. Until I was lost. Until I had no idea where I was, but that I knew I could keep going. Athletics skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I blinked, a little shocked out of my rampage by what just happened. Level 5 gave me a second perk, huh? I considered it. I wasn't in the mood to stop and look through a perk list, so I put it out of my mind. I kept going, sneaking through dirty alleys or unused fields. Just anything to move. Until sweat dripped down my forehead and my endurance was hitting its limit. I was resting, catching my breath against an old metal fence when I heard it. A scream. A gunshot. Close by. I rose up. That nagging urge. That feeling to do something. Well, this time I couldn't resist it. I broke out into a light jog, heading towards where I heard the shot. Before sneaking when I started hearing voices. Dropping into a crouch, I moved. Shadow to shadow as I came closer and closer. As I crept closer, I noticed them. 3 people. 2 on the floor, and a third standing over them. Red optics glowing in the darkness. Maelstrom. The 2 on the ground I could see were still breathing. Or at least one was. The girl was cowering, holding the second. A guy. Who was bleeding. The fact the 2 were in a state of undress told me part of the story. 2 people looking for a dark corner to get frisky. Stromborg notices and decides to rob them? I wasn't sure yet. I crept closer. Glad that his optics were all focused on the 2. As I got closer, I could start hearing the voices. The Maelstrom guy wasn't happy. Thinking you're going to take it from me? You gonks broke into my shit. Mine. You can't have it. He growled, sounding deranged, as this was literally a back alley between a couple of buildings that looked like a dirty lot. Fucking psycho. I zoned him out. Using his noise and obvious fixation to move closer. I just had to reach him without him noticing. Easy. It wasn't easy. He was pacing frantically. Erratic. My knife slipped out of the sheath as I stalked closer. Closer. The fuck, he scowled, turning to look directly at me. His fucking eyes. He must have a much wider vision than a normal person. Even as he started raising his gun, I leapt. Knife aimed at his throat. He fumbled the gun, dropping it to grab at the knife, aiming for him, and unfortunately for me, he did it. His chromed hand grabbing my wrist and halting my stab in its tracks. I crashed partly into him, but he didn't even shift. The fucker was borged out. Fucking little thief. He shrieked in his synthetic voice as he yanked on my wrist. Bones creaked, forcing me to let go before he kicked me in the chest. Bones broke. But he hadn't let me go. He was still holding my wrist. I hung there, unable to even gasp as he shattered my ribs. Ow. And then I was on the ground. A horrible gasping noise coming from my throat. The fuck is this? This is mine. They always take my home from me. They're after me again. He shrieked, absolutely out of his mind. Probably a cyber psycho. Ah. I guess I was gonna die. Sorry, June man. That was a fuck up. I grunted, exhaling. How could I exhale if I couldn't breathe? I gasped quietly, oxygen working as normal. Even if my ribs felt like ice, but the pain was not quite fading, but not as bad as it should be. I could still tell my ribs were broken. That I was injured, but the pain was fading. An ache reminding me it existed but not interfering in my thoughts. I forgot. I'm a gamer. What kind of gamer would I be if I just died when I hit 1 HP? No, as long as I had that 1 HP, I was still just as deadly as I would be at 100. Hey. I called out, then getting him to turn to me in surprise. My Unity was in my hand, quick drawn to make sure this fucker died. I opened up. My Unity rapid fired into his face, only for nothing to happen. The bullets sparked as they bounced off his chromed head. I stared in fucking horror. Mine. It's mine. You can't have it. He shrieked and reached for me. Hello, no. I threw myself to the side, wincing at the return of pain into my ribs for a moment as I grabbed the big-ass revolver he had dropped to catch me earlier. A barrier, my gun nut perk told me. Rough condition, safety was already off. The gun was ready to fire. I fired, instantly screaming a bit in pain as it felt like my wrist and elbow just broke, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. Not when this Terminator was reaching down towards me. I fired again, hitting his chest a second time, and these didn't bounce. Big holes were opening up as I fired again and again, 4 rounds echoing, until the gun clicked empty. Then I lay there as he loomed over me. As slowly his optics seemed to dim. The fucker died on his feet. I lay shivering under his shadow, but my mind was cool as ice. 1000 XP gained. Cool, leveled up. Handgun skill level up. Cold blood skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I lay there for a moment, catching my breath before I slowly sat up. The victims. I turned to look at them. The woman was staring in horror at what she had just seen. The man? Damn. I don't think he was breathing. I slowly rose up, managing to get to my feet. The woman flinched as I did so. You alright? She slowly nodded her head. Him? I prompted her, and she flinched badly this time, turning to the guy. Yeah. I realized. He was dead. I sighed, turning to the Pisco. He was. Most of his chrome looked in bad condition. Wear and tear, his clothes were dirty. I think this guy had gone cyber Pisco and just set up in this alley. Damn. I could already see he didn't have much. Nothing worth looting. Just his barrier that made my wrist ache again just thinking about it. You should probably call the NCPD. I tell the girl as I turn and walk away. Damn, my ribs hurt, and my arm hurt, and my wrist hurt. I started walking, opening up my map just to turn on the GPS function so I could find out where I was. I had a long, painful walk back home to get through. I limped painfully into the apartment. I had been way too far out on the edges of the city in Maelstrom territory. Fuck, that was stupid. I dropped the big-ass revolver off on the living room table along with my other gear and just walked into my room and gently laid down. Sleep. I blinked awake. I stretched, and it was only as I stood and walked into the living room and saw the revolver that I remembered my ribs had been shattered just before. I did a few tests checking my chest, but everything seemed normal. No pain. I could feel my ribs and they felt normal. Thank God. I said with a big sigh. I flopped onto the couch and looked over at the reddish revolver. It was a mess. I would have to clean it up if I wanted to use it. I probably should. My normal handgun hadn't done a single thing against a Borg. I would need something with a bit more power in this city. It kinda scared me just how strong he had been. That was the power of cyberware. He wasn't even someone crazy like Atom Smasher. Or even Maine. He was just some Maelstrom member. Fuck. I was once again reminded that people were terrified of cyberpsychos. That there was a reason for that. I sighed as I stood up grabbing the big revolver. I started checking it over. Only thanks to Gun Nut did I even know what to check over. I knew that it was dirty, dirt and grime in every function of the gun. I was lucky it was a miserable Russian piece of engineering that didn't care. I started cleaning it anyway. Taking it apart and cleaning each part. It was meditative. Then I was done. Gun Nut helped a lot and a still rather worn Beria was resting on my table. I'll need to pick up some ammo for it. I muttered as I realized I didn't have any. I sent a text to June just because even if I didn't think he would respond. And then, there I was. In my apartment. What do? I had murdered someone again. Even if I think it was a good thing. I had saved that lady. But, I liked it. My fingers started tapping on my knee as I thought it over. I don't know if it was cold blood or what, but I felt good. It felt good. Like doing a mission or completing an objective. Or solving a NCPD mission in the game. It was satisfying. I even got a reward for it. A massive pistol. My finger was tapping like crazy. I shouldn't like this. I shouldn't want to murder people. Right? Right? I had to let it go for a while. So I did what I could. I opened my stat menu. 2 perks. I reminded myself. Athletics hit level 5. Giving me my second perk for the skill, and Cold Blood had given me a perk. I sighed before opening athletics first. The options hadn't really changed. Parkour did have a second perk level, but instead of a straight upgrade to parkour I decided to do a side grade. Cat-like. Fall from greater heights before taking damage and take less damage when you do. I could still fall while doing parkour. Best to keep myself from snapping my back or something. Then, I had another perk. Cold Blood. I shivered as I picked the perk. As I read through them I sighed. Almost all of them had something to do with combat, or murder. I found one that at least didn't remind me of murder. Cool Nerves. Your body no longer suffers shakes or muscle twitches in combat. I figured if nothing else, it will help my aim if I am in a tense situation. Okay. Done. I laid back. Before wondering where June was again. An hour of spiraling thoughts ended with a decision to go to the gym. Punch stuff until I feel better, it was the only option. I wasn't violent. Usually. The machine was so useful. I was glad I found it. Even with XP slowing from just punching a machine, it was really nice to punch something that actually responded and changed. It let me fall into the zone as my mind was taken up with the challenge of getting my punches to connect. Even if the machine was actively blocking with its extra arms, trying to push my punches to the side to miss. I fell into the rhythm, trying to outsmart the machine. Sometimes when I succeeded I would be rewarded with XP. A perfect system. Endorphin rush every time I got an alert. Satisfying my addiction. Not bad, kid. A voice startled me as I was adjusting the difficulty up again. You got a good strike. Where you train? The massive man that spoke was probably 6 feet 7 inches or taller and he was at least 4 times as wide as me. His massive muscles shifted into gorilla arms halfway down. He wasn't the same guy that had first drawn me into this room, but there was no ending to the amount of massive men and women in the room at any one time. They were shifting constantly. I just didn't pay attention to them mostly. Here? I said looking at the machine and then back to him. Having to crane my neck up a bit. No, I mean who taught you to fight? You go to a boxing gym or a dojo? No. I come here. I like the machines. I added after a second. Who? Really? No one taught you? No? Huh. Not bad. Give it a few years and you might get an invite to some of the rings. You should find a coach. Check out Triple Extreme Gym sometime. It's in Rancho Coronado, just gotta prove yourself a bit, and you will be welcome. I'm not really looking to join a gang. I tell him bluntly. I'm sure the animals are cool and everything, but not my scene. Ha! You knew that right off. Good head on you. Well, I suppose it was obvious. Think about it. No better place to get some real strength. He chuckled, patting me on the shoulder hard enough to nearly knock me off my feet before turning and heading off. I wasn't really interested. I didn't even really want to fight hand to hand. But now that it was brought up, it might be a good place, and mostly safe place to get some XP. But did I really want to become a pit fighter? No. But a part of me that whispered XP made the idea more tempting than it should be. I was getting anxious again. I was doing some grinding on the stupid baby's first cyber deck again. Since I already went to the gym today and I just didn't want to go outside. But it wasn't quick XP, and continued silence from June was making me nervous. At least I had gotten to the point I could breach our radio and turn it on or off or even change the volume from the couch. So that was cool, I guess. I eventually got bored at the highly technical work before flopping back on the couch. Someday I would be a scary netrunner that could make people blow their own brains out with a look. That day is not today. Unfortunately, nothing else was going on. Ichi didn't have any jobs. Shobo was keeping everyone close in case there was another attack on his club. Hiromi was out of touch again. I wish June was here. That way everything would be safe again and I wouldn't have to feel this need to rush. Maybe I should try to make some eddies? I sighed. The only thing I could think of was to kill. I'm not sure if it was the city, where murder was just the fastest way to doing most things, or if it was me. The urge to kill to get what I wanted. I needed something to do with my hands. I realized. Exercise was fun, but it wasn't giving me any XP now unless I went to the gym, but I still needed an indoor hobby. Maybe one that wasn't net running. Well, there was a skill I hadn't done anything with yet. I realized. Crafting. Or technical ability. But I didn't have a lot of eddies to start something like that. I groaned. Money or XP. Both were hard to get without doing something. Wait. If I want a job, I can just get one. I reminded myself. Fixers were a thing. Hell. Wakako was over in Jig Jig Street. Which I could almost see from my apartment window. I stood up. Sure, I was a kid. And she might not even see me. But it was something. Something that I wanted to try. I grinned as I got ready, wishing I had found the rest of a cool outfit, but at least I had my cool jacket and gloves. I suited up, unfortunately leaving the barrier. I didn't have a holster, or ammo for it. Outside the sun was shining through the small sections of the city that could see the sky, and I jogged down the block and crossed the street. Then I took a right down Jig Jig Street. The place was just how I remembered it from the game. Dark, seedy, full of people looking to do bad things. I think I was probably the youngest person there. But that was fine. I wandered the streets until I found it. A pachinko parlor. The only reason I remember the exact location of Wakako was because of how funny it was. One of the most powerful fixers in Night City hangs out in a tiny room with a TV in the back of a pachinko den. I entered, noticing the woman at the counter eyeing me up. I'm wondering if Wakako has a moment. I asked the neon-haired girl, who raised an eyebrow at me. Being 14 kinda sucked. But I held my gaze. Doubt it. If she isn't already in contact with you, you aren't on her radar. The girl eventually offered, even going so far as to lick her finger and turn the page on the magazine she was reading. I'm aware I'm not on her radar. That's why I'm here. The woman sighed, looking me over. Do you have any idea how many street kids we get coming in here? A lot. Yeah, a lot. The woman finished as if that was the end of it. I bet a lot of them ask to be tested too. A gig to prove that they aren't hot air. Save me from irritating overconfident children. The woman muttered at me before her eyes went gold. A few moments later she nodded and then she looked at me. Go on in. If you want. I nodded, pleased. It seems I was right. Wakako couldn't only hire people that are the best of the best. Sometimes you needed street rats. I turned to the left and walked through the doorway blocked only by the weird beads that people seem to use here instead of doors. It was a cozy little back room, an executive-style desk, and Wakako, the fixer of Japantown. The older woman was casually looking over to the TV that was to my right as I entered, giving me a single glance, assessing me, and then going back to the TV. Thank you for seeing me. I say with a little bow to her. She had been high up in the tiger claws. Well, her husbands, had been. Don't tell me your name. I don't want to know it. She said simply, and her eyes went yellow. A text came in. Finish the job, and return, then maybe I will bother to learn your name. Or don't. The door. She offered simply, a very brusque, quick interview. I could kind of respect it. I didn't say anything more. Just turning and leaving. I had my job. I ended up on the street before I looked at it. A man had an info shard. Wakako wanted that shard. Simple. No other information other than where the man potentially was and a picture of him. That's it. No orders about how she wanted the job done, or anything. I understood. Most street kids would probably go loud. Cause a riot. The smart ones would go quiet, clup the shard and get out. Hopefully without causing an uproar. Wakako wanted to know what kind I was. I could do that. I ended up grabbing June's bike as the guy was hiding out across town. I ended up finding a parking lot a few blocks away and stashing the bike before continuing a light jog to warm up, and I was there. I slipped behind a parked car as I scoped out the old auto shop. The garage door was open, but it was obvious it wasn't open for business. No, a group of Valentinos were hanging around. Some were using the garage to work on their cars. It was still doable, except for one thing. A guy was outside in the parking lot, sitting on the hood of a car and drinking a beer while the radio played. Damn. This wasn't going to be easy. I started looking for entrances without finding much. The auto shop had a big office side to it, 2 stories tall, connected to the 3-door garage, but again, there were 8 cars parked out front? That was potentially a lot of people to get caught by. But I had a chance. The back of the lot was covered in a high fence. It might have barbed wire around it, but I had parkour. I could definitely reach the roof from another building next door. That was my entrance. I moving across the street as naturally as I could before starting my climb up. An old burned-out car, to the AC unit of a warehouse, to the roof. Keeping low, I crossed the roof of the seemingly abandoned building, heading closer to the roof of the auto shop. As I was getting close, my new view let me see a hiccup. A security camera. On the back of the building, keeping an eye on the backyard, which wasn't empty. It was full of cars. Newer cars. All of them missing pieces. I guess the Tinos were using this place as a chop shop. But I could get through. I just needed to find an entrance where the camera couldn't see, while also avoiding making any noise, or letting the Tinos out front notice I was on the roof. Easy. First step. I waited, and when the music hit its crescendo, I leapt from my roof to the next, landing as quietly as I could, which still wasn't really quiet. I waited for a minute and then another. Nothing. I started moving, crawling across the roof, staying low, letting the noise of the radio and sounds of the mechanics at work hide me away as I crawled across the roof until I reached the office building side. No windows opened out to the roof of the garage, which was irritating. No, they were on the front and back of the second floor of the office, making my job difficult. I scooted towards the back of the building, keeping an eye on the camera so I was out of sight when it looked away from me. I looked around for an entrance I could use. There was a back door, but it was right under the camera. No go. I grumbled quietly. Why wasn't this as easy as the games? Where was the obvious secret door? Or the window that was always left open? Right. This was real and not a game. I calmed myself down, took a few breaths and started looking around again. The camera was well placed, giving it a solid view of the entire backlit, which I suppose was the point. Why would someone put a camera down that only looked at half of what they needed it to? I had to go back. I crawled back towards the front of the shop, peeking over the ledge. Yep, that was a Tino sitting on a car right in front of the building. No way I could use the front of the building while he was there. Damn it. I was just about to give up entirely. I would just have to call Wakako back, when I got the alert. Ninjutsu skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I felt it flow through me, allowing me to adjust my position just a tad to make it a little harder to notice me as I slipped back down. A perk? That could work. I opened up the list in the shadow of the second floor, laying down on the roof, completely hidden from the ground. I had been hoping for something cool. Phase into shadows. Or invisibility. Or something amazing. But nothing that mystical showed up. As usual, my perks were more knowledge-based, more surgical in what they gave than ninjutsu as a whole. I did find the one that I really liked, as it was the one most likely to save my life in an emergency. Danger sense. A moment's alert before you are seen. For a thief, that could be really useful. I picked it without another thought, going back to my current problem. I had to get in, find the target, and find the shard. As I was still figuring out a path inside, a new vehicle pulled up. I glanced over the roof and watched as... Was that Dexter Deshawn? It was. I recognized that fat backstabbing asshole anywhere. He was too far, and the radio blocked the voice, but the guy that had been waiting out on the hood of the car was chatting with him, and over the course of a few minutes something changed hands. I couldn't tell if Dexter was given something, or if he gave something. I really hoped that wasn't my shard. Thinking quickly, I took a picture of the handoff. Even if my eyes weren't Kiroshi's like these, I could still take pictures. I just couldn't scan. See through walls. Smart link. Okay, you get the point. My eyes were civilian eyes. Which also reminded me that old Motoko had likely lost her eyes to the scavs. God. I am really glad I don't have her memories now. Remembering scavs tearing your eyes out. I shuddered. Dexter got back into his massive car and drove off. And to my pleasure, the guy who had been waiting outside? He went inside. The front was clear. While I didn't want to get to the front door, the front of the building did have a window. I crept over to the front edge of the roof, looking down just to make sure no other straggler was around. Nope. Everyone was inside. I could just see the boots of some guy under a car as he was working on it. Perfect. I stood and snuck over to the point where the second floor of the office and the mechanic shop met, and looked over to see the window on the second floor. Peeking in was awkward, but I was able to see it looked like the boss office, and it was empty. I reached out to test the window. I grinned. It wasn't locked. It slid as I pushed my hand against it and pulled. Now was the hard part. It opened towards me, which meant to reach the opening I would have to jump. I sighed. Thankfully, parkour was there. And after a moment of looking it over, I had the path. I leapt feet first, grabbing the bottom of the window sill, heaving upwards. Letting my shoes hit the window sill on the opposite wall to give me half a second of grip and keep me from flying out into nothing, I rolled sideways, forcing myself into the window. I did land with a thump. No helping it. But I tried to keep it as quiet as I could. I quickly checked the room, looking for any hiding spot just in case, but there really wasn't much. So I waited, wondering if I was going to have to leap back out the window. Instead, it was quiet. And slowly I untensed. Then I started searching around. I needed the info shard Wakako wanted. I went through the drawers of the desk and then around the room. Nothing. I took a deep breath and moved to the door, opening it a crack to see out. The floor was a bunch of desks put together like cubicles. But it was empty. No computers on the desks or anything. The place was abandoned. I slipped out, checking every corner of the room as I did. No one had been up here in a while, I realized. So I moved towards the stairs. The staircase in the back of the building was an open design. The entire first and second floor were basically one massive room, just with a floor in the way. I peeked my head over the steps, peeking through the top stairs to see the floor below. And the man sitting at an old corner desk, a new laptop open as he typed away. Target found. But so was the man that had been waiting for Dexter outside. Fuck. Well, is it what we need? It is. Everything, I said. See? I am good on my word. You get what you want. I get out of here. Well, chum, a deal is a deal. Start getting packed up. We will roll once we get confirmation. The man said with a pleased smile as he slapped my target's shoulder heavily. Thanks. He grumbled, not sounding thankful at all. What the hell was going on? Wakako just wanted an info shard, but this guy was about to bail. I narrowed my eyes. The Valentino, to my relief, left the room after that, heading back into the shop, saying something in Spanish as the door shut. I moved. I had to. I didn't have time to play around anymore. Not if I was going to complete this gig. The target was still buried in his laptop, tapping away. More than distracted enough for me to get close. The noise from outside would keep any noise from inside muffled enough. I hoped. I came up behind him, as silent as death. Ninjutsu was more than just stealth. It also had info on how to disable someone. Combined with grapple. My arm came around the target's neck with all the force I could. A hard jerk to startle, to disrupt breathing, and then a solid force against his carotid. It wasn't oxygen that knocked people out with a neck grab. It was blood flow. He struggled, of course he did. His hands flailed at first and he kicked out, kicking the table a few times. Relax. I'm not here for your life. Go to sleep. I whispered into his ear as I slowly pressured him down to the ground. His attempts at ripping my arm from his throat failed. He wasn't chromed, and I had a solid hold. Very soon his struggle died out and he went limp. He wasn't faking. Ninjutsu told me. I let go. 250 XP gained. Level up achieved. 1 stat point gained. 1 skill point gained. I blinked back the alerts. Now wasn't the time. I went to work, searching the man. I took every shard he had on him just to be safe. Then, since I kinda wanted to fuck up Dexter Deshawn, I took not just the shard that he had dropped off, but the laptop my target had been working on. I took everything. I was probably screwing this guy over pretty bad. I admit, but I was probably also causing trouble for Dexter. Which I would accept as a trade-off. 'Cause fuck that guy. He is just as bad as Faraday. That's a fixer that needed a bullet to his head. I hurried back upstairs in a rush. My goal, the open window. Once I was there, I peeked out. No one out front still. Good. The laptop was a pain in the ass. And I had to slip it into my pants and shirt, using my belt to tighten it down to make sure it didn't shift as I climbed out the window, and using parkour fell down grabbing the windowsill, breaking my fall and then falling the rest of the way. I landed with a thump, but it wasn't that bad. Cat-like coming in clutch. I quickly dashed around the corner, disappearing from sight. Gig complete. I walked into Wakako's a few hours later with a backpack that I had stopped at home to grab. Seriously, bring a bag when on a mission, Motoko, you idiot. I would never tell anyone that I had to ride home with a laptop stuck in my pants. Not comfortable. I walked past the girl at the front. Simply going up to Wakako's doorway and knocking gently. Get in here. She said simply, and I did so. You got the shard? And more. I answered, opening the backpack and placing the shard that I was pretty sure was the info shard she wanted onto the table along with the laptop and the shard that Dex had dropped off. And this? She asked only after she took the first shard and slotted it into a slot on her desk. As I was entering, something interesting happened. I forwarded her a text with the image of Dex doing a handoff. Oh? The shard in the laptop is the one he handed over. The computer belonged to the target. Not sure what the whole situation is, but the target was making a deal to leave the city, in exchange for something that Dex handed over. Considering your brief didn't mention a timeframe, I figure something is going on. Either you appreciate the info, or it's useless. Either way, you got what you wanted. Correct. I did get what I wanted. As I always do. Motoko Kusanagi. She said, obviously dropping my name. If she expected me to react, I didn't. A good pair of eyes could scan people and get their NCPD database instantly. I suppose that means I'm interesting enough for you to know my name. A clean op. You handled it like a professional. I like that in my mercs. Here is payment. Your name is added to my contacts. I will be in touch. She gave me a serious look as her eyes suddenly glowed blue. A deposit in my account came through. 5 grand. I looked surprised for a moment before nodding. I look forward to it. I said as I turned and left. I felt better, productive. I could do this. I didn't go home. With Eddie's comes potential. First step was to finally get an outfit that I could be happy with. It was a little embarrassing to show up to a gig and face Wakako wearing an old ratty t-shirt and scuffed jeans. First I called Hiromi, but unfortunately she was still out of contact again. It would have been nice to go on a shopping spree with her, but probably for the best that I didn't. So I started hitting clothing stores. Boots. New pants. And something special that I had been thinking about for a while. Boots were easy. Combat boots could be found all over the place, although finding a pair that fit my feet weren't as easy. They didn't usually make them in 14-year-old girl size. I found a set eventually way out in 6th Street territory. Turns out the military aesthetic meant there was interest for girls too. I even grabbed a pair of tight jeans there. Slim and tight, but they were military weave. The sort of clothing that stretched when needed, so the tightness was a benefit, not a negative. I even grabbed a few strap-on pockets for extra loot potential. Super tight jeans weren't great for pockets anyways. The last piece was more difficult. I headed to the Kabuki market. It was the only place that I knew for sure there was a Netrunner shop. Parking June's bike and finding the store took forever. It was a maze of a circular design and I had to walk around the whole thing twice before I found the shop I was looking for. The Dewdrop Inn. Hence why I didn't check it out at first. It was a Netrunner shop. It even had 2 Netrunner stations in the back, but I was here for info. Nice to meet you. I'm Motoko. I greeted the older woman standing behind the counter. Yoko. Your name's not a familiar one. No, it wouldn't be. I just have a few questions, and maybe make some purchases? The Japanese woman looked me over a bit before shrugging. Well, go on. Do you know where I can buy a Netrunner suit? Oh, I see. Alright. Yeah kid, I know some sellers. Since they are always looking for business, I don't mind handing it over. Her eyes went yellow and I received a text a moment later with a few different locations. I gave her a smile. I couldn't help it. I had been looking for a Netrunner suit for a while. Preem. Thank you. It's nothing. You looking to buy? Maybe. I'm looking for a starter setup. Something to learn off. I'm not much of a Netrunner myself, but I want to pick up some basics. For now. Eventually I would be a Bart Moss. But that was in the future. You want a Netrun suit but aren't a Netrunner? Interesting. But alright. Sure kid, I can get you set up. You got the eddies? I have some, but I have no idea what the cost would be. Don't stiff me too hard? I asked, and it earned a genuine laugh from the older woman. She even took down her circular glasses and rubbed at her eyes as she regained control. Alright. I'll go easy on you. Listen, I'm obviously not a ripper, so anything I hand over will need to be chipped in. Lucky for you, I actually have an old deck, not the best, but it's cheap. I'll hand it over for 4,005. She reached under her desk and pulled out a case, sort of like a shard case but a bit larger, and after wiping it off from a bit of dust she opened it. Militech Paraline. It's cheap. About all that can be said about it, but if you want to learn how to run the net, it's a solid starting point. Okay. I agreed. It was a lot of money, but I needed to take the next step on my path as a merc. I needed to be able to hack stuff. My eyes went blue as I sent the money over. Well, alright, well let me get you set up. I'll even throw in some freebies. Funny kid. Netrunner suit and a basic deck. Alright. She said with a chuckle. Thank you. I said again. Despite spending so much cash at once. I really did need this. If I had been a netrunner I could have shut down the camera on the last job without all the fuss. It would have made it easier on me for sure. Also here is a program. It's just ping, the basics of the basics. Should give you somewhere to start. She said, handing me a shard. Oh, thank you very much. Go on then kid. Happy running. I thanked her again as I headed out. I would have to reach out to the netrunner suit people. See if they have what I am looking for. But first, I needed to see a ripper. As much as I would have liked to stop and see Victor. I already had a ripper that I thought was good enough right behind my house. So an hour later I walked into the ripper of Japantown, the same one that had helped me fix my optics. Welcome, how can we help you? The receptionist. A different girl this time I noted asked as she looked up from her desktop computer. I'm here to have a cyber deck installed. I already have the deck. Excellent. I will inform the doctor. Payment is here. She said handing over an actual data pad for a moment which I noticed had all the little fees and such. I sighed, but put my hand on the pad and accepted the transfer. There goes another couple grand. Alright, the doctor will see you now. I shrugged and walked into the doctor's ripper room. Oh, you again? Good. Come get settled in. What are we doing today? Cyber deck. I inform her holding up the case and she nods, takes it from my hands. Her right hand already covered in equipment pulls the deck out and seems to be scanning it over. Old but in good condition. Alright. Here are the options, let's get everything picked out before we start ripping. She told me pushing a screen over in front of me. I made a few selections and asked her if something else was possible for one, but in the end I got what I wanted. Settle in, and let me put in the anesthesia. I settled into the chair and rested back as she gave me a quick injection and I started falling asleep. I settled onto the couch. Now with something a bit better than baby's first net deck, and got to work actually messing around. So there was still one problem that I would have to deal with for now. My optics weren't Kiroshi, I didn't have a scan mode nearly as powerful, in fact mine was pretty much useless. Cyberdex worked with a combination of optic scans to find the wireless connection port which opened up the device for the hack. So since my skin was so weak, it wasn't exactly fast. But I could at least do it. I did have one more alteration that I had talked to the Ripper about. It cost me a couple hundred extra eddies on my surgery, but I didn't have the normal cord that anyone with a cyber deck had. The one attached to the wrist. I always thought it was kinda stupid to lose access to a hand in order to breach a system. Especially since I already had a better idea. I reached behind my head and felt the semi-hidden cord port on the back of my neck. It felt super weird whenever I pulled the cord out, but hey. I could now start breaching a system manually without losing access to one of my hands. Plus it made me feel like the major. Now that I was home though, it was time to do some grinding. First I looked over to the radio. And after just a minute I was in. That was a lot easier compared to the hour it had taken me with the external net deck. 100 breach protocol XP gained. 100 intelligence XP gained. I grinned at that. This was so much easier. Easy peasy. I turned from the radio to the TV, doing the same thing. Breaching its firmware in a minute. 100 breach protocol XP gained. Perfect. Despite my worry over June. Despite the loneliness that had started creeping in now that he wasn't coming home. Despite my worry about my unearthed murderous desire. I had fun. It was hacking. Of course it was fun. I giggled as I got the TV to change channels. I even peeked my head out the door and started hacking into the burrito vendor. I was gonna make that thing stop giving June burritos if he was going to pull this shit. This time it took some real work. The security on the thing wasn't great. At least I didn't think it would be, but it was still more secure than my TV or radio. sitting up against the door of the apartment when I realized it was gonna take a few minutes as I stared at the vending machine. My eyes only seeing code. Was fun. Weird but fun. Finally I managed to get in. Breaching its security. 100 breach protocol XP gained. Breach protocol skill level up. 100 intelligence XP gained. I was a bit distracted though. I had to shake my head just to get it to calm down. Breach protocol information was dense. Not just instinct on how to do it, but general knowledge of how to breach systems. The protocols and common tricks, yet more. Knowledge about tons of different electronic systems. Their security. How good it would be. It was the first time as well that I could instantly know what I didn't know. Some things I could think about like vehicles. I had no idea how to breach. The knowledge wasn't there, but it would be. I knew. Wow. I am hacker man. I blinked at my own stupid statement, looked around and was really glad no one was here. I really need to stop spending so much time alone. I mutter. Idly standing up and leaving the poor vending machine alone as I head inside, turning on the TV and setting it to a news channel just to have some noise. I crashed on the couch and closed down the CyberDeck connection. In essence turning it off for now. I sighed and closed my eyes. Sleep. My eyes opened in shock when the door opened. I was on my knees in front of the couch, unity drawn and aimed as I was ready to blow some holes in whoever had just tried to break in. The man that entered was June? I asked in surprise. It was June. But not Hayamoto. He grumbled the same as always as he stopped at the entranceway looking at my reaction for a minute. June. What happened? I gasped in horror, dropping the unity, because June's arms, both of them all the way up to his shoulders, were no longer natural. Sure, they still had patches of his real skin, and those patches were covered in tattoos. But it was obvious he had cyber arms now. Got chipped, he said, simply showing off the arms a bit. He wasn't wearing a shirt, showing that the tattoos now covered even more of his chest and his back too. I see that you gonk. Why? I said, rising up and pulling him into a hug. Idiot. I said, whispering it into his chest. Sorry. I got a promotion in the claws. We hit Maelstrom. I did a good job, so the bosses got me chipped. Some of it is from the Maelstrom I killed. He said, sounding well vengeful. I'm glad you're safe. You should have told me what you were doing. I could have come. I could have helped, watched your back. I wouldn't want you anywhere near Maelstrom Amuto. He denied, instantly patting me on the head. It felt different. The hand on my head. I sighed. June, you idiot. I'm glad you're home. I said instead, tugging him towards the couch. You aren't disappearing again, are you? No. Our response against Maelstrom is over. He said, but I could tell instantly he wasn't happy about it. That whatever burning hatred had grown in his chest over the loss of his chum, it wasn't satiated yet. There will be more. There always is, and I am sure when Maelstrom does something stupid again, the tiger claws will respond, or maybe they will attack first next time. Just don't go off on your own. Maelstrom are scary despite everything. June just gave me a shrug as he sat up, patted me on the head, and then headed towards the bathroom. A shower started not long after. I'm gonna have to do something. So June is back? Yeah. All chromed up too. I think he wants to go after more Maelstrom though. I'm worried he will try to head off alone. I told Hiromi the next day. She finally appeared again that morning, riding up onto the curb while I was doing my morning jog, as if she hadn't disappeared for days. I had slipped onto the back of her Kusanagi and given her a tight hug as I explained everything that was happening. Well, you just have to keep an eye on him, yeah? June is reliable. I don't know. He is really angry. I can tell. Something about the way he is acting makes me think he is not doing well. I tell her as she just sort of drives around the block. Even driving slowly and gently for Hiromi. Damn. She muttered, eventually sighing. What are you gonna do? Dunno. Become reliable myself maybe? Maybe if I get good enough June will actually rely on me. I just don't want him to bite off more than he can chew and die in some Strom hangout without ever knowing. Yeah. She muttered. Sorry. She eventually said. For what? You were dealin' with some issues, but I vanished like a gonk. Sorry. It's fine. I tell her, hugging her tight for a second. It's just your thing. My thing? Yeah, you get out of touch for a while every week. It's something I'm used to. It's school. She tells me finally, quietly, like admitting something shameful. I go to Arasaka Academy. My parents cut me completely off from my comm if I don't go, and they keep it cut until I go at least a little. I end up going for a few days so I can ditch the rest. Oh, that's cool. Super hard, but a good education. That's basically all I know about it. I say, I'm proud of you, Hiromi. Going to a school and stuff. Stupid. I don't. I hate it. It's corpo bullshit stuff. Not even worth the time. She growled. Pfft, nah. See, education is important. Just use them for the education and when all is said and done bail if you want. But it's a prime skill to have. I don't go to school. I know. I wish I didn't have to. She grumbled. It's okay. It just means we have to do stuff while you aren't at school. Just don't tell anyone. Everyone else thinks I disappear while doing odd jobs or something. I chuckled a little at her hiding her schooling from the other street kids. Sure. Your secret is safe with me. I told her, chuckling as she nodded, and then she hit the gas. Come on, I want to see June's new chrome. She called out as she revved the engine and drove way too fast back to the apartment. Slow down. With June's return I was a little distracted for the rest of the day, ending up sleeping the night away not long after he went to bed. He was being very quiet about anything that had happened, was going to happen, or what plans he had. It was very annoying. I had a feeling that the tiger claws hadn't chipped him just for looks. They probably intended on turning him into an enforcer now, which made my stomach turn because I didn't want June to end up dead. So in the morning, to get away from the anxiety of worrying about my brother going into dangerous situations, I settled in to do some more netrunning training. There wasn't any point in playing with Breach as I was limited by intelligence, but quick hacks were another skill entirely. And I actually did have a program for one thanks to Yoko. So I loaded it up into the net deck, and tried to use ping on my radio. It didn't go well. I ended up having to pull my mother's Netrunner guide out and listen to the section about quick hacks before I figured it out and got the program to ping the radio. Quick hacks experience gained. Skill not unlocked, no XP gained. Quick hacks unlocked. I grinned, that was another skill to work with. I relaxed back onto the couch feeling pretty good. With June back at home and not out of touch, I was starting to feel less anxious, more like I had before. So instead of freaking out or spending the day spiraling, I continued to try and ping everything around me with a quick hack. TV, vending machine. I could even ping lights since many of them had wireless connections. Grinning as I kept doing it until I got a little alert. 100 quick hacks XP gained. I even got an intelligence alert as well. 100 intelligence XP gained. When June came out of his room looking tired, he noticed me sitting on the couch and basically just pinging the TV over and over. I don't want to know. He eventually decided moving past me to the fridge to grab something to drink, and then to my surprise he grabbed a paper bag out of the fridge and pulled out an injector. Injecting his leg. You okay? I asked. Sure, I had my own small meds to take, but a cyber deck installation was practically normal compared to losing 2 arms. Just the stuff I have to take while I adjust to the chrome. He says, throwing the injector away as he walks over and settles in on the couch. I'm on leave for at least a week while I adjust. Doc's orders. He grumbled and I nodded. At least whoever had chipped him had some basic healthcare concerns. Good. Take it easy and no more chrome for a while. I ordered, poking his cheek lightly, which he twitched at before waving my hand away. Was thinking of getting my legs done. Be able to move around a bit faster. He argues. No way. You just had a big change. Let yourself get used to it, Jun-ni. Going too fast and not letting yourself adjust is how cyber psychos happen. Don't want you to end up like that, drooling and muttering to yourself as you murder everyone around you. Nasty shit. I say, staring at him as firmly as I can. I'll think about it. He sidestepped my argument completely and took a swig of whatever he was drinking. Whatever then. I grumbled, realizing he was going to be stubborn about it. You're not telling me anything, Jun-ni, I'm worried. I decided to say instead. He really was being stubborn. Don't be. I'm stronger now than I was. He reached over and patted my head. I'll worry even if you were Atom Smasher. I told him, causing him to snort lightly. You've been using my bike. He said, changing the topic much to my irritation. Yeah. You left and disappeared. I've been filling up the tank. You have. I'll need it back. Sorry, Amuto. It's fine. I'll just be back on the train. I guess it's for the best. I hate that stupid swoop seat anyway. I tell him as I pop the shard out and hand it back over. What's wrong with the seat? He demanded, suddenly sounding a little offended. It's so dumb. The Kusanagi has some really awesome lines, but the tiger claws remove the front guard and put on the stupid swoop seat. It's awful. I answered honestly, almost ranting about how much I hated the tiger claw alterations to such a beautiful motorcycle. I think it's preem. He grunted, actually pouting a bit at my words. Yeah, but you also have Yakuza tattoos now. So your taste is a little suspect. I teased him, earning a shocked look before scowling at me. They aren't Yakuza tattoos. And they are cool. They show that I have earned the respect of the tiger claws. That tiger on your bicep has a goofy face. I think the artist messed up and didn't want to admit it. I said, lying, but well. June still reacted. What? No, it doesn't. He almost shrieked as he checked on his tattoos to see what I was pointing at. Which is when I poked his nose. Made you look. I told him, breaking into giggles, which lasted until his hand wrapped around my ankle. That's cheating. I told him, dead serious, as he suddenly lifted me up, making me shriek as he stood and adjusted me until I was dangling from his arm. Cheating? There are no rules here. He says just as seriously before his other hand reaches down and starts tickling me. And no, stop. Your bike is still stupid. Your tattoos make you look dumb. I won't surrender. I screamed as he showed no mercy. Only when I was close to pissing myself did he finally stop and let me run to the bathroom. His cruelty will not go unpunished.